Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are glad you are watching. Thank you so much for choosing Tembe TV tonight as we bring you open forum political discussion show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. A lot is happening even as the countdown to the general election date continues. It's 34 days to election day and many things are happening. Raila Odinga comes out clear, point blank, no register, no physical register, no elections. Something is happening at IEBC, which we need to get to the bottom of the same. Well, Wetangula is under fire for his this election ballot printing fiasco. What is happening with the IEBC and their relationship with Kenya Kwanza? We need to get to the bottom of this. Their leader is out there claiming that he doesn't care who runs the elections. All he wants is voters to vote for him. Is he genuine in his claim, or he's doing cover-up program? What is it that is under the table at IBC office and these general elections and Kenya Kwanza? Let us get to the bottom of this because no messing up with this election this time round. We must get a clear winner to be the one to lead the country, not the loser, not this time round. Well, of course, the AZIMIO la Umoja were around the country, Kiambu, Laikipia, and at Nairobi, other places where their campaigns are heating up. Kenya Kwanza was in Marsabit and Moyale in their quest to drum up support, even as the day for election draws near. Well, let's get down to business. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it, allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio, and you will be in this space for us to get talking. I want to appreciate all of you that are joining into the discourse tonight and encourage you to invite many to watch and learn one or two things that will help them make an informed decision come August 9th, 2022. I want to appreciate all of you that are already here. Salome Mbone, thank you so much. Kuna Abdulrahman Ahmed, thank you so much. I appreciate you for continued and faithful support to Tembe TV. Patel Seboka Manyi, karibu kwa show. Kuna Kungulu Kwangla. I tell you, I say this demon Chepkati must be monitored very closely. I agree with you. Nyari Kembo Makakelo, karibu kwa show, asante sana. Kuna Calix Espirito, hey, nakwambia leo ni leo. Asante sana. Elfaz Wanyonyi, karibu kwa show. Kuna Karena KE, karibu kwa show. Thank you so much. We appreciate everyone. Simon wa Zima, karibu kwa show. Kuna Belindo Gweno, good evening to you. Kuna Jim Omondi, welcome. Kuna Cecilia Wavinya, Mama Kelin, asante sana, karibu kwa show. Kuna Hash Deno, Hash Bo, thank you so much. Kuna Cabras Njuguna, thank you so much, watching from London. Asante sana, inawezekana, tunashukuru. Kuna Samuel Kanyi, you're welcome. Kuna Princess Sinura, thank you so much, we appreciate you. Kuna Yanga Ogega, karibu kwa show. Sauti ya Faraja Shanzu, I tell you, there's Collins Ombuya, karibu. Coaches Kamk Cheboy, thank you so much. Akengo Omwangu, you are welcome. Kuna Angry Mwibanda, kuna Cosmas Owino, kuna Wejoy Kirui Abdi. I tell you, leo ni leo. Nani huyu mwingine? Paul Richard, karibu, thank you so much. I appreciate. Kuna Keta Tieno, kuna Erika Mbiambo, kuna Lydia Sitati, kuna Johnson Masango, Misango, sorry. Johnson Misango, karibu kwa show. Kuna Isaac Gituro, kuna Owundo Stephen, nani mwingine huyu, General Isa Mathenge, kuna Pop Lop Scientologist. I tell you. Karibu sana. Kuna Peter Connes, thank you so much. Charlie May, thank you. Atieno Melvin, karibu sana. Kuna Mosinto Obitange, alafu which Jawil, and then Jerick Moenga. Asante sana kwa wote ambao mnajumuika nasi, na shukuru wote ambao mmeanza kutazama. Naomba kila mahala popote ulipo, karibisha wawili watatu, ili wote tukamakinike katika siasa zetu kwa kujua mbivu na mbichi. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. Click on it, allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio, and you will be in this space to do the necessary, and that is give your views and let the rest of Kenyans hear what you think about the elections and how we should go about it. There is something fishy at IEBC and Kenya Kwanza that we need to get to the bottom of the same. And this time round, we want the winner to be the president, not the loser. And so any monkey business is not invited. And the physical register, Baba says it is a must. It's no longer negotiable. And so Chepkati must come out clear why he doesn't want a physical register and how a physical register is going to mess up with his plans. It is time for everyone to come out clean. We must have free, fair, credible, verifiable elections 2022. No monkey business, no massaging of figures. Our country has suffered too long. It is time for everything to go right. And that only begins by doing the first thing right. And so these elections must be done the right way for us to get right leaders who lead us in the right path for us to get to the right destination. You can't use the wrong way to get to the right destination. And so, first things first, we must get it right from the word go. Welcome to the studio, everybody. The link I'm sharing again for those who want to join into the discourse. And the condition is you must have your camera on. If you don't keep your camera on, we can't add you to the studio. No contribution in the studio if your camera is off and you're hiding behind the curtain. So that is the new standing order for those of you that are coming in for the first time. You must observe that. And so everybody must have their cameras on, or you stay in the comment section and participate by commenting on the debate other than coming to the studio and making our video black by keeping your camera off. So I encourage everybody who is coming in the studio to ensure that their camera is on. We'd rather have a bad picture than have no picture. That is what we stand for at this point in time. Welcome, everybody. Thank you, all of you, for all that you are doing in support of Mtembei TV. We appreciate all of you for your faithful support. Thank you, all of you that are subscribing. Please make sure that you subscribe if you have not yet subscribed, and ensure that you follow us on Facebook profile as well as Facebook page. It's Mtembei TV and Mtembei TV Official. All of them are necessary so that you don't miss out on anything that is happening on the front of our political development. We are one unique station that brings you raw news, no massage, no improve, no editing. We bring you raw information so that you can judge for yourself what is happening where, and you be fully armed and dangerous come August 9th, 2022, to make a right choice for us to have a right leadership that will help us get to the right destination. So your participation in these elections is something that you shouldn't play with. The kind of person you vote in is something you must not take lightly. It is a matter of life and death, either 5 years of suffering or 5 years of enjoyment. And all that is determined by who you vote for and who you ensure that gets into the position of leadership. We can no more tolerate anything in the name of a leader because he won an election. We must put everybody on the scale, and only those that succeed into ensuring that they have the right character, they have the right vision, they have a right focus. Those are the ones we need into leadership position. The rest that are confused, the rest that are playing blame game, all of them should be put together and taken back to class. It is about time Kenya got right leadership that will help it navigate into these murky waters and deliver us to the good place where our founding fathers envisioned many, many years ago that we are yet to get to 58 years later. And so let us do the right thing. And Jebkati, allow yourself to be used for evil. We will deal with you. It is not business as usual. We either get the rightful people we vote for, or you get us wrong ones, and we will have it rough for you. This country can no longer be taken for granted, and the Kenyans can no longer be taken for granted. Their voice must be heard. Their vote must count. Nobody should mess up with the voice of Kenyans when it comes to who becomes their leader. The purpose of these elections is for us to have credible leaders. And these credible leaders are being vetted and being voted for by Kenyans. Let nobody mess up with the voice of the Kenyan people and replace it with some ego somewhere, with some scheme somewhere, with some monkey business somewhere. So IEBC, you either style up or we will have you go packing. Yes, it is that simple. You are either competent or incompetent. And if your incompetence is plunging this country into a problem, prevention is better than cure. Some people will go home before their time for going home arrives. That is something that each one must embrace, because we can't play games anymore. Well, the link I'm sharing again, those of you who want to join into the discourse, it seems some people are afraid to get into the studio. Please make haste. Don't wait until the studio gets filled up and then you come and say unaonewa, umefungiwa nje, mara hii ni Azimio, mara sijui ni watu wa nini wamefanywa nini. Tafadhali hakikisha kwamba unatumia hiyo link, unaingia studio, alafu tunaanza mjadala moja kwa moja. Na hapa unasema mambo vile unayaona na kulingana na ukweli wa mambo, sio propaganda na sio story ambayo umeambiwa kutuambia. Ni lazima uhakikishe kwamba unafanya nini? Unatoa mchango wako kama vile unaona mambo na kulingana na ukweli ulioko kihistoria na kisasa, alafu the coming days. Don't just be, caught up into supporting a particular candidate to an extent that you lose sight of the country we have and the people we need to safeguard through right leadership. One of the things that must be at the heart of this election is the kind of country we are leaving for our children's children. That should be the driving force. That should be the motivating factor. Your vote, is it making a better Kenya or is sinking Kenya into the pit? Is it making Kenya make progress or is making Kenya draw back? That's a matter that you have to come to terms with, even as you queue to go and vote. And so I want these particular elections to be driven by right motives, right purposes, right focus, not the usual, games that we play in the name of either our loyalty to our friends or loyalty to a political party, to an extent whereby we forget Kenya, that Kenya is bigger than all of us. Kenya is bigger than any political party. And so when it comes to business Kenya, everything else can wait. We must address issues Kenya first. And so on this ballot, it's to make Kenya better, not to get Kenya to go back to where it used to be many years ago. That will not help our children and our children's children. So wherever you are around the world, please let's continue inviting each other. Mtembei TV can be accessed by anybody anywhere on the face of the earth. As long as they can connect to the internet, they will get our broadcast loud and clear. And so also on the comment section, let us know where you're watching from and how you are finding the broadcast. Let us know that. If there is any issue, we will be glad to rectify, because you are our business and we want you to get the very best that we are offering. Thank you very much. I have two people in the studio right now. Let us get talking. Caleb, how are you?
Caleb,
yes.
Oh, leo Kenya Power amefanya ile kitu, so my light is a bit unstable. Anyway, Mr. Bernard, siku nyingi sana huwa nowadays I watch on YouTube, Injangi studio sana because of some issues that I'm around. You know, Mr. Bernard, I don't have any problem with AZIMIO raising some of the concerns they have with the IEBC concerning the general elections. But you know, when the concerns are always raised, they should be able to articulate the issues in a good way. So IEBC should come clear about those allegations. And again, allegations is not the time for the opponents to start now jumping in because I can remember even sometimes back, the DP raised some issues concerning the IEBC. Now, maybe the DP alikuwa anaogopa elections. So I think it's best when issues when are raised up, what wafanye investigation, then if there is anything I'm surprised that some people are trying to implicate Wetangula into this, because I was trying to read the Nation newspaper today. In the Nation, what I was trying to capture is that the state people who are connected to the company met with Wetangula, I don't know, last year, before even Wetangula teamed up with William Samuel Ruto. So I'm trying to join the dots out the Kenya Kwanza and the rigging of the elections is connected with the old fiasco, which is going on with the printing of the ballot. I don't understand it, but I think it's best for the IEBC and the other people to together so that at least they can unleash this. No, it's really bad that when we're going to the general election, just start having this kind of things. That's why it's in a constitution, but itakuwa tu sawa. That's all I had. Let me go to the background. Let me engage YouTube niwasikize mkiwa huko.
Sawa Caleb, tunashukuru sana kwa mchango wako na utangulizi. Ningependa tu kila mmoja afahamu kwamba masuala ya corruption katika nchi huwa hayafanyiki wiki yenyewe. Masuala yanaanza, hata inaweza kuanza miaka mitatu mapema, lakini yanapangwa hivi kwamba ikifika huo wakati unahakikisha kampuni fulani ndio inapata hiyo kandarasi na mmeweka mkataba fulani. So haitegemei mrengo gani wa siasa. Inaweza kuwa ni mkataba umeingiana wa hela, lakini sasa the current opportunity now offers you to be either the deal or the link between the two companies or the two parties, where you can now be a link to what is not acceptable. And so when we give it a wide range and a proper look, it is important that everything is put bare. And we don't want anybody to be rigged in as a president or as a senator or as an MCA. We want the Kenyan voice as they go to the ballot. Let their vote count, let their voice be heard. Nobody should interfere with that. Well, naomba tumsikilize Abdi. Abdi vipi? Unmute your mic is beside your name on the screen.
Oh, unanisikia sahi?
Yes. Sasa umefika. Karibu.
Asante. Niko mahali naitwa Wamba in Samburu County. Ningependa kuzungumza juu ya hii mambo ya Chebukati Suji na huyu jamaa anaitwa Wetangula. Unajua hii watu wanakasirisha watu sana. Suji bado baada ya 30 days imebaki, wanataka kutuletea mafuruko hapa na mambo mingi sana. So baba asiwachilie akazi hawa kamba kabisa mpaka wakae laini. Sisi hatutaki. Sisi, mimi I have been voting for baba for the last four elections na bado niko nyuma yake, lakini hawa watu wasituletee mchezo bana. Sisi hatutaki kuchezewa hapa sasa wana watoto. Huyu Chebukati, I don't know why he's still there. Huyu jamaa angeenda nyumbani kitambo sana bana. Mimi sina mengi ya kusema, ni hii mambo ya election. Hawa watu wasituletee tena mambo ya kuharibu election na kutuletea fujo Kenya. Na huyu mtu anaenda huko Moyale kupiga kutukanana, sijui matusi, sijui nini. Si awachane na matusi, awache kutukana baba kila dakika. Kwani yeye amekuwa nani ndio anakaa kutukana watu? Bwana anataka kupiga rais kofi, sijui nini. Mimi sina mengi ya kusema, ni hayo tu.
Asante sana Dadi, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako, tunashukuru kwamba unafuata matangazo yetu na Wakenya wamekusikiliza. Hayo masuala yatashughulikiwa kwa sababu tungependa kila Mkenya afurahie uchaguzi huu kwa sababu kura yake imehesabika na haki ambayo alitafuta ameipata. Tusikue na ile hali ambapo kuna wachache wanataka kuzimisha sauti ya Wakenya ili hao wakabadilishe mambo yakatekeleze yale wanayotaka kinyume na kile Wakenya wangependa. Bwana Odhiambo Regan, vipi?
Poa sana. Unanisikia?
Haya, uko sema. Yes, unapatikana, karibu.
Asante sana, na nataka kusema leo ndio siku yangu ya kwanza kuingia huku. Nimetamani sana kuingia, lakini nimekuwa nikifollow throughout the session. Kitu ningependa kusema ni hakuna mchezo saa hizi kabisa Bernard, na hii mambo ya Wetangula na mambo ya ballot papers. Nasema saa hizi Jacob baba chukue kitu serious kabisa, sio kama ile huwa anatuambia akona nini zake kwa air kwa nini. Let them take this thing very very serious and ensure the way he's saying that where there is no physical ballot register, then there is no election. Let us take it from that end. Ours is that we don't want election to be rigged, even for Baba or for anybody. We just want it clean. We go to the ballot, we go to polling station, we get that there is a both register. Physical register, I take my name, it's cancelled from the register, I make my vote, I go out. But this issue that it's only online, you cannot verify. It's not verifiable because there must be a physical document for you to verify that you have been cancelled and you proceed on. Like today, Baba was saying, if you go to the ballot, you go to the polling station and there's no register, you will not know even if they have staffed the other. He was given an example of 200 voters per polling station for 10,000 votes, totaling to around 2 million, and we are only needing 50 plus one. And then now there's a situation where they can use it in Western Kenya because this is where they're trying to fill those gaps that they cannot get. I see. And also a situation we are looking here is that in Central Kenya at the moment, if you are a critical political analyst, you'll analyze that nobody, William or Raila does not know where this vote is going at the moment. It's 50-50. So we are saying that if they know with the vote apathy in Central that is coming to around, my prediction is giving it around 70%. Then now these votes that are going to be staffed will be done in Central, and we will be told that wametoka Kumira, which is not the case. And this is what we are saying. There's no Kumira, and they want to staff these ballots. I see from my prediction, Bernard, there's a clear win. The 60% that over 65% that we are talking for is very straight. I only want that Baba take it very serious on the allegations, because whenever it has been suggested or it has been raised, then there's a truth about it. We have also analyzed and understand that there was a problem with the 2017 election where the president vote were more than the other elective positions. And these ones were elections that votes that were stuffed. Are you seeing? And these are the questions that Maraga was asking. That how, if I come and you give me a ballot, you voted, I voted. If I enter the polling station, I'm given 7 papers. And the first one is for the president, as I go throughout. Should I, after I vote for the president, where do I put the remaining ballots? And they could not answer this. This is the same thing. And I request Raila to take this one. This is the last chance. And we in Luanyanza, we are going to vote. But this is last chance. Like I have had Dahir saying he has been voting for 4 times. There's no other 6th time. This is the last time. If you want to be the president, he take it very serious. And with us, we are behind him. We are going to vote for him. And I'm encouraged that Ruto underestimated the Raila effect of Mountain Kenya, climbing the Mount Kenya. And now you get him is Namakasiriko mingi because he overestimated. There's something Atuli said one day that I'm coming to learn, that Raila Odinga, you don't estimate Raila is a good organizer. He can be with you here in Kisumu, yet he's organizing Mombasa or Central Kenya. And what he has done is gave Martha Karua time to work in Central very fully, and people to understand Martha Karua message first. Now, if you even see Gatundu today, people always say that Luos are making noise when Raila is there and making loud, all the Western people. But today you see Central in Gatundu. Everybody is jumping up and high, and you can see their reasoning with the message that is being delivered. Just tell you that in that crowd, if you even were taking ballot, it's already 45-50. Ruto is sliding. And for Ruto to win this election, he needs 100% of Mount Kenya to him. And he needs the Rift Valley, which we talk of only the Kalenjin land, which we talk of Bomet, we talk of Kericho, we talk of Nandi, we talk of Uasin Gishu in Eldoret, and we talk of Marakwet and some part of Baringo. So if this one is not happening to him, and Central is not going to come 98 the way Kumira, the way William Ruto, where Uhuru used to get in 2017 and 2013, then this guy has no vote. So I want to leave you from there. I just want to say that I'm following. It's my first day here. I've been trying to get in, but I've been following. So I will leave my contribution from there, but just say that let Raila not this time round tell us on the campaign trail that there are no physical voter register, no election, and we end up voting and we end up being messed. Like last time, I voted early in the morning before even people stations are closed at 5. The results have started running out at right center. So this time let him mean it, and let him mean it kabisa. Otherwise, thank you. Let me follow from other people's contributions.
So thank you, Bonarigan. We appreciate that, and we must all dig in for what is right. The right causes are lost when we leave for a few to come to fight for them, and then we wait to enjoy. So let every Kenyan take to heart that it is wrong for us to play around with our election systems and get us wrong leaders. We suffer. We've had the weakest parliament in 2013, 2017, 2022 because of the people we voted or people that got into the parliament. Look at the legislation they have come up. Nothing monumental, nothing serious. They went there to sing chorus. This time round, we must be specific and candid on who is voted in, because we want brains in parliament, people who come up with legislation that will make the country be competitive internationally. The world is talking about artificial intelligence. We want to be talking about wheelbarrows. I mean, something has to happen to us as Kenyans. And so the cause of right election, let it be fought not by Raila only, not by the AZIMIO team only. Let every Kenyan be sick and tired of people who are twisted, who wants to interfere with the process of election. Wrong, we apply wrong, when the first principle is wrong, the second will be wrong, the third will be wrong, the fourth will be wrong, the thousands will be wrong. So if we don't get it right to start with, we can't get it right along the way. And so we must all insist, Chebukati and team, you either do it the right way or stay out of the office. And according to the precedent set by the Supreme Court, 3 commissioners constitute a quorum to carry out the mandate for IEBC. So Chebukati is not indispensable. And so any other commissioners that wants to mess up the elections, let them be kicked out or be stayed off so that we have people who know what they are doing and do what is right. Thank you, all of you who are inviting guys to join into the discourse. We really want to appreciate all of you. Please keep sharing that link in your Facebook group, in your WhatsApp groups. Let the whole world tune in. Let's all do what is right, even as we hear out different people sharing on the latest development on our political front. Many things are happening, but every one of us is as safe as they are well informed. Until you get right information and act on the same, you don't get the required transformation. So please, let's keep it here and let's keep inviting as many as possible. Let's move on. Nelvin, habari ya leo?
Yes, Bernard, habari yenu?
Tuko salama, namna gani huko?
Huku tuko salama.
Sawa sawa,
Tutapambana tuna hii maisha. Ukweli. Haya, mimi leo ningependa kuchangia hii mjadala ya IEBC. Nilikuambia hapo nyuma Wafula Chebukati kwangu ndiye ananipatia stress kwa akili yangu. Kura yangu sioni ikiwa save kwa Wafula Chebukati. Ametukoroga miaka mingi. Na unajua saa hii ukiona baba akiongea, unaona abishani na mtu yoyote. Yeye anapiga siasa yake, anawaambia vile iko. Saa hii hakuna kwenda demonstration kwa barabara. Tunaapisha baba, tunaweka Chebukati jela. Na hiyo wezi wake tunaweka jela. Hakuna mambo ya kitu ingine. Saa hii tutaki mambo ya haramu. Kitu ingine bado ningependa kuchangia ni kuhusu William. Unajua William, kuna ile siasa ilikuwa inauzwa Central Kenya ya mganga, mtu wa kitendawili. Wale watoto ambao walizaliwa na upungufu wa akili wakashika hiyo, na bado wajefikisha miaka ya kuchukua kitambulisho. Sasa William akiona anasema kitandawili, anafikiria anafurahisha kila mtu. Mzee wa kitandawili, mzee sijui wa nini. Sasa unajua kuna kitu kimoja William anasahau Kenya mzima si Central. Kila mahali enda uuze sera, uzia watu sera, wanunue sera zako, wakulipe na kura. Lakini si ati uende wauzie kwa matusi, kwa njia. Leo ameongea kitu kingine hapo mpaka nikaudhika, ati hiyo mtu wa kitendawili aende alete ndugu yake sijui asimamie nini, hata hiyo printing wa print wenyewe. Huyu si kiongozi. Na Rift Valley si pande zote. Ningependa kujibu nani, sijui anaitwa Jambo ama nani, nimeona hapo mbele yangu. Ningependa kumjibu Rift Valley si yote iko kwa William. Ukiangalia kama huko Elgeyo Marakwet, kunao Wakalenjin wa ukabila wenye wanabeba Wapokot, Wasengwer au Wakeyo, Watugen, wanabebaga ni kama si Wakalenjin lakini ni Kalenjins. Sasa wakienda kwa ballot, ndugu yangu utastuka. Hata huko Elgeyo Marakwet uliona Kipchumba Murkomen alifukuzwa jana. Na ni kwao nyumbani. Hata Rift Valley ni vile tuwezi fukuza yeye. Lakini sasa ni ile tunafunga yeye macho tukidanganya yeye kura ya nyumbani kuja. Kitu kimoja Rift Valley watu wanaongeaga kila siku. Hata ukienda ukuta wazee wanaongea, wanauliza Central kanisa inajengwa na milioni 10. Rift Valley hata 1,000 hakuna. Huko ni kipindi. Tuchague mtu wetu atusaidie. Hiyo ni upusi. Na hiyo watu wenye wameka kwa akili ati Kalenjin lazima wapige kura ati kwa sababu huyo ni kiongozi wetu wa Kalenjin. Hiyo tumekataa sisi. Sisi tunajua sisi ni wa Kenya. Hakuna ati uongozi Raila akichukua ati ni uongozi ya Wajaluo. Hapana. Huyo ni national leader, ni kiongozi wetu, tunampenda sana. Bernard, nilikwambia nimepigia Raila Amolo Odinga kura mara 3. Hii ni ya 4. Na ndiyo ya mwisho, sitawahi piga kura tena maisha yangu yote. Nataka kuona uongozi ya baba, nimalizane naye, hakuna kupiga kura tena, niajiangalie sasa nchi venye inaelekea, kwa sababu hapo pengine tumeshatengenezewa njia, hakuna kupiga kura tena. Hao wenye wanakuja sasa watakuwa wazuri. Kina Kalonzo Musyoka, kina Martha Karua, hiyo sasa tumeshatengenezewa. Ni hayo tu kwa leo. Wacha niwachie wengine pia wajadili mjadala. Asante sana.
Asante sana Elvin, tunashukuru kwa maoni hayo na habari hiyo. Ni muhimu kila mmoja adhamini nchi na tuweke nchi mbele kama Wakenya. Hakuna cha kupembeleza this time round. Mtu akijaribu kucheza kamiti akujaja. Nilikuwa kwa juzi, kuna sehemu kubwa inapandwa mahindi, so we can expand the houses and the rooms and the cells. The room for expansion is there. Ukitaka kubook position, play around with this election. Remember what Mama said. We are not taking IEBC to court. We are taking individuals. Convicted committee. So ukikubali kucheza na hii kura, kuwa tayari. Ushaandika wili yako na ushajua nani akutunzia mke wako na watoto, kwa sababu ni committee unaenda. If you are an IEBC official, beware of that. Don't think there will be business as usual. Usiende kusaidia mtu ambaye hata kusaidia, na watu wale ambao wanakusinikiza kwamba wasaidie watakuwa wamechana mbuka, wametoweka katika mitini. Utawapata, wewe ndio utakuwa kisimbani peke yako. So beware. Understand that very well. Well, thank you. The people in the comment section, thank you for keeping it clean. Please let us not get at the neck of each other. You have no business abusing anybody or insulting anybody. I also want to advise, please let us ensure that we remain civil even as we discuss. There is something I want to report that we had opened different WhatsApp groups for people to debate while we are off air in terms of this open forum. And then there are people who are abusing that. There is one person that I will get permission to mention. Really made me angry yesterday. Came to my inbox, requested to be added to the group. When I declined, the kind of pictures she sent into my inbox, may God have mercy on her soul. And then she went ahead, when she was added to the group, she went and messed up the group completely. I don't know what kind of woman you are, you that don't respect yourself, and you still, please, let's not play around. If you want to be part of Mtembei TV, you want to be part of Mtembei TV family, come with clean hands, debate freely. Don't come here with sinister motive and wanting to mess up something good. I don't know why you should come to attack Mtembei TV and want to mess it up. It beats my understanding. Hata kama unalipwa ama umetumwa na pati yenu ambayo imejaa uchafu, unataka kusambaza uchafu kila mahali, tafadhali tumia akaunti yako, fanya huo uchafu kwa akaunti yako, uone utapata watu wangapi wanakufuata. Thank you very much. Na hiyo pia inaenda as a disclaimer. Don't share your details with anybody you have met on Mtembei TV. Be sure of the person you are giving your personal details, because there are some snakes among us. Beware of that. Please stay safe. It is important that we will be here to vote in whoever we want to vote in and celebrate after the elections. So don't mess yourself up and end up kizimbani, badala wewe kuwa kwa kiu ya kwenda kuvote na kuhakikisha kwamba rais anachaguliwa vizuri. So please, let's do that. So please, let's respect each other. Nikikupatia namba yangu, sijakupatia namba yangu kuniletea uchafu kwa inbox yangu. Keep off. Thank you very much. Willy, endelea tafadhali.
Bernard, hamjambo?
Hatujambo, namna gani?
I'm doing well, Bernard. How are you guys doing?
We are great. We are great. We are having a good start.
Tonight, I think I'll have 3 issues. Number one is the issue of the manual register. That Baba has today said, without the manual register, there is no elections. So myself, I keep on wondering because there is a clip that is doing round in social media. The same Baba was against the manual register in 2017, I think. And I'm very sure most of you have seen that clip. So I'm wondering what he is really standing for. And I also think it's hypocritical for some of us to really say that wheelbarrow is backwardness. Yet you are not, okay, some of us are saying wheelbarrow is backwardness. You're supposed to embrace to move with the technology. Then on the other hand, some of you are against the digital register or the digital system. You still want the manual one. So for me, I find it ironical and hypocritical. The other thing that I want to request us is that let's have this election peacefully, and let's love each other. Let's be brothers keeper. It's something that will come for a day, and it will be over, and your neighbor will still be your neighbor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bwana Willie, before I let you go, do you have an M-Pesa account?
I think I do.
When you receive electronic money on M-Pesa and you go to the agent to withdraw the money, why does he write a physical details before he gives you the money? Does that change the money from being electronic money?
No, it's because they don't have a system and an electronic system.
What do you mean they don't have a system when they have transferred money from one location to you?
I've said the agents, not Safaricom. The agents do not have a system to keep your records digitally.
When you send me money, do you get a copy of the details of what you sent?
Sorry?
When you send me money on M-Pesa,
yes,
I get a copy. I've received money from Willie. Willie gets a copy. He has sent money to Bernard. Is
correct.
that not digital?
It is digital.
So the agent also gets that particular message. When you withdraw, his account shows that this has been withdrawn.
I'm saying that they don't have a specific. Okay, they receive it in terms of a message, but they don't have a specific system for keeping those particular details.
That is why it is necessary for there to be a physical register. The physical register is not manual. The physical register is part of the verification process. Verification process whereby you have different information. You have information on different plates, so that when one plate is questionable, you can counter check with the other. So there is nothing about rejecting digital for manual. It's a matter of how many places can we go for verification when a question is raised.
Let me ask you something.
When you go to the ballot, you will be detected electronically. You put your details wherever your biometrics, your name will pop up, then you'll be allowed to vote. But when you go to vote, you don't tick the pen electronically. You get a physical paper, you vote physically, you cast the vote physically.
I think
so
Bernard,
where would be the problem when there is a physical register to counter? Like, for example, we have 700 people in this stream. Their names are this. They are the same way they are in the wherever in the computer. They're the same way they're on the paper. So that when you vote, we wherever strike off your name on the computer as well as on the paper. So if there's any dispute, both are brought into the court of law.
Bernard, you are totally missing the point.
Which is?
IEBC said that the voters will be identified electronically through biometrics. And in case you are they are not able to identify you electronically, that is through biometrics. When you have the original ID, they just feed in the ID number into the kit, and you will be ticked from the kit. And maybe also to add that, Bernard, when you have let's say you are in school, you have an electronic textbook. Do you print it, then you read, or you can read it while you have it in your computer? Then I also want to ask you, why was Baba against manual register 100% in 2017? Why? What has changed?
No, manual register, we are talking about supplementary register. Supplementary in the sense that they're complementary, for that matter, in the sense that if my biometric cannot be read, and maybe my ID does not bring up the details that are in electronically, where else do we go to check whether I'm a valid registered voter or not?
But Bernard, the manual register that you want is a printout of the digital. So if you are not in the digital, then you are not.
Exactly.
Not,
just like you want to log in. Have you ever been logged out of your email address or your Facebook account?
Email, maybe.
Yes. Then you put in the details as usual, but the account refused to open. So anything can happen with that electronic whatever system. Now, if something happens like that, you now revert. Like they'll say, they'll send you a code. They want to verify you are the one. Then they give you opportunity to change your password so that you can access. How do we do that on the voters' day when there is a queue? So there is nothing wrong with physical register, and we are talking about physical register, not manual process of voting. It is physical register as a verification process. Nothing more, nothing less.
Bernard, let me ask you, why was he against the physical register in 2017?
For it to be used exclusively. Because what Jubilee was advocating in 2017 was they do away with identifying voters electronically with biometric. They said they go physical the way we did 2007. That is what it was against. Let's keep everything in the right perspective, not just to say things for argument's sake. The Jubilee team suggested that because the elections had issues with the way Chebukati carried out the election, now they revert to 100% manual process of voting, where the identification will be manual, the voting will be manual. That is that's what NASA was against, because it will make every investment we have made and every progress we had made in terms of ensuring that biometrics are used to identify voters, all of it thrown down the drain, for which, in my opinion, is valid. So it's not an issue of manual or digital. It's a matter of we have an extra process of identifying voters in case the electronic one fail, which, in my opinion, is right. Number 20 kwa Joshua.
Yes, habari yako Bernard?
Niko salama, namna gani?
Nzuri. Nashangaa Willy alipiga kura 2017 I mean, because last general election ilikuwa unakuwa identify electronically. After that unaenda kwa manual register, they strap your name, wanachukua ruler, wanakata jina, and then you are being given 6 ballot papers, unapiga kura. So this time around IBC wanakataa hiyo issue ya manual register. The allegation today about mambo ya stuffing of ballot paper, 200 polling station, 100,000, I mean 10,000 polling station. It is very easy to do that if there's no manual, because already ukishakuwa identified, it will be difficult kujua wale wamepiga kura. But when in the manual register strike your name, after uchaguzi, it's easy to go to that polling station, unahesabu wale majina yao alikatwa, and then una verify na zile ballot papers zile zilikuwa cast, and then we'll already know what this is a number ambayo wale walipiga kura. According to ballot paper, this is the ballot paper that we have. So, and that's what they're trying to avoid. If Willie can go through what happened in 2017, that's what was happening. And 2017, Raila akusema kuwa ataki manual. Already umeshamueleza the way it was. But this time around, Chebukati and the team wanasema kuwa now that issue of your manual register to be scrapped out. It's very easy to do stuffing kama hiyo manual haiko, because after election hautajua watu wangapi mpiga kura. Wewe utaambiwa tu hao wanapiga kura. It's difficult for a layman person kuingia kwa system ajue kuwa so and so alipiga kura. So the issue of this manual doesn't take it serious, and kama kuna manual register, then there's no need of going to election. Afadhali election ikae, because we cannot be doing one thing each and every time wrong each and every time, because we did it 2007, 2013, 2017, now 2022. So kama hiyo mambo manual hakuna, then I think Raila should just stand firm akatai mambo hiyo election, because there's no need. I'm wondering why they don't want. What is the problem with this complementary identification? What is the problem with it? Because this in effect, the AZIMIO team said that they're not against that electronic identification, but they want something at least they can do a verification. So there's something fishy, and today it came out, and that's a fact. Because the way Junet spoke, he had a lot of confidence. Akasema kuwa anaweza pelewa kotini. It shows that they have a lot of evidence on that issue of what happened about Wetangula. About Mountain, Raila is coming and climb vizuri. Unaangalia the way today they were in Kiambu. It was well attended, and I was very happy when I saw the way the mountain Kenya mountain. The people are really happy. Wanacheka. The first time I saw, they were really jovial. So to climb Monday, tomorrow wako Kirinyaga. I'm hopeful itakuwa the same thing. And then the team ambayo UHURU will appoint to check a transitional committee, I think they should be serious. In any case, UHURU atafanya mchezo na hii uchaguzi, then they should not even hand over power to Ruto. This election must be free and fair. We don't want a repeat of 2017, because we should learn from a mistake. If mistake has taken place, we should learn from it. And if Chebukati want to repeat the mistake that it happened in 2017, then there's no need of doing this election. It's better we boycott and ibaki hivyo. Hata kama Ruto atachukua hiyo president achukue that, than going to election, and then whatever happened in 2017 should repeat itself again. So to me, I think the stand should remain: no manual registration, no election. Thank you very much.
Asante sana Bwana Joshua, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na huo utangulizi. Tunaomba tusonge mbele. Kuna video fulani hapa napenda tucheze kabla tulete Tom, na wote tafadhali tuendelee kukaribishana. Naona hiyo namba ina increase. Tafadhali, we are doing a good job. Please, let's keep it up. And comment section, let's keep it clean. We want to have right leaders. The person we go to vote for is the person we want to have at the end of the voting, not another person cooked in between. That is something that's the least that IEBC can deliver for us. History ingine ya kutupikia vifaranga vya computer, this time around hakuna havikubaliki. Na kama uko tayari kwenda kamiti, jaribu kukangua, kukangua ama kutegua vifaranga za computer. Hebu sikiliza hii shortly please, due to public demand.
Nani wala nataka nimuombe kula. Unajua wale nani wale je msabide kula. Leta na wala nataka nimuombee kura. Unajua wale tunakutiana, lakini ubaya ni ile nyumba ambayo yeye iko ndani. Mimi niko nyumba ingine na yeye kwa nyumba ingine. Tumekuja hapa, hata hii kiti ya ugavana ningekuachia. Sawa sawa.
Okay, mambo ni kama hayo. Alafu Kenya Kwanza anakuambia wako na numbers. Kumewaka moto huko Western, tafadhali. Kila mtu ajihami na watu wajipange mapema. Kimu atakuwa hapa baadaye kutuambia vile progress inaendelea kukata miti, kwa sababu hii miti inahitajika kukatwa. Asante sana. Bwana Tom, vipi?
Poa sana Bwana Bernard.
Yes.
Nimefurahi sana. Siku ya leo nimefurahi sana kusikia mjadala ya leo iko sawa kabisa. Nimefurahi kuona Bwana Joshua hapo, Joeto, Gaya, kama Dominic, Omar na wale wengine. Nimefurahi sana. Okay, nikianza hii story ya biometric na hiyo manual, kwa kweli Bwana Bernard, kuna shida hapa. Hakuna haja tunyamaze, sababu ukisikia wale wenzetu wale wa group hiyo ingine vile wanaongea, wako na confidence ingine, na hiyo confidence ndio tunataka kutoa, sababu Kenya is bigger than individual bwana. Na chenye tunaona kwa wakati huu, tunaona kama kuna something fishy somewhere, na hatuwezi kubali. Tumeona last election vile ilikuwa na vile shida ilikuwa, na watu, in fact watu wengi walipoteza maisha. So hatuwezi rudia kitu kama hiyo, ni mbaya kabisa, hatuwezi kubali. So mimi kwa upande yangu nikieleza vile msimamo ya baba, hiyo it has to be there, sababu kuna places whereby hatuwezi tumia hiyo biometric, hatuwezi tumia biometric, hiyo kila mtu anaelewa. So manual has to be there as a supplement. So that is very important. Hata vile mzee ameongea, nimefurahi na hiyo maneno, because for our own safety, for our own good, because tukinyamaza tu hivyo kila kitu itaharibika. Haya, sasa hii story ya Wetangula hata ukiona body language kuna kitu, sababu vile anaongea akiwa na uoga zingine, inamaanisha ameonekana, because our group wako na full evidence, na hata kama ni kuenda kotini, our people can go, they have the confidence, they can face the court, wanaweza eleza vile wameona, because we are not stupid. Tunaelewa mambo mengi sana Kenya bana. Kenya iko na wale wasomi, wale wajinga pia wako. Wajinga watafuatilia tu maneno, wasomi pia wataweka question mark kwa kila kitu. So hatuwezi kubali. So hii story ya Wetangula, hiyo lazima tufikirie sana bwana. Hiyo hatuwezi kubali. So mimi naona kwa upande yetu sisi kama wanazimio, lazima tukae chonjo kabisa, sababu tukirelax kila kitu itaenda kwa ukuta, na kila kitu zikifika kwa ukuta ni sisi wenyewe tutaumia. So body language ya Wetangula imetuonyesha kitu, tumemuona hata kwa sura inasema kuna kitu anajua. Yes, so vile anajua kitu, inafaa apewe hiyo nafasi atueleze Kenyans, sababu chenye tuliona last election, hiyo kitu ilituumiza sana. Many people perished, many people, we lost innocent lives just because of this nonsense. So hatuwezi kubali. We know we are winning, because hata ukiangalia counties, tuseme in provinces, tuseme Western, Hiyo ni 100%. Tukiangalia coast 100%. Tukiangalia eastern 100%. So hatuwezi kutuambia Central sasa ndio atachukua. Central hiyo tu ni 50-50. Hiyo hatuna doubt, sababu Mama Martha anafanya kazi huko. So hii maneno ya wasiwasi hawezi shinda sisi na province moja. Province moja kama hiyo ya Rift Valley. Tuko na Wamasai iko pande yetu. So ni kitu gani tutaogopa? Kama wako na ukarabati, hiyo ukarabati tumeona tayari. Na tuwezi kubali na bwana chairman wa IEBC. Bwana chairman akae tu imara, kama amelegea, sisi tuko na yeye pia, tutamwambia bwana, this is not right. Sababu hizi vitu tunafuata kila siku. Tunafuata each and every speech watu wanasema wakiwa kwa crowd. Ukiongea tunaweka some points, tunaona hii direction yake ni hii. Hiyo tumejua. So hatuwezi kubali na hii maneno inaendelea. Sababu Kenya bwana, Kenya sisi tunapendana. We need election yenye haina maneno, haina story mingi. Kama ni Ruto winning, let him win in a way that hata sisi tutasema yes. Kama ni Raila winning, let him win. Tunatuseme yes. But ukarabati kama iko katikati, hatuwezi kubali as voters. So last but not least, Bwana Bernard, today I'm very sober because I need to weka kila kitu in line. So kwa upande yangu nitaeleza wenzangu election, tutaenda kwa election na sisi kama voters tutavote vizuri. I hope tutavote bila maneno na tutangojea hiyo result bila wasiwasi. Ni hivyo tu peke yake Bwana Bernard, sina mengi, zingine tutazungumza kesho. Asanteni sana Bwana Bernard.
Okay, asante Bwana Tom, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na maoni yako. Naamini kila Mkenya amekupata kwa njia safi na amemakinika. Tuendelee kuhamasisha kila Mkenya. Na kumbuka kwamba kura haishindwi kwa kusema, inashindwa kwa kupigwa. Kwa hivyo siku ya kupiga kura usilale kwa nyumba ukisema baba ashachukua hii ama Ruto ashachukua hii. Lazima uende physically and go and vote. So lazima kila mtu atoke aende kupiga kura. That campaign has to start and it should begin by everyone reaching their nearby person, especially the Nyanza region and the Western region and the other regions that according to the statistics we were doing here, there is a huge 30% or so that did not vote. Now that needs not to be the case this time around. We need to get everybody 100% out, go and vote. Whether you're voting for or against, let your voice be heard by you voting. And the most important whatever item in this voting process is not a voter's card. Is your national ID. If you register using your national ID, keep it safely. Stop now running around with it because it's going to be very precious in the coming few weeks. You lose it, you can't replace it before the voting day. And so, if you don't protect your voter's card and your passport, please take it very seriously. Keep it safely. If possible, weka chini ya mattress. Tembea na photocopy. Polisi wakikuambia waambie unalinda kura. Yeah. Transact with the copy. Keep the original ID safely. It's a very important necessity for these elections. And then if your passport, you registered using your passport and your passport is about to expire, go and renew it in good time. Usitokee hapo na passport ime-expire ati unaenda kupiga kura. Hakuna vile utaruhusiwa kupiga kura. So watch out all these things. We don't want to lose any vote. We want every Kenyan to be heard on the ballot. Thank you very much. And I appreciate all of you that are inviting guys to join in the discourse. Thank you so much for sharing that. in your Facebook groups, in your WhatsApp groups, and other social media platforms. Please, let's keep up the good work. Let's get the whole world to tune in so that they are able to get what is happening and be able to respond rightly. Naomba tumsikilize kabla Omar yakuje, nimeambiwa hiyo video nirudie. Nani huyu ameomba, kwa hivyo naenda kurudia hiyo tape ya
Muombe kura. Nataka nimuombe kura. Unajua wale tunakudiana, lakini ubaya ni ile nyumba ambayo yeye iko ndani. Mimi niko nyumba ingine na yeye ako nyumba ingine. Tumekuja hapa, hata hii kiti ya ugavana ningekuachia. Sawa sawa.
Okay, thank you. I think that now serves the point. Mr. Omar, karibu. Namna gani?
Niko vizuri Bernard. Signal leo iko na shida.
Oh, ya kwako, samahani, pole.
Ni kwangu ama ni upande kwako?
Mimi niko sawa, nakupata vizuri sana. Oh, pole Mr. Omar, inaonekana network iko na shida. Tuende kwa Eta. Joe Ita. Is it Ita or Eta? Ita, unmute. The mic is beside your name.
Okay. So, my name is Johnson Etale, but nimeandika in short. Asante sana Mr. Bernard. Nimeshukuru sana na wenzangu, nawaona mko fresh. Mimi sitaongea mengi sana, nitachangia tu kidogo, alafu najua mengine tutaongea zaidi. Point number 1, mimi kitu naweza omba tu ni Kenya tunahitaji amani. Na wakati tunahitaji amani katika Kenya hii, tunafaa sisi wote tuzingatia amani. Kwa sababu wakati 2007, wakati election ilitokea 2007, mimi niliadhirika kama mimi. Babangu aliuliwa kwa hiyo post election pale Kariobangi. Na alikatakatwa, tulikuwa tunaokota nyama na mkono. So wakati tunasikia saa hii kuna mambo imeanza kutokea, kuna watu wameenda kuongea kule kura ballot boxes tena zinatokea, hiyo inaleta uhasama, inaanza kuchangia ile sintofahamu kwa Wakenya, kwa sababu inadhihirisha kwamba lazima kuna kura zinaenda kuibiwa. Na sisi kama Wakenya tunahitaji kura iwe ya haki, ya ukweli na usawa. Yani hata mtu akishindwa hawe anajua tu yenyewe mimi nimeshindwa, na sifai kuanza kuenda kotini, sifai kuanza kuleta furugu, sifai kuambia wafuasi wangu wa kwamba nimeshindwa, iwe nimeshindwa kwa ukweli. Kwa hivyo mimi nitaomba Wakenya wenzangu, kama ni kuvote, wacha tu vote peacefully na tuweke amani. Kwa sababu vita ni kitu ingine mbaya sana katika nchi hii. Either Ruto ndiye atawin, ama ni Raila ndiye atawin, ama ni Wajakoya, bado tu tutabaki kuwa Wakenya. Kwa hivyo ninaomba kwamba the more tunaendelea tukienda mbele, tuelimishane, kwa sababu hapa nje wanasema ground vitu ziko different. So sisi kama jamii ya Mtembei TV, wacha tuweze kuelimishana, tuelimishe wale watu wengine wenye wako kule nje, tuambie amani ni kitu ya maana. So bwana Bernard, mimi sitaongea mingi sana kwa saa hii. Hiyo clip nimeona hiyo ya nani huko Kakamega, sitachangia kwa saa hii, lakini next time nitaongelea. Asante sana.
Asante sana, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na maoni yako. Ni muhimu tulinde amani na alafu tuelimishane. Julisha rafiki yako, mama yako, ndugu yako, Kusikue na yote ambaye anaenda kupiga kura bila kujua kwa nini anapiga kura. Na naendelea kusisitiza kwamba go and vote for a cause. Don't just vote because there is a political party or there is some your friend or your uncle is on the ballot. Let's understand that this vote is giving 5 years of leadership, which will either make you cry or make you be happy. So take that to heart even as you get set to vote. Bwana Omar, ulitupwa nje vipi?
Network ilikuwa na shida bana, lakini sasa hivi naona iko sawa.
Changia mbio mbio.
Mimi kuchangia kidogo, rally ya mzee leo ilikuwa sio mbaya. Mimi nina hofu kitu moja tu, na ile Bernard nilikuwa nazungumza ndio inajitokezea. Kuanzia kitambo mimi nilikuwa simtrust Chebukati. Watu waanze kumchangamkia mapema. Huyu jamaa ameleta mess Kenya. Ameleta mess sana. Kafaa watu wa Azimio wamchangamkie. Bila hiyo itakuwa ni shame. Huyu mzee wetu sasa amekuwa mtu mzima. Atakuwa anaibiwa hivyo kila saa, mambo ya kiujinga Bernard. Lazima tukae macho saa hii. Ikue ni free and fair. At least tukiona mtu ameshindwa free and fair, hata mwenyewe unaridhika. Lakini mambo anaanza kwa hiyo mchezo hii Bernard lazima tuanze kuichangamkia mapema, kwa sababu kuanzia kitambo nilikuwa nazungumza kuhusu Chebukati vile ana behave, kuhusu hata hii mambo ya Sakaja. Hii mambo ya Sakaja Nairobi, nilijua Chebukati afanye kazi yake vizuri. Anamwachilia Sakaja hivyo. Nikajua hapa kuna kitu Bernard. Huyu Chebukati huyu si mtu wa kutrust. Lazima, nashukuru jana vile koti imesema, lazima saa hii hakuna kitu saa hii Wakenya waamke, hakuna kitu wataprint. Hii kitu lazima irudiwe, ikaliwe chini, irudiwe square one. Mambo ya hiyo mambo ya ballot, hizo makaratasi, hakuna karatasi yote inaprintiwa. Kama ujanja imeshajitokezea, tusichukulie mzaha Bernard. Round hii hatutaki mchezo. Huyu mzee ameibiwa kutosha Bernard. Na round hii ni wakati wake. Mambo hii ukiona watu wa UDA hawana wasiwasi, kuna kitu wanafanya, na lazima tukue macho. Tusione ati tuko na system ndio tupumzike. Lazima tukae macho, lazima pia hata sisi tujisaidie. Hakuna mtu atakubali irudi kama zile elections zimepita. Wakenya wamekufa sana Bernard. Lazima hii isitokeze mavurugo Kenya, mtu achaguliwe kulingana na watu wale wamemchagua, si ipatikane ukora katika hizi system nini. Hiyo hatutakubali. Na mzee leo vile amezungumza hapo, nimemuunga mkono. Already Raila amezungumza waziwazi na mapema, akasema kama itakuwa hivi hakuna election, na already ameshamuonya Chebukati. Na huyu Chebukati government lazima imuangalie saa hii. Hii mambo anafanya hata kama iko dependent, lakini hapana, hiyo hatutakubali round hii. Na kitu ingine, hiyo video ya Western ya Oparanya na Khalwale Western imeonyesha Western kumekuwa moto Bernard. Ukiona Khalwale anafuata Oparanya, ground Western si kuzuri. Ukiona Mdavadi anakaa huko, ana camp huko, amuona si kuzuri Western saa hii. Watu wamesha decide Yaani tuseme Kenya watu wamesha decide, ule atapigia Ruto, ule atapigia Raila. Saa hii hakuna ule mtu anasema haja decide. Na saa hii hakuna kucheza. Saa hii ni kukampeni usiku na mchana. Vile UDA wanafanya usiku na mchana, tumechanuka hata sisi. Tutakampeni usiku na mchana. Hakuna kulala. Na watu wa Azimio hakuna kulala, hakuna kusimamisha campaign. Bernard, wafikishie hiyo message. Hakuna kusimamisha campaign mpaka August 9 ndio campaign itasimamishwa. Lakini kwa saa hii, kuanzia saa hii vile wana campaign usiku na mchana, hata sisi tunawafuata neck to neck. Hakuna kulala Bernard. Na hii mchezo wameanza Bernard, wasifikiri tumelala. Kila kona wakipiga, hata sisi tunapiga. Vichochoro wanapita, hata sisi tunapita. Hii ukiangalia story ya Wetangula huyu jamaa hayuko sawa, kwa sababu wakumbuke ile mambo ya Dubai, anakanusha waziwazi na ni yeye yuko ndani, sauti yake. Na tusichukulie Wetangula ni mtu wa hivi hivi, lazima pia government imchunguze, kwa sababu ameshajulikana sasa, ndio unaona anajitetea. Na Nairobi tunafanya vizuri, nimeona hizo polls zimetolewa. Hata kama tunafanya vizuri, tusikae watu wa Azimio. Saa hii unaona William Ruto halali, ana campaign. Sasa hata sisi pia hakuna kulala. Hata kama mtu ataletewa chai kwa gari na bibi yake, ama aletewe brangeti juu ya gari Bernard, usiku na mchana ndio campaign. Ni hiyo tu Bernard kwa saa hii nilikuwa nayo.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Omar, tunashukuru. Nani ame drop out and I wanted to give him opportunity. Nilikuwa nimemruka. But if you can come back, please do. I will give you priority when you come back. Mama Selina, vipi?
Yes, Bernard.
You're on the move.
Yeah, na mambo ni poa. Mpaka nataka kwanza no register, no election. Hiyo ndio naona kama nimeona sahi, na naenda kwa nyumba. Kwa hivyo nitakuwa na wakati mzuri ya kuongea, but nataka nishukuru ile mkutano nimeona imefanyika Kiambu Central, kutokea ile msichana mdogo, wale watoto wawili walitoa poem, na mkutano yenyewe asa Katundu. Bernard, believe me or not, niliwaambia kura ya Central inaamuliwa kama imebaki mwezi moja ama hata 3 weeks to election. Kitu ingine Bernard, naona nimesikia hiyo mambo ya Wetangula na mambo ya makaratasi. Nataka niulize kitu moja tu. Kama serikali iliweza kupata hii panya sote yenye Ruto amejaribu kukuwa na
Mama Selina, net yako imekataa. Pole, nafikiria utarudi baadaye. Your internet is not flowing. Okay, thank you very much. We trust Mama will come back later. Akishafika kwa nyumba ndio atastabilize, alafu akuja atoe point zake. Naomba kila mmoja tafadhali tujitahidi, usitazame kipindi peke yako, hakikisha kwamba unamkaribisha mtu ili kila mmoja amakinike. Na hii kura ni lazima. Watu wanasema Chebukati afungwe milele. This time round is not business as usual. Akikubali kutumika kwa maovu, mimi nitakuwa mstari wa mbele kuhakikisha kwamba anafungwa tena kamiti. Na ikuwe life because we have lost lives. because of poor management of elections. The kind of revelations we got when we were doing statistics of all the MPs in Kisii were not voted for, they were generated. Hiyo maswala kama hayo, watu kama Titimas na wao wengine wa ajabu ajabu wao wanapatikana Western, when Western gave Uhuru Kenyatta less than 10%, alafu anapata 6 MPs. How is that possible? That is not so we don't want that madness. Let's get credible elections, free and fair. Mtu apoteze kwa sababu ni free and fair, si hata amepikiwa vitu fulani ambavyo vinakuja kuharibu masuala ya nchi na masuala ya uongozi. Mchungaji.
Yes, mtumizi. Niko.
Karibu.
Leo hiyo maneno my friend mmenisema wacha tu na mimi nisikia hapo jamaa mwingine anakuuliza maswali ngumu. Nikasema sasa mchungaji anapiwa na mimi niko hapa. Mimi ndio food soldier. Na wasalimia nyinyi wote, panelists na viewers wote mahali mpo. Vile umesema hivyo, kura ichungwe hata kuliko pesa. Afadhali pesa ipotee lakini kura isipotee. Pesa utapata lakini hiyo ikishaenda unajua election ya 90 tuipate tena mpaka another 5 years. So kwa hivyo kila mtu avote. If you don't vote already, you have voted the person you did not want. So better vote. Hiyo ndio sasa itakuwa make difference. Sasa swali ni hii, nilisikia huyu jamaa anasema ati what happened in 2017 na mbona sasa register inataka kutumika. Mwambie asome sheria inasema nini. Wewe umemuuliza vizuri account yako, what is the recovery account in case this one doesn't work. You need a recovery email even in case this one doesn't or is broke or whatever happens. So wawache hiyo mchezo. Chebukati is on record saying 2 million people have been sifted from the register to different places. What does that mean? Kuonyesha hiyo register inaweza kuwa tempered with. Maybe you are not there. Chebukati mwenyewe bila anaonekana hivyo, can you believe? Unaweza muamini ya kwamba hiyo ni ukweli? Alirudishwa. Walirudisha ngapi? So hiyo mchezo waache. Hiyo mchezo waache. Register lazima iwekwe hapo for verification. Just in case ukionekana kama wamesatoa jina yako, wakiweka hiyo nini itaonyesha. So hata kuna vote hapo, kuna kitambulizo, uwezi vote. Lakini kama kuna manual register wataangalia wapate jina yako hapo. Na utaenda hapo just a form vote. You know, ile mambo tuko na shida ni kwamba hata unaweza vote na penso kama hakika wewe ni mtu mzalendo. Lakini sasa kwa sababu watu tuko na hatuaminiani, ni sisi ni watu wa vituko na bisanga na kila kitu. Sasa ndio unaona hiyo voting yetu inakuwa shida. Ndio unaona, na sasa kwa sababu saa hii vile huyo jamaa na BA kuonyesha ya kwamba kuna mission labda. Why? Mbona anasema sasa kwa nini yeye ameamua the last minute sasa ni electronic itafanya? Na hizo scheme machine sikikwama. Anakuambia ya kwamba kuna mtu hapa atakuja abadilishe battery alafu baadaye hapo hizo zote na suppose no one shows up. Na watu wakipewa pesa wakose kukutana up, what will happen? They don't tell us. Even Electoral Commission hao watu wa IEBC wenyewe wataka ku explain. They don't give valid reason for satisfying the people that we will do this. So waweke manual hapo, just in case anything happens, then they can verify and somebody will vote. Because you know, just in case anything happens, then they can verify and somebody will vote. Because you know, just in case anything happens,
sisi tunasema hatusikii.
Ni kutoka huko.
Sisi tunasema hatusikii.
Yonasema huko kuna mtu anafaa ku unmute. Yonasema huko kuna mtu anafaa ku unmute. Yonasema huko kuna mtu anafaa. Hello. So kulikuwa na miss up kidogo hapo, eko inakuja. So nilikuwa nasema hivi, Chebukati understands. Hata hii mambo ya Sakaja is the one advising Sakaja all those things, because he ended up saying this is what you will do, and amesema sasa hiyo tribunal is the final. Then he says the code. See, even even the things the way they are done, even you can see from the other side where even the degree came from, you will find there is also some issues going on of the same. So hapo ile kitu iko register iko hapo to verify in case if your name is not appearing in the machine or the voting kit. Why? So that you don't go home. We need people to vote. Maybe at your stronghold, your names have been struck out. There is nothing in the electronic register. So that's why they say they don't want the manual, because manual will counter check it. I think that is the reason we are saying both according to the law, there is no question about that. The law require it should be there. Final.
Okay, asante sana. That is straightforward and clear enough. Let everybody do everything according to the law. Chebukati should not select which law to obey and which law not to obey. Everything must be done decently and in order, like the Bible says. So let us not play games. And like I said, the demand for what is right should not be a one person, like what UDA and team are beginning to say, that the ODM people are now, or the AZIMIO people are panicking. There is nothing to panic about. It is a matter of the law being followed to the letter, and then also putting the country ahead. We cannot afford to have a bungled election at this point in time. If Chebukati is not competent enough, let him be kicked out. Let him be kicked out by tomorrow morning. We need to have an election that is presided over by competent people with credible track record. In my opinion, Chebukati should accept the fact that he's a limping prophet. And if he does not take time, we'll do these elections without him. And not that he will have gone to dig the farm. We'll do it when he's in committee. Because the court order to open the server is still hanging on his head. So it's not a matter that he's safe where he is. Tutamkamata. Naomba hivi thank you. Kuna Edwin, kuna nani huyu mwingine, kuna Steven Onyango, au ndio watachangia. Nilikuwa nataka kupatia Fatuma, lakini Fatuma ni kama amedropiwa out. Edwin Mugambi, vipi? Unmute, the mic is beside your name on the screen. Yes.
Sasa unanisikia vizuri eh?
Yes, you're clear now. Go ahead. Unmute, the mic is beside your name on the screen.
Yes, nimeunmute. Nataka niseme ya kwamba kulingana na siasa ya Azimio vile inaendelea kwa sasa. Yes, nimeunmute. Nataka niseme ya kwamba kulingana na siasa ya Azimio vile
Order. Bwana Edwin. Ngoja, sikiliza Bwana Edwin, sikiliza. You are listening from YouTube feed as well as studio. That's why they are double feedback. So mute, no, don't mute, stop the feedback. Either YouTube or Facebook. Usikilize na kuongea kupitia studio peke yake. Either YouTube or Facebook.
You can hear me? Can you hear me now? You can hear me? Can you hear me now?
When Edwin, you're not listening to the instruction. You have two feeds. Okay? You are listening from YouTube as well as studio. You can't do that because the feedback will always come back and create confusion. So what you do is you can't do that pause the video in YouTube so that Thank you. Bwana Mugambi, I'm saying you are listening to the two browsers, both studio and the one for the listeners. So put off the one for the listeners first so that you are able to communicate through the studio. If you're able to get me, Mugambi, listen carefully. You can't be in the studio and also be listening to what the viewers are listening. It will provide a feedback and create whatever noise. So correct that. When you come back, you'll be able to communicate without problem. Bwana Stephen Onyango, vipi? Unmute, the mic is beside your name on the screen.
Yes, nakupata vizuri Bwana Bernard.
Yes, uko sawa, endelea.
Nafurahi pia kwa kazi ambayo mnafanya. Mnafanya kazi mzuri sana.
Thank you.
Ninaweza way into kwa issue ya IBC kwa sababu hiyo ndio nimeona inakaa critical kwa sababu ya muda, vile pia imebaki muda kidogo sana watu waende election, na ni kitu ambayo inafaa Chebukati this time round make sure kwamba ameipata right, because itakuwa sad sana kujipata kwa situation ambayo tulijipata last time when we were doing 2017 election. I don't think kama Chebukati atakuwa na nafasi ya kufanya mchezo kama ila alifanya 2017, because that one still keep hindering in some people's mind. Kuna wale hata walienda exile kwa sababu ya mchezo kama hizo. Kuna wale wali lost their life because of those kind of games. So sijui Kenya yetu ni nani aliingiza mambo ya vitu kutofanyika kwa njia inayofaa, kwa sababu we have distractors wale hawapendi system zifanye kazi. Like now the case that we are hearing ya mambo na ballot papers kuprintiwa vibaya, it was there even in 2017. Cases kama hizo zilikuwa, but now itakuwa mbaya sana kama tena zinaweza rudia wakati huu. I think Mr. Chebukati should take this thing serious, na angalie kama yeye pia Mkenya, angalie kwamba Kenyans need something that is credible, verifiable, na waweke imani kwa election, kwa sababu vile inaendelea itakuwa ngumu sana even for generation to come to trust the election board, because ini shida yenye tumekuwa nayo tangu zamani mpaka saizi bado tuko nayo, and that is why we are spending a lot of money for election. Ukicompare hata na neighboring countries, our spend kiasi ile sisi tunaspend hapa Kenya. So we need to fix it, and we need to fix it now, sio wakati mwingine. This time round we have to fix it, ili elections zile zitakuwa zikikuja hapo mbele ziwe za wazi na ukweli, siwe tena kuna mambo mengine yenye inaingia ndani, na hii inatengeneza culture mbaya, inafanya watu wengine wanaona kwamba hii Kenya unaweza ongoza hata kama hujaenda shule, unaweza ongoza hata kama we ni mwizi, unaweza ongoza hata bora tu yani uwe na pesa unaweza ongoza, which is a bad culture. We should not accept this. So hiyo issue ya IBC tu ndio naweza changia Mr. Bernard, na nitaacha wengine pia waendelee kuchangia. Thank you.
Asante sana Bwana Onyango, tunashukuru kwa hayo, na tunatarajia kwamba kila Mkenya atamakinika na awajibike katika majukumu yanayotukumba kulingana na uchaguzi huu. Thank you all of you that are following us around the world. Please make sure that you don't watch alone. I keep encouraging you. If you have not subscribed to Mtembei TV, subscribe. If you have not followed us on Facebook, we have 2 accounts, both the profile Mtembei TV and then our page Mtembei TV Official. Make sure you follow both so that you don't miss out on any of our programming. There is a lot in store that we share more than this particular program. So if this is the only program you're following, you're missing a lot. We have almost over 100 videos per day. So make sure that unakuwa mfuasi kamili. Na wale ambao hamjajoin kama members wa Mtembei TV, tafadhali jitahidi hakikisha kwamba umejoin ili ukue mmoja wa kondoo. Zawadi kwa kutumia hiyo ni lugha ya chacha, so usikazirike. Ni lugha ya chacha. Ingia we mmoja wa kondoo. So ni wimbo mtakatifu, kwa hivyo usikuwa offended. It's a valid requirement. And on that note, I want to play a few videos before we proceed with the discourse. This Chebukati Manenos needs to be handled properly. We must have the elections like the one we had in 2002. Free and fair, credible and verifiable. Hii story nyingine ya mangi business, hiyo hairuhusiwi. Kama unataka kwenda kamiti, jaribu. Okay, let's try this. Okay. All right, let's go this. Aya, tuanzie wapi? Tuanzie hapa.
ODM has started showing signs of panic. They should not try and intimidate the IEBC or to give IEBC conditions when it is 34 days to the election. You cannot try to change the law at this hour. So watu wa ODM, muwache kutoa vitisho kwa IEBC. Muwache kuambia watu mtasusia. Hii mambo ya kusema mnasusia ni dalili ya kuonyesha sasa ile opinion polls mmekuwa mkitoa za uongo, ati nyinyi mko mbele. Mumeanza kuona dalili kwamba mtashindwa asubuhi na mapema. Hawa jamaa walikuwa wanapenda kusema kwamba wana dictate. Ati hao ndio wanajua vile watapanga uchaguzi. Hao ndio watafanya vile wanajua ati Wakenya wasipate haki yao. Lakini sasa wenyewe ndio wameanza kulalamika kwamba mambo ni mabaya, mambo ni magumu, na mimi nataka niwaambie mambo ni magumu kwa nini. Mheshimiwa Raila, Mheshimiwa Uhuru, mambo ni magumu kwenu kwa sababu mumeharibu bei ya unga. Mambo ni magumu kwenu kwa sababu mumeharibu bei ya sukari. Mambo yamekuwa magumu kwenu kwa sababu mumeharibu bei ya mafuta ya kupika.
Azimio la Umoja Raila Odinga kwa kuingilia utendakazi wa tume huru ya uchaguzi na uratibu wa mipaka nchini IEBC. Akizungumza kutoka kaunti ya Marsabit alipokuwa akinadi sera zake, amesema kuwa Odinga ameonyesha wasiwasi wa kushindwa kwenye uchaguzi mkuu wa Agosti 9, huku akimtaka Odinga kukoma kushinikiza IEBC kufanya kazi kwa njia za mkato.
Tuna haja na nani anachapisha ile kura. Sisi hatuna haja nani anasimamia ile kura. Sisi tuko na haja na wapigaji kura. Na ndio sisi tumesema tuko tayari tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8. Ile mimi nataka niwaulize watu wa kuzimia. Ile nataka niulize watu wa kuzimia ni kwamba wajipange, twende kwa uchaguzi. Wananchi wa Kenya waamue na wasianze kutuletea vitisho, wasianze propaganda, wasianze kujipanga wakatae tena hii uchaguzi wa tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 kwa sababu wanataka kung'oa reli na kujiapisha tena. Tunawaambia hiyo mambo ya kung'oa reli na kujiapisha hakuna tena katika taifa letu la Kenya. Hawa wananchi wataamua. Ni kweli ama si kweli? Ni kweli ama si kweli? Kwa hivyo tunamwambia mzee wa kitendawili, tafadhali wacha kuanza propaganda ati sijui kura sijui imetoka wapi. ati sijui ballot paper imetoka wapi. Mi nataka niulize IEBC wapeleke huyu mtu wa kitendawili aone mahali kura zinachapishwa, wampatie ile kazi yote anafanya. Hata akitaka ndugu yake asimamie makura, wampatie hiyo nafasi, lakini bora uchaguzi iwe tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 na wananchi wa Kenya wapatiwe nafasi ya kupiga hiyo kura, kwa sababu wananchi wameamua kitendawili anaenda nyumbani asubuhi na mapema.
Haya, huyo ni Deputy President. The Kenya Kwanza UDA presidential candidate anasema mambo kama hayo. Hana haja vile IEBC inafanya kazi, hana haja kama sheria inafuatwa. Yeye ako tuna haja na wapiga kura. How genuine is that? Naomba tumlete Mr. Wangira, alafu ndio tuende kwa Mama Selina. And I hope now amefika kwa nyumba. Mr. Wangira vipi?
Mzuri, naweza kubali mama aanze alafu nitakuja. Kwa heshima yake.
Asante, thank you.
Hey,
Mama, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Wangira. Bernard, hii mambo nataka kushikia hapa mahali wanaongea. Unajua kuchipika kifua na and by the way, kura ya kuipa ya 2013, 2017 murengo ya UHURU wa kuipa kura. The ringleader is the man of the day now is talking. Ndiye sababu angechapana kofi kumwambia nimefanya hii kazi yote alafu tena unataka kukataa. So Chebukati na asiseme ODM na asiseme baba ameokopa. Ni Wakenya wanataka kujua ukweli ya IEBC. And by the way, si lazima uchaguzi isimamishwe. Hata siku ile ingine deputy ya Chebukati ndiye alikuwa anafanya kazi. So tuko na mambo mingi. I hope kama kweli kuna kasoro, Chebukati akae kando, akuwe kwa commission, tukue na commissioner mwingine aendeshe hii mambo, because Kenya wawezi kucheza ile kazi UHURU na Raila walifanya tukakuwa na amani. Hatutaki iende mahali mbaya. In these 34 days ama 32 days penalty. Na kitu ingine yenye 33 days, yes. Ni kwamba hata yeye mwenyewe ona hiyo kura, ona hiyo watu wako nayo Isholo. Hakuna watu wapo fananisha hii mkutano ya Kenya Kwanza na ile baba alikuwa naye. Hata haifiki hapo vit. Ya mwisho ile kura ile mkutano imekuwa central kutokea jana Nyeri na leo Kiambu. Unajua hawa penalty wakati ya mchezo iko na hawa wakidecide, ukiangalia hiyo mkutano unaniona iko wa mama, iko wase, iko vijana na mkutano imetulia. Watu wakiambiwa wacha hii wanasikia. Hiyo ni mtu amechilete, achanunuliwa kushout. Huyo ni mtu amekuja mkutano kusikiza. So, baba ni kama amewin the entire 8 provinces. Kwa sababu hata kura za Rift Valley, Nakuru, Masaini, Turkana, Pokot. Na hata hiyo mnatuambia ya Wakalenjin. There are very many silent majority. Hakuna mtu anataka kukaa nje. Na wakati uchumi ya Kenya imeharibika, hakuna mahali imewacha. Kama ni sukari, tunanunua yote the same. Hata wale walikuwa na mahindi, sahi wananunua. Unajua sisi, watu korogoro tulikuwa tunasikilia Kisumu na sehemu zingine. Sahi korogoro hata imefika Rift Valley. Hawakukuwa wanajua hizo mambo. Mtu hata hakuchua ati korogoro ni sahi ndio unasikia wanalia, wanasema hatujaijua hiyo. So imefanya kila mtu Kenya amesikia. So niwache hiyo nikuje kwa mjadala ya leo, kwa sababu sitaki kuchukua nafasi mingi. Wangira ameniheshimu akanipatia nafasi. Chana nilikuwa nasikia kuingia, lakini singeweza, niko kasini. Nataka nakumbuka hiyo mama aliimba hiyo twende Nairobi tusalamie baba Raila na mama Karua. Nikakumbuka hiyo nyimbo ilitusaidia, but it is okay. Lakini Uhuru amefanya kazi. Mimi wacha niwachie hapo, kwa sababu nitakuwa hapa niendelee kusikia maoni vile watu wamesema, lakini cha muhimu Bernard hatutaki kurisk, and we want the Matiangis, the Gishoros, au wafanyikazi ya serikali unaona wanaenda hadharani kusupport papa. Nani anataka akuja nyongwe ama afutwe kazi saa ile serikali imeenda mbaya? Pena tuacha niwatie hapo kwa sasa.
Okay, asante Mama Selina, tunashukuru kwa mchango huu na mtazamo huu. Kila mmoja atahadhari, aswa wale wafanyikazi wa IEBC. Kumbuka, this time hatuendi kushtaki IEBC, kila mtu atabeba mzigo wake. Kila mtu atauchukua mzigo wake na atajibu maswali kulingana na vile alifanya kazi. Usikubali signature yako itumike bure, usikubali ofisi yako itumike kwa ufisadi, usiharibu uchaguzi ambao lazima ukue msafi na ukue wa haki. Wezi kila mara hapa Nairobi hata leo nilikuwa mjini, wakati tunatoka hivi na gari, kuna mtu alijaribu kusnatch simu kutoka kwa mtu. So na dereva akamuona. So akasema shika huyo mtu. Alafu sasa the whole street they came into a panic, began to chase after the thief, but the thief disappeared. And one of the things that made the thief disappear is that he started to shout and say yule huyo pointing mbele, so ili asijulikane yeye ndio mwizi. Hii story tunasikia hii ya Kenya Kwanza wanaanza kuteta na kusema hiki na kile. Inaonekana they have closed in onto them in terms of their elaborate plan to interfere with these elections. The team that doesn't have numbers is known. The team that doesn't have nationwide support is known. So let us not fall into their trap. Let's do what is necessary to see to it that we have credible leaders at all levels. So we will go back to Mr. Wangira. Alafu turudi kwa Jenta wa Ndera.
Thank you, Bernard. How are you? Regards to everybody.
We are good. Thank you so much.
Bernard, let me tell you, on the 9th of August this year, there will be no monkey business. Na kama Chebukati atataka kuona usiku mrefu, we dare him to try. And you know, this message is directed to him and his staff. Kwamba there will be no monkey business. Bernard, I've been consistent on this platform on the issue of the adherence to the election law. And I've always quoted Section 44A of the Elections Act that is very, very clear that we must have the two set of records that are supposed to complement each other. The other set is the electronic register. The one set is the electronic register and the other set is the manual register. That is the law. And that's what Raila Odinga is telling Chebukati, that we must have the manual register at the polling station. And it's the same thing which even Nelson Havi, the former president of the Law Society of Kenya, said 2 days ago, that if he moves into a polling station and there is no manual register and electronic register, there will be no elections. That's what Nelson Havi said. And it's the same thing that Raila Odinga has said. Let us adhere to the law. We have Section 44A of the Elections Act. It's very, very clear. It's not you to decide what will be abused. You know, work within the law, Mr. Chebukati. Usituambie kwamba if we have manual register, it is prone to being abused. That's not your business. Your business is to ensure that you adhere to the law. When we move to the vote polling station, let us get the vote electronic and the manual register. And you know, Raila Odinga has raised one thing that some of us have been asking. And Bernard, I remember I asked you the other time that we are being told about the electronic register, and nobody is telling us how it's going to handle this issue of vote stuffing. You remember I asked you that question, and I asked you specifically that question. I think a week or two ago to tell me how these people were going to handle this issue of vote stuffing, because the problem we have in this country is vote stuffing, nothing else. Vote stuffing, or people generating what we call ungazetted polling stations from where they vote, and then they transfer their materials to the gazetted polling station for purposes of counting. That is where the problem is. And Raila has come up very clearly, because he has said with the electronic voter register, it's not very easy to track how many people voted. That's what he said. Unlike the manual register, where you know every time you cross the name of a person, you know it's always crossed with a ruler. Where you cross, it's very easy to follow up and know who voted in this particular polling station. So we are just asking him to adhere to the law. And you know, I see Chebukati heading up into a lot of quagmire. Remember yesterday, the High Court declared his move to require that people must carry copies of IDs for them to be endorsed as presidential candidates or gubernatorial candidates or MCA candidates at independent level. The court yesterday found that one to be illegal, and they quoted the Constitution, Article 35 of the Constitution. They even quoted the Data Protection Act. And you know, Chebukati, the reason why Chebukati is being made the chair of IEBC, you know, as the chair of the IEBC must have the same status uh, as those of the judge of the Supreme Court, no, of the judge of the Court of Appeal, which means the status and qualifications of Chebukati are those of the judge of the Court of Appeal, which means this is a person who is supposed to interpret the law accordingly. So we are having Chebukati, a person who today can serve as a judge of the Court of Appeal and able to interpret the law. And this is where now I even agree with Ekuro Kos and Ruben Kigame that this guy should just go home, because the reason you were appointed was that you know you had the same qualifications like those of a judge of the Court of Appeal, and you know you are not applying those particular qualifications for the advantage of the commission. Then why do we have you there as the chair of the IEBC? You know, there is no reason. And again, this issue of ballot printing, I raised it here with Wakina Temba just 2 days ago at the tail end of the program. I asked myself, why did IBC decide to go to Greece? Bernard, we know the history of Greece. Greece is a country whose economy almost collapsed in 2008. It almost collapsed. This is where all crooks in names of businesses reside, in Greece. So you go to Greece, then you get a company from Greece to bring it to Kenya here to print for us the ballot papers. And again, what interest does Wetangula have with this particular company that he even sent his PA to Greece to speak to the directors of that company? You know, those are the things that now, those are issues that must be interrogated, Bernard, because you don't know, we don't want any monkey businesses here. What are these businesses? And you know, I told you, and I remember telling you, and I repeat, I told you that the problem in this country is ballot stuffing, and we were discussing this issue 2 days ago. How sure are we that they are going to print the procured number of ballot papers? For example, if the procured numbers of ballot papers are let us say 22 million, are we sure that they are going to print 22 million ballot papers? How sure are you that they are not going to print 23 million ballot papers? And for what I've read from somewhere else, that there was a ploy in the Kenya Kwanza Alliance to steal between 795,000 to 1 million votes, which means they are planning that if they can stuff between 795,000 to a million votes, you know, that one will go to their advantage, because already statistics are saying that William Ruto is likely to lose this election by around a million votes. So you see, they are now playing around that 1 million figure number, so that if they're in a position to staff around that 1 million figure number, they will have bridged, the loss that they're likely to suffer. So, we need to know, every ballot paper needs to be accounted, the way central bank accounts for every printed note. We must be very sure that if it was 22 million ballot papers ordered for printing, then they must only print 22 million ballot papers. These issues we are hearing that, there are some ballot papers that are supposed to come through Uganda, then they will be marked, and they will be then they will cross through Uganda into Kenya for purposes of doing monkey business. We don't want to hear that. We don't want to hear that. Let us adhere to the law. I agree with you, Bernard, because the numbers are on our side. And the way you have said, we want an election as clean as that one of 2002. Any monkey business this time, I'm telling Chebukati, and I'm telling him through this platform, I don't think any court will spare him. If he tries monkey business, I see committee waiting for him, Bernard. If this time, the other time, he was almost found to be in contempt of court, and the court saved him. This time, I don't see him getting saved. If he tries any monkey businesses, Bernard, this guy is going to jail. Hakuna mchezo hapa, hakuna mchezo. And now that we have known that kuko na ukora, we are going to be very, very vigilant. Tunaenda kulinda kura kikamilifu hapa. Hakuna uongo nini. And finally, listening to somebody like Musalia Mudavadi. Musalia Mudavadi is not even worth our time, Bernard, here. Wacha tumwachie Nelson Havi. Wacha Nelson Havi adili na Musalia Mudavadi. We don't have time to respond to guys like Musalia Mudavadi, Bernard. That will be wasting our airtime here on Mutembei, Bernard. Let me leave it at that and allow somebody else to come in.
Asante sana Bwana Wangira, tunashukuru kwa hayo. Tusonge mbele. Kila Mkenya makinika. Kuna nani huyu Geoffrey Ruto anasema, why are we panicking when we have the government? There is nobody who is panicking. We are safeguarding the people at the IEBC. Let them do what they are supposed to do. Any external influence that they allow themselves to play along will mess them big time. But everybody is going to carry their cross. Don't accept to be used by somebody who will not be in the court to help you, who will not visit you at a committee, because that's where you're headed. We will not take anything less than a free, fair, credible, verifiable election. Zile story ya lawyers kwenda Supreme Court wanasema hawataki ballot papers zihesabiwe tena kwa sababu that will disadvantage their client. That's a claim that was put before the glare of camera by President Uhuru Kenyatta's lawyer. Now we don't want that. Kama ni kurudia kuhesabu, kura ziletwe zihesabiwe. Kama ni kuhesabu crossed, like the reason why they are running away from the physical register is because that physical register, after it's crossed, is also put into the ballot papers, and it should be produced so that the people who voted electronically, who are confirmed electronically, and those whatever crossed physically must agree with the number of votes that are cast in that particular polling station. So hii story ya mtu kutafuta nafasi ya kwenda kufanya biashara yake ya kujaribu kufanya mshindwa akwe mshindi na mshindi au mshindwa haiwezekani this time round. Tumewaona kwa mbali na lazima wakamatwe this time round before they act. This time it is not after. This time is before they commit the crime. They should be taken to wherever they are supposed to be. This country is more important than anyone's life, than anyone's ambition, than anyone's quest to be anything in this country. We can only have a Kenya that is progressive by progressive leaders. And progressive leaders will be produced from a credible election process, not a faulty one, not a twisted one, not a monkey business one. So we will not have right leaders if we don't use a right process to get those right leaders. And anybody who wants to interfere with the process of us getting leaders is a bad leader already. Na ashughulikiwe tu mapema. So physical register. Now there are those people who are insisting on manual register. We are not talking of manual register. It is called physical register. Okay, there is a reason why they are calling it manual, so that they can now play the ticket of analog versus digital. The digital identification of voters through biometrics, part and parcel of the election process. But physical register should be there to complement the electronic register. We have 2 witnesses. The Bible says where 2 or 3 witnesses are, a matter is settled. So kama watu wanapaswa kupiga kura in that polling station, 700 people, and 500 turned up, okay? We should have 500 crossed names in the physical register. We should have 500 names archived from the electronic register. And we should have 500 votes. Not 500 people voted. The president got 1,000 votes from the same place, from the 500. Did the 500 multiply by 2 when it became to president? That is what we are guarding against, and it must be upheld all through. Naomba tucheze tape mbili hivi, alafu tumlete WG. Tukisonga mbele, tafadhali tuendelee kukaribishana. Nashukuru kwa wale ambao mnaendelea kushare. Keep sharing in your WhatsApp group, keep sharing in your Facebook groups. Karibisha dunia nzima wajumuike nasi katika Mtembei TV tunapochambua siasa, na kila mmoja amakinike. Hapa hakuna kuchanganyikiwa. Hapa tuko hapa kuhakikisha kwamba ukweli wa mambo ndio unajulikana. Propaganda peke yake ndio hayusiki hapa. Ukijaribu kuiuza, basi utakabwa ko, kwa sababu you must substantiate every claim you bring up, or else keep it to yourself. Church tunasema aliye na sababu yoyote hawa wawili wasiunganishwe aseme sasa ama nyamaze milele. So if you come to say anything, please make sure that you're standing by what you're saying and you're sure of the same. Okay, let's listen out to this.
It's a must at each and every polling station. This is not negotiable. You're telling the IEBC they must have a manual register along with biometric identification of the voters on that polling day. Kabla hivyo hakuna uchaguzi.
Baba amemaliza. Okay, let's get this to, I think is the right one.
Hey. Na mimi nataka niwaambie hawa viongozi wenu wote, si mnaona hawatembei na mimi mchana, lakini hawa viongozi wenu wote wananipigia simu usiku, wananiunga mkono usiku, ati kwa sababu wanaogopa kufungwa. Nimewauliza mtafungwa kwa sababu gani? Ati kuna maneno tumefanya na hatutaki tufungwe. Sasa mimi nauliza nyinyi watu wa Marsabit, mtaniunga mkono usiku kama viongozi wenu ama mnaniunga mchana jameni? Nyinyi ni wa mchana? Hebu nione wanasema sisi ni wa mchana. Hawa viongozi wenu wote wale wanaunga mkono bwana kitendawili, wanaunga mkono kitendawili kwa kushurutishwa na kulazimishwa. ati wasipomuunga mkono watafunguliwa mashtaka, watapelekwa kotini. Mimi nataka nimwambie mtu ya kitendawili, wacha vitisho, wacha kudhulumu watu. Mtu ya kitendawili hawezi kupigana na ufisadi, kwa sababu yeye ndio mfisadi wa kwanza. Wale magavana wote wamezunguka bwana kitendawili, wanamzunguka kwa sababu amewashurutisha kwamba ile pesa wameiba watakuwa tu salama wakimuunga mkono. Hiyo ni ufisadi wa kupindukia. Wale watu wote walituibia pesa ya wagonjwa kule KEMSA, walisemekana watashikwa baada ya siku 21, lakini kwa sababu ya state capture na conflict of interest, hawa watu ndio wanafanya kampeni ya bwana kitendawili na pesa ya watu walioiba kutoka wagonjwa ya mambo ya COVID billionaires. Mimi nataka nimwambie bwana kitendawili, tafuta watu wa kuwadanganya Kenya hii. You cannot lecture us about corruption when you are dining with the corrupt. The governors who are financing your campaign have stolen the money from ordinary poor people in counties. The people who are supporting your campaign, the KEMSA billionaires who are financing your campaign, are the most corrupt people. You cannot give us lectures about corruption when you are on the same table dining with people who have stolen from sick Kenyans. I want to tell bwana kitendawili, administration yetu tumesema tutapambana na ufisadi, na tutahakikisha ya kwamba all the institutions charged with dealing with corruption, conflict of interest and state capture will ensure that we destroy corruption from its roots. Nyinyi mnanielewa watu wa Marsabit? Watu wa Moyale tunaelewana? Jameni, mimi nimekuja kuuliza kura yenu watu wa Marsabit. Mtanipatia kura yenu? Mtanipatia kura yenu? Mnakubali tutengeneze serikali pamoja? Mtakubali tuunde hii serikali pamoja? Si nilikuja hapa nikawaambia tutaunda serikali.
So hao watu wako most corrupt, wanampigia simu usiku, wanamsupport usiku. But he does not dine with them. they are dining with the bwana kitendawili. Kuna mtu amesema hapa ni Julia, amesema William Ruto is running mad. I think so. All the same, let's proceed. WG. Mambo ni kama haya. Sorry. WG, vipi?
I'm good, Bernard. You know, sometimes I feel Kenyans in the world are over. We should be the most stupid guys or naive. Because if I'm just imagining that I leave whatever I'm supposed to do and then go stand there and listen to that kind of talk by a person, who is trying to imagine of leading this country. And you see, there are a number of people who take him for what he says. What kind of a population are we as Kenyans, surely? So to me, actually, it's very sad, something very sad that some people can just stand there and listen to William Ruto, yapping like a person selling mende, dawa mende, in his lies. You see?
Wait, WG enda polepole. All the same, fanya hivi. Just one moment, okay? Okay. I wanted you to respond to that only. We hear from Wandera first before we come to you. Wandera alikuwa ametupa nje alafu amerudi. Naomba afanye submission kwanza and then we come to you. Bwana Wandera, vipi? You unmute the mic is beside your name on the screen. Unmute first, Bwana Wandera. Is it Bwana Genta, is it a female name or a male name? Una unmute kwanza. The mic iko kwa kando ya jina yako kwa screen. Una click hapo kwanza ndio sauti yako itoke. Hatuwezi pata sauti yako without you unmuting.
Bwana jamaa jipange, meanwhile we want to proceed.
Subiri kwanza WG, relax. Okay. Wandera utajipanga baadaye, pole lakini. WG endelea.
Okay, let me embark on the topic for today, which is the IEBC, play game again this year, 2022 election. I think
kuna TV nyuma yako bwana WG, zima TV na leta feedback.
Sorry for that. I'm good to go now. Yes. So what I was saying is that there's something important that you've said, that we don't need to wait until the election time only for us to realize that Chebukati has played a game with us again. Action should be taken now. The government has all the necessary bodies that can handle this. We just commissioned the forensic building recently that can handle the evidence issues very, very fast and effectively. So before election, we want to see the government settling this, not IEBC, because it's the one a suspect. So we want the bodies to be the ones investigating this issue, and I think this is not political. It's about the security. It's about the future. It's about the stability of this country. Because if anything happens that it takes place the way Raila said, we are in a danger of relapsing back to 2007 or 2017, and we are tired of this. Therefore, the government of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, since he's the one who is still at the helm, he should come in and not coming in to do anything, but to allow those arms of the government that are where the issue of investigation is under, to carry on a comprehensive investigation about that. The other thing I wanted to say is about Musalia Mudavadi. He's a man, I'm so surprised. People don't have, they don't have, I think it's a moment that they should realize that Kenyans are observing them and know them from their background and their history. This is a man who's witnessed in real time how the other side have misused their powers to as far as electoral injustice is concerned. So I was so surprised to hear him, speak those words about Raila Odinga. And you know, when we say that IEBC intends to play dirty, it does not mean that we are running scared. It does not mean we are running scared. Probably those people do not know that they might be the ones to be scared if things go like that. If the Kenya I know, I might not be surprised to see in a few weeks' time it will be on their side, you know, them crying. This one, we are still here. We will talk about it as time goes by. And the other thing that I picked from Musalia is that he says that the opinion polls that AZIMIO side has been floating opinion polls in their favor. How does opinion poll relate to IEBC? You know, so if the opinion polls has been making Raila the leader, it means therefore that is what has made them run scared and to begin, you know, working under to just surprise the people because of those opinion polls. So we are not scared. We just want you know, a clear level field so that even if they win the way they say, then let them win, you know, openly and rightfully. We don't want to cry, and that is what it was all about. Everyone has been saying, if there is level field and the win is there, nobody will contest any election. So that is my submission for now. I can see people are few. I can wait a few minutes. Maybe I can chip in some other words because I'm still preparing them.
Okay, asante WG, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na mtazamo wako. Nashukuru kila mmoja. Tafadhali kama huja subscribe Mtembei TV, hakikisha una subscribe and then you follow us on Facebook. We have 2 accounts on Facebook. That is the Facebook profile and the Facebook page. Follow both of them so that you don't miss any of our other programs. Are very profitable if you follow. Thank you so much.
Bernard,
WG, what is? Yes.
I wanted to ask about that subscription thing. Is there any local way of doing it? Because the other one I saw in dollars. Where is Themba, by the way? Those ones are only relevant to Akina Thembas. We are used to M-Pesa and tell us the Kenyan currency.
Oh God, have mercy on me. When WG na hii kizungu yote unataka kuturudisha sisi analog. All the same. We'll see how we can to work on that. I think we'll need to address it with Mtembei himself. But the system is 100% YouTube controlled. That is why we cannot integrate it with the Kenyan system. So lazima tuangalie vile itakuwa. But as at now, it is in dollar forms, and you can do that using your credit card. Any card you have, Visa card, it is able to do that, whether you are in Kenya or anywhere in the world. Or PayPal account. If you have a PayPal account, it can still transact that. But in the meantime, Equity Bank has integrated M-Pesa to PayPal. So you are able to do both sides, either get money from PayPal to M-Pesa or M-Pesa to PayPal, and then you do the transaction. So that way you will be able to do that without having to get a card or a credit card. So it's workable. It's workable. Just need to get that done. You top up your PayPal account, then use the PayPal account to do the membership payment. Na itaenda through. In the meantime, tutaangalia kama itakuwa vile directly, because Wakenya ukishaweka 3 steps katikati, they feel defeated. They want directly ile ya kutuma from one number to the other number. Wamalize mambo haraka. But we'll find a way forward. Thank you very much for that inquiry. And I believe everybody's updated. Let's do the right thing and ensure that we hold our country together and we hold credible elections. Mimi sitaki rais ambaye sichachagua, sitaki mbunge ambaye sichachagua, sitaki MCA ambaye sichachagua. Nataka nilaumiwe kwamba uongozi ni mbaya, economy ni mbaya kwa sababu nilipigia kura mtu mbaya. Lakini mtu aenda anichagulie mtu mbaya kama mimi nimepigia kura mtu mzuri, alafu baadaye unakuja kunilaumu kwa dhambi yako, hiyo sitakubali. Kwa hivyo Chebukati na watoto wako na wale watu wote mnasimamia kura hii, jiandae. Sisi hatuko tayari kwa mchezo wa paka na panya. Yes, Wandera, endelea basi. Tunakusikia.
Okay, Benda, tunanisikia? Habari ya jioni.
Niko salama.
Niko salama. Ndi kabisa. So, langu ni kuchangia tu mambo ya Chebukati. Chebukati ajua asijaribu kucheza na wananchi. Nanipata?
Yes,
Hello?
yes, endelea tu.
Chebukati asijaribu kucheza na wananchi. Tushapigia kura baba kura mara 3. Chebukati akijaribu kuibia baba kura. Na Moses Kuri ashajitolea na akasema kuwa kura huwa wanaiba. Sijui kama unanipata?
Yes, yes, endelea.
Unanipata? Moses Kuri ashaambia wananchi wakajua kweli. Unanisikia? Moses Kuri ashaelezea wananchi tukajua kuwa kumba baba huwa tunampigia kura na hawa wanaiba. So wajue kenye kinaendelea, baba ashajua, na baba lisamwalo lipo, na kama halipo li njiani laja. Baba akianza kuwa na kuluya kitu, baba ashajua kuwa kuna kitu. Na sisi kama wafuasi wa baba tumesema baba hasilale. Vila ashakuwa tunako kalinkadoga, ashajua kuwa Chebukati anaweza iba kura, baba aanzie tu hapo. Hasingoje iende sana, sasa tuko na 32 days to election. So baba aendelee na afuatilie kabisa. Asijaribu kwenda kwa wananchi kuambia kura zinaibwa na yeye huku na amenyamaza, afuatilie.
Okay, sawa Wandera, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako. Inaonekana neti yako imehang, lakini point is at home. Baba awajibike, tuambie cha kufanya na afanye kila anapaswa kukifanya. Ni muhimu kila Mkenya awajibike. Mimi napenda kwamba nilaumiwe kwa kosa ambalo nilifanya ama kwa kitendo ambacho nimekifanya. Isiwe mtu ameingilia hapo katikati ya karibu mambo alafu anataka sisi tubebe lawama. Nchi ikiharibika ni kwa sababu tumepiga kura makosa, ulendua. Kama tumepigia mtu makosa na sisi ndio tulichagua huyo mtu, tutavumilia kwa sababu tunajua tulimake mistake. Lakini mtu kuingilia hapa katikati atupatie mzigo mwingine wa kubeba miaka ingine 5, hiyo mzigo ambao hatujui vile ulipatikana, hiyo haikubaliki, sio kwa kizazi hiki. So wasimamizi wa kura wote mjihadhari. Na kamiti ya kujajaa, niliona kuna eka nyingi huko ya kupanda mahindi, wamepanda mahindi. So rooms kuongeza, hizi kwanza tunatumia technology. Room inatengenezwa tu 2-3 days imemalizwa. Unatupwa ndani. So jihadhari kabisa. Yes, WG, tunataka kusonga mbele. What is it?
Nataka kurekebisha kidogo penye Jenta amesema ya kwamba baba afuatilie kabisa. It is not baba's business kufuatilia. We pay taxes so that some people earn their salaries in some of these government departments. So if it's even an offense, or it's really offensive, when Raila has to come in and blow the trumpet that something sinister is going on, yet we have the bodies that have been entrusted with such a task. They should find out and prosecute, so that it doesn't allow the Kenya Kwisha to room to come and accuse us of getting scared. If that kind of the kind of report that was given by Raila was to be given by a body that is entrusted with investigation or finding out, like the NC, whichever body, I don't know about it. But there are people who are earning taxes here for that kind of work. They should take that seriously. And like we've said, that thing should be completed before 9th of August in order for justice to appear to be done.
Okay, thank you. Let's go quickly, please. Let's now manage time to see to it that everybody gets the opportunity to submit in good time. Kuna watu wamekaa kwa line sana, nataka wakamilishe mchango wao. Bwana Olara, dakika 2-3.
Hey, habari ya wazee.
Tuko poa.
Unanisikia?
Tunakusikia. Hiyo sauti kutoka nyuma ukai-mute kwanza.
Wacha nitoe hiyo Andrew Kibe hapa. Ametuzoea pia huyu. Huyo hata Andrew Kibe anasema ati Kidora anataka kushinda huko Homa Bay. Okay. I should come for the first topic of the day. Good evening the panel. Mr. Wangira ametoka kabla sijaingia, lakini I want to one day nikutane na yeye hapa. Huyu mzee ana spewed knowledge and data, na sijui kama sijui Mr. Bernard uko na uwezo wa kumpeleka karibu na mzee hii mababusia, amwachiange Wangira. Wangira ana talk facts, na facts is important here, as you always said. Hatuko hapa kwa sababu ya tuonekane kwa channel yako. I'm very consistent because nataka kuchangia kama nchi itabadilika, tuwe pamoja, mimi wewe. One day utataja kuna watu pia walishangilia hiyo mabadiliko. Na talking about mabadiliko ni muhimu sana, na mabadiliko sio siasa. Mabadiliko ni wewe mwenyewe. Jiangalie, hii nchi unaenda kuomba kazi, upati kazi kwa sababu kuna mtu mbele yako ameingia hapo. No, I'm coming to the point. Chebukati, I'm just framing it up in the pyramidic way. Sisi wote hapa, some of us are in exile. Like me, I'm in exile now. I'm just searching my food somewhere else with some qualification that I don't want to mention. It's not important. But what is important, the rest of us, how are we all faring on in the next nation called Kenya? Are we faring on fairly? The word fair should always be hiyo haki na ustawi, hiyo kwenye national anthem, hiyo Raila na every time anaongea hiyo haki na ustawi, hiyo lazima tupate. Haki na ustawi ni nini? Mimi nikikimbia kukuliko napata, hata mimi ile umaacha napata. Kila mtu anakula, kila mtu analala, na watoto waenda shule. Hapa sasa turudi kwa Chebukati. Chebukati is not a vacuum. All the panelists here treated Chebukati as a vacuum. There's a direct correlation with all the elections he held, okay, including the by-elections. Some by-elections are fair. depending on the competition of the parties. Lakini, let's not blame Chebukati alone. This thing doesn't rest at Chebukati's chair or table into that, because I think he's a chair somewhere. He's putting a lot of, he's dumping a lot of stuff under his chair. Whatever he comes in there, he'll mama, he'll act stupid, he'll act like he doesn't understand what the question was saying. Then he just act, and then we accept it. And Raila or Ruto or anyone else who participated in 2007 election knows what exactly happened, including those chicken and the eggs and the actually incubators, and some of them were having some cocks incubating those eggs who became chicken. I think a parable is understandable, is understood, as I hope. So, sir, you have to find the cock, we have to find the incubator, and then we just leave the cock alone to egg the eggs. Yani iwe ni kura na kura kifaraga kura, yani iwe ni koka na panda kuna kura moja. Lakini mambo ya kuachia Chebukati, na Chebukati knows the incubators. Sasa hiyo blame saizi mnashushia ati Chebukati. Chebukati is not a problem. The mother in the house or the father in the system is our political system. And if we insist on that, and which I saw every panelist here insisted on the same point, that there is a problem. And Chebukati is just symbolizing the problem. The problem is deeper, including what Wetangula did, as it's been mentioned about how can you participate in an election, then you have a deal, unakula deal on ballot papers. These are things whereby we have to go, okay, next government, maybe in next parliament, should have gone to the parliament, then incriminate any candidate or agent or even business associate, or find another way around it. Have only an international bidders to come and just do the bidding for balloting cheaply, or associate with a fair country whereby the elections are done in a right way. Maybe we go to where Finland, because there I think a lot of fairness are there. They elect women who are breastfeeding, and the prime minister in the midst of her speech, she can pause for 2 minutes. The baby is playing around the teeth, and she can do that. These are people are choosing the leaders, not images, because our problem has been always the image. Then after Raila comes in, maybe after Finland helps us with the ballot papers, then we come down to our political systems, because this hero worshipping is not helping anyone. You're kingpin in every area. Saizi, you go to Western, you cannot get a lively leader who is not endorsed. We have them all over, but he cannot come independently and just talk and show himself. You go to Kisumu, even worse. There you cannot even shout anything else. You come to Central, and as much we condemn them, they produce the most independent candidates we have seen in the country. Despite all the pressure of monies and all of that, they still show some free spirit and mind. As I conclude, Mama Seli, I know she knows a lot about that. And kama bwana Boba kwa hapa, Bob, nimesahau kumention. You spewed a lot of knowledge also. I encourage you to stay here with us longer and longer and longer. And next week, I'll be here fully for the whole day, all night, all that. We can engage one-on-one. And I see Wanyomba. Keep us updated. Keep us updated on the ground. You've done a great job for this channel. Mama Sally, as always, I appreciate you. Oh, the Clint, I know your situation there. All the panelists, Samuel Wafula sijakusikia mara nyingi lakini Lobon sijamsikia mara nyingi lakini I'll submit until here. Okay, Mr. Bernard, kama kuna kitu unataka comment, I'm ready here to hear everyone else. Asanteni sana.
Thank you Bwana Olare, nashukuru kwa mchango wako. Naomba kwa sababu ya kuokoa muda, Mama Selina umeinua mkono.
Yeah, usisahau our promise Olare. So we need to make that promise, okay?
Hiyo promise is sure deal. Kama kuna vile iko under Ballot, hiyo kitu itakuja tu.
Okay. Thank you. Clint, utangoja kidogo tu video moja alafu unaingia tu automatic, hata usingoje nikuite. Na wewe ni chairman, unaelewa hii maneno. Okay, let's get this.
AZIMIO Kenya inaweza kushinda uchaguzi wa urais kwa asilimia 49 ya uungwaji mkono wapiga kura kulingana na kura ya maoni iliyotekelezwa na kampuni ya Infotrack. Na kulingana na utafiti huo uliofanyika kati ya mwezi Julai tarehe 2 na 3 mwaka huu, mtazamaji, ni kwamba mgombea urais wa tiketi ya muungano wa Kenya Kwanza William Ruto na mwenzake Rigathi Gachagua wanafuata kwa asilimia 30. Hii ni kuashiria kwamba umaarufu wake umepungua kulingana na utafiti uliofanyika hapo awali. Tumpate mwanahabari wetu Leila Mohamed na taarifa hiyo kwa kina.
Ya kila Mkenya.
Umaarufu upande wa Kenya Kwanza unaonekana kushuka miongoni mwa wapiga kura, huku kutajwa kwa Martha Karua kama mgombea mwenza wa urais kwa tiketi ya AZIMIO Kenya kukiongeza umaarufu wake Raila Odinga.
With our estimate of about 90% voter turnout, Raila would have garnered 1.1 million, while the deputy president would have garnered 0.7 million votes, with undecided standing at 300,000 Nairobians.
Katika utafiti huo, wapiga kura wenye umri kati ya 18 na 35 walikuwa hawajafanya uamuzi wao kuhusu ikiwa watapiga kura, na ikiwa jibu ni ndio, basi hawajui wamuunge mkono nani.
Now for the undecided, it is highest amongst the two categories. It is highest between the youth of 18 to 26 years old and the older generations, those are 55 plus.
Tangu kuanza kupiga kampeni zake katika maeneo tofauti nchini, mwaniaji kiti cha urais katika tiketi ya binafsi George Wajakoya amejivunia umaarufu wa asilimia 5. Kampeni yake ya kutaka biashara ya uuzaji wa bangi katika soko la kimataifa kutoka nchini ukiungwa mkono na baadhi ya vijana.
Korokoro imefika shilingi 200.
Katika uchaguzi wa mwaka 2022, wanasiasa wameendeleza kampeni zao kupata uungwaji mkono, huku wakiuza sera zao kupitia manifesto walizozindua. Utafiti huo pia umetoa hisia za mpiga kura, akitaja machache ambayo yanamkosesha usingizi.
One thing that stood out was the high cost of living at 66%. Then we have unemployment at 50%, access to clean water mentioned by 40%, transport infrastructure and roads 29%, then we have insecurity at 23%.
Japo Wakenya bado wanahisi kubanwa mfukoni, asilimia 51 wanafurahia hali ya amani ambayo inashuhudiwa nchini. Zikiwa zimesalia siku 30 kabla ya Wakenya kuelekea debeni, uongozi wa kaunti ya Nairobi umevutia maoni ya wengi, ambao asilimia 39 watamuunga mkono Johnson Sakaja kuwa gavana ikiwa uchaguzi ungeandaliwa wakati huu. Leila Mohamed, NTV.
Clint, go ahead.
So, asante Ben. Asante sana. Nimeshukuru sana kwa kuingia kwa show. Na mimi kuna watu, vitu na hata situations ambazo hunishangaza sana. Kwa mfano, Chebukati hunishangaza sana. William Ruto pia hunishangaza sana. Lakini Raila hunishangaza hata zaidi. Baba amekuwa kwa serikali miaka kama 3 sasa hivi. Alafu imebaki siku chini ya 35 ndipo baba anajitokeza kusema kwamba kuna kitu anashuku huko IEBC, na hata hana aibu kutuambia tena eti pengine hakutakuwa na uchaguzi kama IEBC haitarekebishwa.
Clear your statement first.
Ben, last week kwa gazeti Baba said I'm helping Uhuru to run the government. Last year Baba told the doctors that as a government when we say we don't have money, pesa hakuna.
Clint, sikiliza, serikali haifanywi kwa magazeti, na kuwa kwa serikali ni swala la constitution. It is not a matter of fame.
But ni msaidizi wa Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta.
Sio msaidizi. He says when his counsel is asked for, he gives counsel, he advises. He's not on salary by any government. He doesn't live in state house. I mean, in the government housing. He's not on payroll. Sasa anakuwa kwa serikali vipi? Mbona
but uses GK vehicles, yeah?
GK vehicles gani? She's a former prime minister. Former prime minister. He's entitled.
Anatembea na GK.
As a former prime minister, yes.
No.
Former state officer.
Hata Mudavadi hana GK, so na alikuwa vice president. So Ben, give me my time.
Alafu hako retire, alishindwa. Wewe wacha hiyo story.
So nimekuambia Chebukati ananishangaza sana. Pili anayenishangaza ni William. Ben, William is a first timer in this thing. Lakini ako na confidence 101%. Hata mimi mfuasi wake na shuku hii confidence yote inatoka wapi, na ndio hii tunaenda kuijaribu kwa mara ya kwanza. Hata hatujawahi ingiza mguu tusikie huko ndani kukoje, lakini confidence ya my party leader ni 101. So I think I need to be convinced whether hii confidence itatupeleka mahali ama itatuangusha na tutazama. Vile sielewi ni kwa nini wakati Mheshimiwa Rais na Raila waliungana hawakuweza kutumia hao wabunge wao karibia 300 kumtoa Chebukati ambaye sasa hivi wanaona ni shida. So if they were sleeping, I would advise that they continue sleeping for the next 30 days and we see what Chebukati has in store. But hii issue ya kuthreaten peace there won't be election. Election ni sheria, hiyo tarehe iliamuliwa hata kabla kina Ruto waanze second term. So mtu mmoja hawezi akatuambia kwamba tusiporekebisha hii sasa hivi hakutakuwa na election. It will go on as planned, na pengine ni Ruto na huyo mwingine watakuwa kwa debe and one of them will be declared the winner. So Kenya must move on. We can't be held at ransom with an individual. Mara yendi anasema kama kutakuwa na uchaguzi ama hakutakuwa. We are tired of chaos. Raila vied in 2007, we saw what happened. 2013 what happened. 2017 mara mbili venye alikataa matokeo, tukaona what happened. Sasa pia ameanza the same tricks. We are tired of being tear gassed. We are tired of all sorts of things because of Raila. It's either aende kwa uchaguzi na Chebukati venye Chebukati yuko sasa hivi. Ben, let me give you an example. Kwa ODM primaries, we wanted to use the analog system of voting in our candidates. But ODM walitoa statement wakasema digital. Kama si digital, no nomination.
Saizi in the main election, hiyo digital tena wanataka kuikataa. The issue of double speaking must stop, Ben. And I think it's high time Baba supporters must realize that they are being misled. Maybe Baba is not interested even in the presidency. They should quit that particular party and join the available party so that we move together. But kuchochea watu kwamba hakutakuwa na uchaguzi. Saizi ukienda Kondele, mtu atakwambia kwamba Baba ashasema maybe kama watarekebisha hiyo kitu hakutakuwa na uchaguzi, na washaweka kwa akili. And then they meet you going to vote on that day. What will happen? There are so many ways with which Baba could have solved the issue. Sisi wananchi anatuambia tufanye nini? Aende akae huko na Chebukati, akae huko na rais.
Wewe bwana Clint, inaonekana wewe hujafuata habari hii vizuri. Naomba let Bob engage you with a question so that you respond, because mimi nitakuelekeza baadaye. Bob, what is it?
Naweka tu full stop kwa dakika moja alafu nijibu hiyo swali.
Hold on.
Yenye inakuja.
Bob, quickly.
Jambo, habari zenu nyote. Bernard, Sally, Clint, Samuel, Nyumba, Wasike, and Laban. Thank you very much, Bernard. Now, Clint, you know, sometimes we ought to be serious, and you cannot come to this forum and then you allege that Raila Odinga is in government. Are you joking or are you serious? Because that such like statements makes me believe that you are not serious at all. And secondly, with regard to the IEBC, the AZIMIO candidate Raila Odinga wrote to the IEBC. He presented a written petition on issues that he wanted addressed, and that was it. Chebukati has chosen not to reply him and to start side shows. That is not going to be entertained. It is not about Raila. This is about the will of the people. So we cannot understand why he's choosing to become a law unto himself. He decides that he is going to use an electronic register, and yet the law states clearly that there should be a complementary. In the event that this fails, we have this. This is not something that is out of his own prerogative. This is law. So we are not going to entertain this kind of kiddish games again. No, that is not going to happen. And I want to assure you one thing, that some of these freedoms that we are enjoying right now did not come on a silver platter. And it is unfortunate that some people are willing to take us to that route where we have to lose lives because they want to play to the tune of master. We are talking about the law. We are not going to beg about the law. The law is very clear and we must follow the law. We must be law-abiding citizens. And when you are given an office where you should take responsibility and conduct or perform any kind of work within certain parameters, you should do it. If you can't, just resign. Nobody is forcing Chebukati to be there. And if he's
make it brief, Bob. Make it brief.
Hypothetically speaking, maybe he's being blackmailed about that, but being blackmailed at the expense of 50 million people, it is not going to happen. So, Clint, it's high time you became serious and spoke facts, not what you.
Okay, thank you. Mundu wa Nyumba, what is it? Less than a minute, please.
Thank you, Bernard. I salute all of you. Bernard, you ask me what is it? What is it is this. This man called the Clint, I'm tolerating him. He has got a cap, similar color like mine, beige, but mine is more expensive. Clint, yours is a bit thick. Now, number one, Clint. No, you're not Clint. Yeah, the Clint. The master of doublespeak is none other than Ruto. He is the master of doublespeak. We now imply Raila is a doublespeak man. It's not. Raila talks direct, shoots from the hip. Direct. Higher. Inciter. Number one inciter is Ruto. Every other meeting he talks about nothing else. But huyu mtu wa nini hasara, huyu mtu wa kitendawili, sisi ni hasara, tulitembea miguu mitupu. Me, I used to walk 11 kilometers one way barefooted, 22 in a day for my primary school. And I don't shout it here. For what? Everybody was doing the same. Na surali yenye iko viraka huko nyuma. Okay? 22, I used to do 22 in a day towards my primary. And I'm not a hustler. No, I'm no longer a hustler now. Now, so Clint, when say Raila is an inciter, you are totally wrong. Base your argument on facts, not just theoretical things. The last one, I would like to know why you are an item, not a person. The Clint. That's like I finished my case for people. When you use the that means you are just an item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mdua Nyumba. Now, the Clint. Naomba ujibu urespond kwa hayo maswali na uendelee na mchango wako. Please let's ensure that we add value to the debate, please. Thank you.
Okay, Ben, it is very difficult for me to remove it deep from my mind that Baba is not in government. He is, Ben.
Cite the constitutional office he holds, where his name is on the payroll, which government officers are attending to him because he's a government officer. Without any constitutional provision for the same, I can be a volunteer, but that doesn't make me a government officer until the constitution gives me that government authority.
Ben, sometimes back we were debating here that Baba has been seen campaigning on the rooftop of a GK vehicle. And you, Wekesa, and many others really celebrated how powerful Baba is. Maybe GK means any other thing apart from being a government vehicle. We really celebrated here how
government of Kenya, of which I'm telling you that the capacity of having been a prime minister, okay, entitles him. Yes.
Let me continue with my submissions. Kila mtu alikuwa hadi Ruto bado yuko pale ndani, lakini ana campaign na KB something. Ben, on the same note, kulikuwa na rally pale kwa Anne Waiguru. Waiguru hakuwa amekuja kwa kanisa yetu. Ilikuwa hapo Kirinyaga. Kuna mtu alisema, very serious minister, kwamba I only take orders from the president and Raila Odinga. Anachukua orders kutoka kwake kama former prime minister, according to you. Anyway, that one aside, I accept Baba advises the president, and I would like to hear Baba tomorrow in any rally. The way they call William Ruto a liar. They should tell us tomorrow that William Ruto lied on the issue of ports. I think Baba as a friend will address that. And again, as someone who is not in government, as you are saying, he should desist.
Let's do this. Clint, I have given you an opportunity to redeem yourself. You seem to be digging yourself in the hole over and over again. You and I know, okay, that what you are saying does not hold water anywhere. And you keep citing things that are not constitutional. You're not citing for us this part of the constitution. So it's either you're just playing with our minds or you just want to take time. In my opinion, we don't have that time. Please.
Okay, 2 minutes, I finish.
The way they are.
Ben,
in the
I
interest of time.
want to win going against Raila in the forum. So let me make my submission
It
and
is not
I
going
listen to
against
others.
Raila. We want you to give substance to the debate by giving us facts. Hii story ulisikia kwa rally, mara kando ya barabara, mara Ruto alisema hivi. We need to, when we talk about constitutional offices, we need to allow those constitutional offices get their power from the
Bwana umejimute. Can I continue, Ben?
For God's sake, 33 days. We don't need those stories. We need things. 33 days is not a joke. Please, we are not here to some of us, we take off from our jobs to come here and listen and talk to people in Kenya. My brother, please. Take those ones after election, you can come with your stories. 33 days to election, we don't need propaganda. We don't need stories. If you don't have anything to say, I'm sorry. We cannot, these are old people. These are people, they should be sleeping. These are people, they should be in bed with their women, but now they're here to debate about very important things in our country. We don't need propaganda, please. Penat. And if people are coming in 33 days and you allow them, we don't, now we have serious things about your Bugatti, about the election, and then somebody is coming to tell us Raila is a Fiasco. What is a Fiasco? What is a car? We want to know if Raila is a minister, or we want to know if Raila is the deputy president, or if Raila is something, like the way he was a prime minister in Kibaki government, Nusumukati, Penat. Don't allow that. Don't make us feel bad when 33 days remaining in our election in Kenya. I see all these men are able people, they should be sleeping, enjoying their life, but they sacrifice. Even you, as a pastor, what time is it now in Kenya? Around 1 p.m., around 2 p.m. And then we come and play? No, Penat. If somebody doesn't have something to tell
I can't share the same mind with Sally. So let her wait for her time. I finish making my submission.
Clint.
Asinilete feelings zake. Everybody's entitled to his opinion.
We don't need that.
Don't
you
do that.
And who? This is my opinion, that's your opinion. Must we go to the same church? I don't ask you for permission to speak here.
Can you take those opinions where they need? We don't need it.
Okay. Please, let's keep order, please. Let's keep order. I don't want anybody to go personal on any issue here. It is important that we appreciate the fact that we have time, and that time is important. So tusimaliziane muda. If you want to contribute, go straight to the point, make your contribution, let's move forward. There's nothing wrong saying the right thing like it is. That does not mean you have changed your mind. It simply means you're reporting matters as they are. So I don't see why that should be an issue for us to fight over. Samuel Wafula, tafadhali, make your submission quickly.
Okay, good afternoon, good morning, good evening, guys. It's always good to be here. I once in a while touch base with you guys. I've been off the radar quite some time, but I always follow you whenever I get a chance. I don't want to get to belabor what Pastor Bernard has said and the way he has reacted professionally to the Clint. I don't want the moment we give airtime to Clint, the moment we will be irrelevant and we look like him. We don't need even to answer some of the issues he's raising. But I think today I don't have much. I think two issues: the issue of elections. Election rigging is systemic in Kenya. We have always depended on Raila Odinga since multi-party elections to always raise the red flag. And most of the times Raila he talks from a point of fact, not from innuendos, rumors, and propagandas. Whenever Raila talks, he talks with authority, and whatever he says comes to pass. In fact, the latest in terms of election rigging was when the Supreme Court of Kenya nullified the elections, which he had already predicted that they would be rigged. So when Raila talks, he talks with the authority. We want to fix this country for once. This is the defining moment. Karua and Raila, they are just transitional presidents, transitional to Canaan. Raila talks of Canaan. People don't know the real figurative meaning of Canaan. It's like he wants to put this country back to where it belongs. We started on a wrong footing. Raila talks about just redeeming the image of this country. So for once, the issues to do with systemic election rigging, uncredible elections, etc., will be a thing of the past once August 10, we get past the August 10 elections. Another thing is about the opinion poll. I've seen the projection of the opinion polls. One significant point I would just pick from the polls is that they did a poll in Nairobi. Nairobi is a very unique constituency in terms of if you want to look at voting behaviors of this country. It is a microcosm. Microcosm meaning it has all components of voters. So when we are looking at the Nairobi constituency, we can be able to draw parallels of voters' behaviors across the country. The statistics, and they've been done by very competent, poll houses. And I want to believe that the tools and the instruments are valid. If Nairobi speaks that Raila has 49%, in my own opinion, it is a representative of the whole country. That is a fact. You can be able to replicate that study anywhere in Kenya. We can do it across the country. But the fact is that Ruto lost popularity. He dropped the game a long time ago. You don't need to be a rocket scientist or even to fathom that Ruto lost ground kitambo. Another thing is from the polls I want to read is that Wajakoya is God sent. We all know that a huge constituency of voters in this country, they don't understand where we came from. They don't understand where we are. They don't understand where we are going. And that constituency is of young voters, people who have never voted in this country. From 2013 to 2017, we have very young people, registered voters, and they are really, gaining traction to Wajakoya's ideologies. So Wajakoya is God sent. If you are to speak from an AZIMIO point of view, let him run with the 5%. We hope that he would even gain more and more, because that constituency of undecided is very critical. As we stand, the polls are saying that we are okay. We have our hands on deck. We should not care about people like the Clint. The Clint talks about things we have never had. Think lastly, IEBC. IEBC needs to be a neutral arbiter. Chebukati comes from my place in Bungoma. May come from Bungoma. And even from body psychology, from face, you look at his face, plain reading, that guy looks confused. The guy looks clueless. In fact, I was watching a Kurokot today. He was talking about this guy being clueless. I don't know who's pressing the button, but he appears to be a puppet. But I think 33 days is not long. We have had elections in Kenya, like in 2017, where even 2 weeks to elections, we had disputes in court regarding gazettement of certain polling stations, issues to do with presiding officers, issues to do with finality of results announced at the polling station. So this is not unique. We are in a very normal environment. There is no need for panic. Our hands are on deck. we do appreciate that the government has not even spoken about the issue. This country has a government. Ukisikia Matiang'i, Kibicho, people like Joe Musheru are indeed concerned about the conduct of IEBC, then we need to be worried about that. But if they are not bothered, they are going on with everything, then we shouldn't be bothered in any way. Lastly, I think, lastly, Sakaja, this thing about Sakaja, I think the opinion polls, they are very scientific. They are putting him ahead, but that is the mistake. You know, the people did is they gave him a lot of airtime. That's why you see Igathe is not catching up with him. He was given negative publicity, but negative publicity in politics is still publicity. So I think those are my submission. Asanteni sana. I wanted to be as brief as possible so that we can listen to Kenyans debating. I love this channel and I love all the discussions, Pastor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Samuel, and we're happy that you come from the same constituency with Chebukati and you share a name. So please reach out to him and advise him that he's playing with fire. We will not take it lightly if he remains clueless and fails to do the right thing. Your story ya kusema haelewi, like the way he looked in the Supreme Court, that things were happening without his knowledge. That business will not be taken. This time round, ni kubaya. Advise him vizuri tu polepole. Kama ni SMS, ama ni Twitter, ama ni inbox, please let it work. Thank you very much. Bob. Okay. Turudi kwa nani tupatie mndu wa nyumba kwanza, alafu tutarudi kwa vijana. Okay? Wazee watangulie, hiyo ni muhimu. Asante.
Asante sana tena Bernard, kwa sababu najua wazee hata kulala watalala sasa tena, ingawaje alikuwa amechukua kadozi kidogo. Ya pili, can it be confirmed that the only local people here on this channel right now, local, I mean the one in Kenya, is Bernard and Nyumba. I don't know, the other guys look international. Even the Clint, these guys look international. Somebody who is still in Kenya, can you raise your hand? Wafula, thank you. Most Kenyans are Clint, are in Kenya? Oh.
Clint is a Kenyan, but he's not in Kenya. Clint, you are referring to
some Kenyans are diaspora, and then and Isaac is like that. It's okay. Thank you. Now, I think I'll be very brief, and it's good we are sharing. You can see quite many of us. There's a time I was the only person in the forum, where the Demba was the moderator, and all the others actually international. I felt lost. So now I feel at home when I can see quite a number of local people around. I'm happy. I'm protected by the others, apart from the Clint, but it's okay, no problem. Now, let me touch on the topics at hand very fast, so that others can also have a say. Yeah, now, this is from AZIMIO, no register, no elections, Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga is AZIMIO also. Now, that's true, because these people in leadership, they know how rigging works. And as somebody said, most of the elections, they are rigged. Let's go back to history. And somebody has said the youth who are following Ajaka, they don't know the history. Even Moi's time, Moi was not winning. You arrange these things in advance, and I've seen it. I've said I've been a church member, and there's a time I was very disappointed, Pastor Bernard. I'm a Catholic. So, tunaharambea church, na watu wasineno wa church yangu. Then, kuna raffle. And they make sure me, the chairman, I win. You know, I felt a bit odd. It's by arrangement. It's a raffle for the church. Raise money. But somebody arranges that I win something because I'm the chairman. Me, I don't go that way. I'm a truthful man. I like justice. Don't arrange for me to win. Let me win fairly if I win. So even Moi's time, actually, most of these elections, they are pre-arranged. With the DCs, that is the commissioners, the returning officers. What else did you expect? Them to fail their their boss, the president? No way. Way back, people don't know history. District commissioners are the returning officers, and district officers, the commissioners, these are presidential appointees. There was no way they could go against the president's wish. Okay, so Raila knows these things, and when he says these people might say he is inciting, no, he wants things to be follow in order so that the elections are fair and just. So that whoever wins, even if hey, let me not say that. There's no way Raila is going to lose. That one, I can't say that. That would be misreading the situation. He is won already. And as I've said, it has been said by Infotrack, this is a very respectable poll organization. Finally, it will not be 49-30. I've said it quite often here. And the Clint, we can bet on this. You have said you're in Kenya, although betting is not and religious a bit. The final product will be this. Kenya Kwanza, and I mean Ruto, will get 30% plus something small. AZIMIO, that is Raila Odinga and Mother Karua. No, let me go back. I don't want to be biased. When I said Kenya Kwanza, that is Honorable Ruto and Achagua, they will get 30% plus something small. The team of Right Honorable Raila Odinga and Honorable Mother Karua will get 60% plus. You can bet on that. So the 49% as indicated today in the poll, we keep on rising until it's 60 plus. Now, Ruto's 30% may actually go less because Wajakoya is eating into it with the youth. That 30% plus my prediction, which I've held here for a long time, may go less than 30% for the buzz for the party of Honorable William Ruto and Gachagua. The 30% may be reduced to 20% plus by the Wajakoya professor. Okay, so that's okay. Let me go to Wetangula. I've taken longer than I wanted on that. Wetangula under fire over ballot printing fiasco. This guy has been a fiasco. The Japanese embassy, kukula mali ya Kenya, corruption. Kuna gold ya huko sijui Dubai, gold issue, danganya watu. Hata hii atakana, but there could be an element of truth or know that. We have seen it. His history reflects who you are and what you do. Unasema hata nani ati ni clean. Mudavadi alikula pesa ya grave na akabaki uhai. Mwenye alitumia kukula hiyo pesa anaitwa John Gaku. John Gaku was a district commissioner in a station I worked. Is somebody I knew in person. Wakatumia ni Mudavadi, kashikwa, kafungwa, kakufia jela. John Gaku. Mudavadi alionja hiyo pesa. Mtu akisema the minister. Now, sasa unaona hii ya Wetangula. Of course, I have said it earlier. Catching the main player of a corruption scheme is very difficult. They use remote control. They are not signatories to those checks for theft, for corruption. They use other guys. These other guys are the guys who get arrested. You will never catch the mastermind of a corruption scheme. You won't. Nowhere. They're clever guys. I've worked in the system and I know what happens. Unatumia huko chini. When ndio utapitisha hiyo contract, tender. When ndio utasign hiyo check ya kulipa hiyo ya upozi. Ule anafanya hivyo na mnampelekea pesa yote. In fact, the guys who get caught, they are miserable. Out of the whole corrupt scheme, they earn very little, then they get caught. Mwenye alichukua ile palimenona ashikwi ako mbali sana. So hiyo Wetangula kuna kitu, iko kitu. Lakini hata shikwa iko kitu. Nimeongea na watu, nimeguzia habari ya embassy ya Japan wakati alikuwa foreign minister na habari ya Dubai, hiyo gold waliiba. Okay, maybe I need, Bernard, with your permission, I need to be advised on the UHURU appointments 15-member transition committee. I'm not aware. Nilikuwa nimelala kidogo, imenipita. I didn't even see the news. So somebody with that information can pass it over. AZIMIO teams around the country, I said yesterday, is like is multilateral, ni kama ile mnyama wa majini ako na nyingi, na sasa hata Kenya Kwanza ama Kenya Kwisha, they are paralyzed. They can't keep pace with the Azimio teams, because the Azimio teams, whoever is leading, is it Joho, is it Martha Karua, bado wanapata following. Lakini ya Kenya Kwisha, unless Honorable Ruto is there, they have no impact. Atikachagua ende peke yake pale, anakuta watu watatu ndio wanaapia, wakijaribu kungoja watu wakuje wahutubia wakuji. So hiyo ni tofauti. KKA ni Moyale ni sawa tu, ameanza hiyo mtindo kufuata pale Raila ameenda, but now they may not keep the pace in that the Azimio one is multilateral. Some are here, Western, Nyanza, Coast. He can't spread himself all over because he doesn't have strong people. These are bad guys. Sasa hii kitu ikuje haraka tumalize. Hii siku ni 30, sijui hapo mwisho mnasema ni 30 ngapi? Can't we make it 20 you guys and then ifanyike haraka? We just decide on this panel ifanywe haraka. Tusingoje mpaka hiyo 9 tumalize hii kazi mara moja. Thank you Bernard.
Thank you mdu wa nyumba. Unajua hiyo ingewezekana, lakini itakuwa kinyume na constitution. It is the second Tuesday of August. So unless we are able to change July into August, tutatoboa. It will be illegitimate. Sasa tena itereke katika constitution crisis. All the same, thank you so much for that observation, and let's engage soberly. Thank you so much the people on the comment section. Tafadhali shima idumu. Alafu wale ambao mnatazama, tafadhali endelea kukaribishana ili kila mmoja amakinike akisikiliza Wakenya wakichambua siasa face to face. It is that important. Usitazame peke yako, tazama na mwenzako. And like we said, this is unique in such a way that you can connect on it from anywhere on earth. As long as you can connect to the internet, you'll be able to get our broadcast loud and clear, and endeavor to follow through. And even the past programs that you missed, they are still available on YouTube and Facebook as well. You can follow through to learn and hear what has transpired and what needs to be done. Thank you very much. Where is this? We're going back to the Clint. Malize submission yake. Clint, just make sure that you do what is right. Now, where was your mgeni?
Bernard, please give Laban time to pin me down. I could see him raising his hand because I can handle him when he comes. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. Nyumba. I know you can handle him. Laban, tuliza boli, okay? Kuna watu walikutangulia. Na walio kutangulia waheshimiwe tafadhali, na hata huyu papa Azimio alikuja kabla mbele yako, okay? The Richards alikutangulia, lakini kwa sababu ya neema tunachanganya ili kila moja apate nafasi ya kuongea. Kwa hivyo tulia hapo, tutakuja kwako. Let's go and clear with the Clint, alafu tusonge mbele. The Clint sio mgeni wa hapa. In fact, hii kiti nimekaa ndani, I inherited it from him. So it's not that he's a stranger. It's only that you
Bernard, don't say that you inherited that seat from Clint. You know, I'm amused.
It is true. It is true. I am not Ruto who said that I made somebody something. I have to say the truth. Okay, the Clint was the number one host of this program. He only got busy, and that's how I got in to stand in for him. So hata akiwa hapa naona niko karibu kwenda kulala, kwa sababu nikimpatia funguo atawafukuza nyinyi wote hapa msipotreat yeye vizuri. Kwa hivyo
eating my time. Hizo praises ngoja nikisimama urais unipraise nazo nikilaunch manifesto, watu wa Central Kenya wanipende.
Unajua ukisimama urais mimi nitakuwa running mate ama organizing secretary, treasurer.
Alafu tushinde unitoe ubaki na uongozi. You are power hungry.
Clint, mimi apologize kama nilikuguza mahali. Kama ulikuwa hapo hivi, apologize.
Mimi ni mwanamke nachukua kama running mate. Wewe bana hapana.
No, mimi nitakuwa organizing secretary. Lakini file zote za chama mimi ndio naweka. Ili ukinisumbua naenda na chama na kuacha.
So anyway, Ben, Wajua umenipea dakika 2 na bado unazikula, so sijui natakaje.
Takuongeza 2.
Let me start by apologizing to Selina Chebi. Wajua sometimes somebody can cross your line. Sijui nimecross yake ama amecross yangu, but msamani kitu cha bure. So maybe popote alipo anisamehe kama kweli nimecross line yake. Emotions are there. And then Ben, there are some people who think they own Baba. They think they support Baba more than some of us. So when you try to criticize or even say your mind on Baba's issues, then you automatically become an enemy. And where Ben, when ni mtu tumetoka mbali, you know where venye vitu ziko. I don't have much to say, Ben. In fact, what I can start by saying is that IEBC, as presently constituted, is an independent constitutional office, and it should be accorded the respect it deserves. IEBC being accorded the respect it deserves doesn't mean that it is immune to criticism. And I think what the NASA people are doing right now, they are trying to positively or even raise issues within the issues that they don't see are right within the independent office. The same way Kenya Kwanza always criticize huyu jamaa wa Meru anaitwa nani, EDCI, the way they criticize some constitutional officers is the same way now Baba is trying to do for something right to be done at the IEBC. So IEBCs should not tell us that they are independent office, they should be left alone to do their work. I think they have been left alone to do it for a very long time, but we've seen the results. So I think the positive criticism should be allowed. If not must be allowed, then it should be. Ben, as democracy is being perfected in Kenya, the office of the president, I mean the office of His Excellency Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, more and more closely the inner soul of the people, I mean the people of Kenya, on some great and glorious days that are ahead of us. Kenyans are very excited about the 2022 elections. Gee, what is so much into it that Anyumba is almost wants it to be 20 days. While some of us, we want it to be like 40 to 50 to create time for other candidates to prepare themselves for the forthcoming elections. Ben, democracy cannot succeed unless those who express their choices, kama sisi wa Kenya, we do it wisely. Because kuna kitu, bei ya unga ilipopanda, kuna wimbo tunaimbiwa, mlisema sijui 5 tena na wembe ni ule ule. So it means we went to that election to punish somebody or some people somewhere, but at long last, we all suffered. So this time round, we've been given another chance to choose our leaders, and if we fail to do it the right way, then we're gonna cry for the next 5 years. And lastly, every citizen of this country, I support, should be guaranteed that their votes matters, that their vote will be counted, and that in the voting, Ben, ile kitu unaenda unatik jina ya president peke yako, inaitwa voting booth, kitu kaa hicho. Yeah. So in that voting booth, their vote must have weight as that of any CEO, any minister, any member of the county assembly, any senator in this republic, or even the president himself. So as Kenyans, we have the right. Tutakuwa kwa booth, wewe na kalamu na candidates wote wanakuangalia, umesha wasikiza wengine kwa miaka 4, wengine wamekampaign tu kidogo. So let us make our choices well. we all want a better country. Kuna wengine tuna plan tu kuja nyumbani, maybe kwa swearing in, ama immediately after swearing in. So kama kutakuwa na chaos, it won't be nice. But when we do it peacefully, elect the right leaders, and do away with those that doesn't even deserve to be closer to the instruments of power peacefully, then I think even the losers will say, hapa na hapo tumewezwa, and they will give their concession speeches, and Kenya will have to move forward. Otherwise, Ben, I like whatever is going on in Kenya right now. The campaigns, I can say, are peaceful, except those little things that some of you tell us are being organized by the sympathizers themselves, but otherwise everybody is watching, and we wish that we're gonna have a very peaceful election. Kuna jamaa alikuwa kwa show Ben, alikuwa anatoka huko side za kina Kalonzo, alikuwanga anakaa kwa hii kona ya nyumba. The guy alituambia kwamba this election is gonna be peaceful. Nikamuuliza why, akaniambia the margin of defeat will not even allow the loser to appear in public. I'll never forget that thing. Jamaa alikuwa anaitwa Sam ama somebody. Anyway, that was my submission, and I rest my case. Asante.
Okay, thank you Clint, we appreciate it. And Panda anakuambia hakuna NASA, kwa hivyo ile NASA unaongelea haiko tena. NASA ilikufa, but all in all, I think your point is made, and we appreciate it.
I'm sorry for that. Wajua nimefuatilia sana William mpaka nimesahau kufuatilia penye roho iko, so nitajua tu chama ni gani nikifika kwa hiyo booth.
Sawa, asante bwana Clint. I know unajua chama na unajua mgombea urais na running mate, the deputy president designate, sio Alibaba. Yes, mundu wa nyumba.
With a light touch, are you serious? At one time, a time ago, the Clint was sitting where you are sitting. Because I'm not believing it. It's like you're making a joke, you two guys. Yeah, that one I don't believe. And how come?
You don't have to believe me. Just go to Mtembei TV, YouTube, and then check all the open forum programs. From there, we can discuss.
Then I have a question to ask Anyumba. Wanyumba.
Yes.
Anyumba, why me, Wanyumba? Do I look like someone, or I am that inferior that I cannot see there?
The Clint, you know, for
just
example,
tell me how you view me so that I also know that kesho nikitoka hapa kwenda kazi nikitembea kwa barabara nijue kumbe nakaa venye nyumba alikuwa anasema.
Sasa kwa hii panel angalia watu wote uone ni wangapi wako na kofia. Ni mimi na wewe. Na hata kala hizi kofia ni same. But mine is more superior. So you are pretender to my throne, like you are pretending to be the throne ya Bernard atulikuwa huko. But I will go to the YouTube, nitatafuta hiyo story. Siku kuona, I really liked your presentation. And although you are in Kenya Kwanza, which is Kenya Kwisha, na hata hakuna hata hiyo zimekwisha zote, imebaki tu UDA. Sasa mimi napenda, I like your presentation. Very mature and very composed, although you are in the other team. I like it. Some come here with a lot of bravado and abuses and tempers and whatever. So I'm choosing you because I've not had the others, but I've liked your presentation so much. Don't copy my because of this. That's why I also marked you. Thank you.
Ben, wenye wako na pesa kofia watakazi. Hata huyu Laban unaona tu kichwa peke yake, lakini maybe ako na kofia.
Tafadhali, we relax. Relax, thank you. I appreciate both of you. Thank you so much for the worthwhile contribution. Nataka tuokoe muda tafadhali. Kuna watu tumeweka on hold, like Richie wants to jump on me. Just relax, please. Take it slowly. we are coming to you. Relax. Najua hiyo point iko moto, lakini relax nayo, tunakuja kwako. Tunacheza video moja, tukitoka kwa hiyo video moja tunaenda kwa Laban, alafu ndio turudi kwa Richard. So tupange tu hiyo order. Papa, tulisikia sauti yako, relax hapo, tutakuja kwako. Mr. Kamau, I think he still has the challenge of the net, but when he comes we will also give him priority kwa sababu ni muhimu.
Bernard, can I get out briefly for others to come in, because I respect the other people. Let me just get out.
No problem. You are at liberty. You are at liberty.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Once again, thank you for choosing KTN News to inform you. I'm not alone. Our sign language interpreter tonight is Damian Evans. Let's get the show on the road. Now tonight, the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC, is staring at a massive logistical nightmare that could delay the printing of the ballot material. Now, Tuesday's court judgment by the High Court declaring the Electoral Commission's requirement for independent candidates to submit copies of their supporters' identification documents unconstitutional is set to make adjustments to the final list of candidates that was already sent to the Inform Lycos company in Greece that is currently in the process of printing 130 million ballot papers. And as KTN's Emmanuel Toh now reports, IEBC has now vowed to appeal the decision of the High Court.
With about 1 month left before the August 9 polls, the referee, the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC, seems to be walking a tightrope, trying to steer the ballot printing exercise through a storm. Tuesday's ruling by High Court Judge Justice Anthony Mrima ostensibly running the commission into headwinds, with the list of candidates for the August 9 showdown expected to balloon.
The impact of this ruling is very simple. That the nomination of the so-called the 4 presidential candidates, Raila Odinga, William Ruto, Wajakoya, and Mwaure, is an illegality. All the presidential aspirants or candidates or presidential aspirants who actually were supposed to be nominated must come back to the ballot paper.
Anyone who was prevented from participating in these elections just because of that requirement of photocopies of IDs is legally supposed to be recognized by IEBC and is supposed to be on the ballot. If that was the only reason that there was a rejection.
That will then affect the printing process of the over 130 million ballot papers, which is currently on course, with costs expected to rise against IEBC's low budget. Inform Lycos company located in Athens, Greece, won the 3.5 billion shillings tender to print the ballot material.
What they procured is almost 75% of the requirements for the entire printing of the poll materials that we require for the election. The remaining 25% was in another facility which they get their raw materials from in Italy.
So the question that begs, one, is the logistical issues. Two, is actually the legal issues around it. Because at the end of the day, that will be a legal issue, whichever decision they make. Then three, the cost aspect. Because for you to change, of course, it will come with an increase in cost.
The High Court in Mombasa has already ordered the IEBC against printing ballot papers in the Mombasa gubernatorial race until a case challenging former Nairobi Governor Mike Sonko's disqualification is heard and determined. More candidates could seek similar orders.
Nimeharibiwa wakati mwingi tu na IEBC na kampeni zangu zimetatizwa kwa sababu ya matendo ya Wafula Chebukati.
The commissioners in IEBC and the registrar ORPP should resign with immediate effect.
Already the independent candidates who had been barred by the IEBC from contesting have welcomed the judgment, asking the commission to adhere to the order.
As you have been told, those regulations have
clearly prejudiced independent candidates.
The ruling yesterday is a fair one because it means that it gives me a chance to be considered. I feel that Kenyans were denied an opportunity to get exposed to a different kind of candidate.
The majority of aspirants, especially those who are seeking the presidency, were knocked out of the race for lack of enough signatures.
The requirement to have signatures of your supporters is still low today. If you go there and you have signatures which do not meet the number stipulated, you will still not be cleared, despite this decision being.
Emmanuel Cho, KTN News, Nairobi.
Well, that decision by the High Court definitely throwing a spanner into the works with only 33 days to go to the general election. We'll follow up that story till its logical conclusion. But shifting focus now for
Okay, Bwana Laban, karibu tafadhali.
Yes, habari ya leo nyote na nimeshukuru sana.
Salama, karibu.
Ingawa leo nimekaa hapa pending kidogo, lakini nimefurahia sana. Kwanza kabisa, wacha niseme kwa huyu mwenzetu Clint, my friend, hii uchaguzi ya 2022 ni muhimu kwa nchi yetu ya Kenya.
Bwana Laban, songa karibu na microphone, inua sauti kidogo tukusikie vizuri.
Nilikuwa na sasa unanisikiza vizuri?
Yeah, that's better. Endelea.
Yes, sasa nilikuwa nataka kuambia huyu mwenzetu anaitwa Clint kwa sababu nimemsikia na mahoja zake, lakini nataka nimjulishe kwamba ndio tumekuwa na uchaguzi hapa nchini Kenya since independence. Hata kama nyingi mimi sikushiriki, lakini naweza nikasema mahali nilianzia kushiriki. Lakini la muhimu sana, uchaguzi wa 2022 ni muhimu kuliko zote. Hiyo ni point number 1. Lakini tunakuwa na hiyo nafasi ya demokrasia, mtu kuexpress his views. You are right. Raila Odinga mahali anasema alikuja kusaidia, sijui vile unaelewa hiyo kusaidia, lakini Raila Odinga is not in government. Government inaraniwa na watu wawili, Rais Uhuru Kenyatta na naibu wake William Ruto, mwenye abscond duties na amekatalia kwa uongozi. I think hiyo ndio inaweza kuwa the right language. Anapenda mshahara lakini hapendi kazi, anataka mamlaka. Hiyo ndio lugha ambayo inaweza eleweka vizuri, kwa sababu wakati waliingia katika mkataba, issue haikuwa mambo na uongozi in the first case. Issue ilikuwa mambo ya post election violence, ndio iliwaleta pamoja. Kulikuwa na maagano, wakaingia kwa uongozi through that. Ingawa hivyo, hayo yameendelea mpaka wa sasa hivi. Wakati wamekuwa re-elected, lakini huo uchaguzi ulikuwa nullified kwa sababu ya illegalities ambazo zilikuwa identified kwa hiyo process. Sisi sio wageni kwa hiyo, lakini Raila Odinga aliona nchi ya Kenya ni muhimu kuliko tamaa yake ya uongozi. Akaweka ambitions zake chini, ndio nchi ya Kenya iendelee mbele. These are facts. Ndio sababu handshake ikaja. Lakini kwa hiyo mtu mwenye alikuwa na tamaa ya uongozi aliiona kama ni adui, na anaitumia katika majukwaa kusema kwamba alikuja kusambaratisha. Lakini wakati hiyo ilifanyika, mawaziri wake wenye aliokuwa amewachagua mmoja kwa mwingine waliondoka kwa cabinet. Walitoka namna gani? Ufisadi. This is on record. So wakati tunajaribu kusema uchaguzi wa 2022 ni muhimu, ni kufix hii nchi, na Uhuru Kenyatta as wise vile yako yeye ndio alisaliwa Ikulu vile tunaambiwa, na hiyo sio kitu yenye tutadispute, lakini ni mwerefu. He's a statesman. Aliona the right person mwenye anaweza msaidia kurani nchi na malize kipindi chake, na alikuwa anajua William Ruto alikuwa pale. So kwa ufupi, hili ni jambo moja ambalo nilikuwa nataka ulielewe na ulifahamu vizuri. Nataka nikuje kwa opinion poll kwa sababu nitakuwa mfupi sana. Hiyo opinion poll ilifanyika Nairobi. Ingawa nitalisema hilo swala hivyo vile nitalisema, Nairobi hata tutatarajia mambo ambayo ni mengi kuliko hapo. Undecided ni wengi. Nairobi iko na constituency moja ambayo wanakuanga poll siku ya kupiga kura hawako Nairobi. Hawa ndio huwa wanatupatia hizo fake figures about the popularities ya candidates fulani. Uchaguzi nchini Kenya kihistoria ni mambo na kabila ama matabaka yale ambayo yalipo. Lakini ukweli ni kwamba, na hili ni swala ambalo nataka nikuambie na ulielewe vizuri, kwa sababu maybe mnaweza kufikiria kwamba Kenya Kwanza wanaweza kuwa na umaarufu fulani katika Nairobi. Kenya Kwanza ni chama cha UDA. UDA haina umaarufu wowote Nairobi. Kwa sababu hiyo, weka record. Na baada ya uchaguzi uniambie UDA watapata wabunge wapi, wangapi katika jiji la Nairobi. Hizi uchaguzi ikifanyika inaangaliwa kama vile tumeangalia kiti cha ugavana. Unachukua jamii moja unaunganisha na ingine. Ndio hivyo vile ilivyo. Sasa mimi sijui kama UDA watapata hizo viti namna gani. Hiyo hesabu ndio maybe mimi mtanielezea vizuri. Lakini ukweli ni kwamba sisi tuko na uhakika kwamba hiyo opinion poll on the other hand, kwa sababu umaarufu wa Raila Odinga in Nairobi haujawahi kuwa in dispute. Hata tunatarajia kwamba in a week's time itakuwa around 52. Na kutoka hapo, hiyo ndio sura ya nchi ya Kenya. Na sitaki niseme kwa ubaya, the Clint umefanya vizuri uka-apologize kwa mama, kwa sababu ulikuwa umeenda mbali kidogo. Na mama ndio hawa ni diehards wa Raila Odinga, sisi tukiwa mmoja wao. Na ikifikia kwamba ni mbaya, unajua sisi tunasemaga ni mbaya, lakini sio eti mbaya ya vita, ndio vile tutakujibu. Na ninafikiria nimefikia hapo, sitaendelea sana. Asante.
Asante Bwana Laban, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na maoni yako na himizo zako kwa Kenya. Naamini wamekupata kwa njia iliyo salama. Thank you for being precise and to the point and helping us redeem time. Thank you so much. Please mute your mic as we move forward. Turudi sasa kwa Papa Azimio ndio tupande tena kwa Wasike. Hii Wasike ni jina la kwetu. Kwa hivyo Papa Azimio harakisha. Oh, the Richards, just hold on, now come to you. Register yangu ina mark, tunafuata hivi, tunachanganya, the old and the new. Papa Azimio, you are taking time.
Yes, I'm Jambo once again. I just want to make a little contribution, and my contribution is
okay. Papa Azimio has technical hiccups. Pole lakini wanawasikia. If I'm not wrong, yes.
Asante Bernard.
Yes, we can get you going. Kabisa.
Asante kwa kunipa fursa. Nilikuwa nataka kuzungumzia hayo mambo manne ambayo umeiweka hapo. na ya kwanza ni kuhusu IEBC. Huyu mtu anaitwa Chebukati ana shida fulani ambayo ni lazima aambie Wakenya, kwa sababu hakuna vile court in 2017 ilipeana wazi yale ambayo yanafaa yafuatwe, na yeye mwenyewe anajua vitu ambavyo zinafaa zifuatwe. For example, Sakaja Commission of CUE imepata Sakaja kwamba hana degree, okay, lakini Chebukati mwenyewe anasema hayo ni mambo ambayo imeshapitwa na wakati, okay. Ameenda ameamrisha watu wake kwamba wataprint zile ballots na jina ya Sakaja pale ndani, okay. Kitu kingine ni kwamba courts in Kenya, they are going to ruin this country. Kwa sababu gani? Court inajua kwamba we are 30 days to the election, okay. Ile decision ambayo Chebukati alishasema kwamba watu ambao wamequalify kukuwa presidential candidates ni watu 4. Hiyo ni mzuri kwa sababu kuna watu wengine pale ndani, they cannot mount a serious campaign, okay. Na hiyo ni ukweli. Mtu hawezi mount a serious campaign lakini yuko pale, I don't know for what. Yeye anataka kujionyesha ama I don't know. Hata kama ni their democratic right, lakini saa zingine huwa inataka common sense. Common sense kitu ya maana sana, na courts zetu pia lazima ziwe na common sense. Another thing about the court inajua kwamba Mike Sonko amekuwa impeached, okay. Martha Koome amesema kwamba ukikuwa impeached that is for life, but our courts, okay, inaanza kupeana stop order. You are not supposed to print the ballots, you are supposed to print the ballots. All this inaletwa confusion, and it's 30 days to the election, okay. The implication is confuse IEBC as possible so that election itakuwa bungled, or I don't know, maybe Chebukati anataka kubungle the election the same way he did in 2017, okay. Alafu hii maneno ya Wetangula under fire over ballot printing fiasco, mimi naona hiyo ni siasa na ni propaganda, kwa sababu ile kampuni Lycos ilipatiwa tenda na IEBC, na tenda ilipatiwa hata before Wetangula na kina Mudavadi waingie kwa UDA or some sort of that. So I don't believe that in any way Wetangula anahusika na maneno na Lycos, although anaweza kuwa na zile scandals zenye alikuwa nayo hapa awali, lakini kulingana na election I don't think kama ako involved in anything. The second thing ni Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga amepeana directive ambayo ukienda usome judgment ya 2017 utapata ni ya ukweli. Kwa sababu gani? Court ilisema they have to be a physical register, and also you are supposed to have a digital register, so that mtu akienda kuvote, okay, and biometrics zako haziambatani ama haziko kwa system, then you go unaangaliwa unachukuliwa ID yako, unaangaliwa kwa manual register, okay. That is just common sense, okay. Sio kitu ati lazima iende kotini ama, it's just common sense. Hata kama court haingesema bado it's common sense. Lakini why is Chebukati insisting on a backup? Unaona, yeye anasema ile register Kimskit ikifail tuko na backup. Hii backup inatoa information from a server, okay. Ama hata kama haitoi information from a server, hii bado ni Kimskit ambayo ni the same na ile Kimskit yenye imefail. Unaona? So that is, najaribu kuangalia Chebukati na naona ni mtu ambaye yeye anataka kubungle the election, na anaifanya deliberately, anaifanya akijua kitu yenye anafanya, kwa sababu mtu ambaye anaelewa sheria hawezi fanya mistakes ambazo Chebukati anazifanya. Kwa sababu gani? Yeye anajua kwamba we are 30 days to the election, okay. Juzi ameita wagombea wote, okay, ameita wagombea wote kwa meeting. Amepeana notice kwamba kutakuwa na meeting. Badala meeting ianze, Raila Odinga amefika, kila mtu amefika, okay. Lawyers representing Ruto amefika, okay. Badala yeye aanze meeting anasema hapana, let's wait for the DP. Unaona? So what is that? Okay, and these were the pertinent issues. Kulikuwa na pertinent issues that were supposed to be discussed. So according to me, Chebukati and the courts, hawa watu wanataka they are frustrating the elections for no reason at all, kwa sababu mtu kama Chebukati amepatiwa 5 years ku streamline yo the tribunals court within the IEBC imemshinda. Hiyo tribunal court inasikiza kesi leo, kesho kutwa, and it's 30 days to the election. Surely a simple interpretation of the 2017 judgment, mbona inaleta hii shida yote kwa 2022? Okay, the last thing nilikuwa nataka kusema ni kuelekeza kwa my friend the Clint Corredian, ni kwamba anasema Raila is in government. Raila has never been in government. Okay, amekuwa in government wakati alikuwa prime minister. So you cannot be in government kwa sababu uko juu ya GK. Okay, hiyo ni kama kuniambia leo askari akuja anishike aniweke kwa gari ya GK, I'm in government. Okay, I'm not in government. Unanielewa? So kama tunafanya siasa, tufanye siasa ambayo ni ya kweli, na siasa ya Ruto si siasa ya kweli. Okay, because if you have been in power for 10 years na zile issues ambazo unataka kutuambia, okay, unatuambia sasa ni ile issues ambazo ungefanya 10 years ago, and you are giving us another manifesto, that is a person who is trading on hope. Yani kazi yake ni kupatia Wakenya hope. He cannot implement anything. Okay, and lastly ni kuongelea kuhusu maneno ya Uhuru ku appoint the 15 members transition team. I think amefanya kitu ya maana, kwa sababu transition ni kitu ya maana kwa elections. So sioni kama kuna siasa yoyote hapo ambayo inataka kuleta isipokuwa siasa ya Duale. Duale anataka kuambia watu the committees iko biased nini, but hiyo yote ni siasa. Kwa sababu gani? It is in the constitution that lazima kuwe na transitional committee. Unaona? Na it doesn't matter kama ni allies wa president ama si allies wa president, they have to perform their constitutional duty. So hiyo ndo mchango wangu tu, sina mchango wote mwingine.
So thank you very much. I think the best answer to Ndwale is simple. You will not be a best man in my wedding because you are a stranger. You can only be a best man in my wedding and be on my wedding line because you are my friend, you are my ally. So does Ndwale expect Uhuru to put his enemies on his wedding line? What
Ndwale, I think what Ndwale is doing is just playing cheap politics, because you cannot put people who are not in government in the transitional committee. It is impossible, because now the transitional committee wants to transfer duties of the government that was there before to the new government. So why are you bringing politics? There's nothing.
Okay, thank you very much Bwana Wasike, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na maoni yako. Naomba tusonge mbele, tunaenda moja kwa moja kwa Richard, lakini kabla ya hapo video moja tafadhali tegea hapo one video, then we are on Richard's as we move forward. 1 2 3, acha tuende hapa kwanza.
Yes. Start with registration.
Yes.
That's where it starts.
The registration is a manual process.
Yes.
I'm submitting my ID or passport, okay? And you'll submit it in hard copy. That's the reality of the matter.
Yes.
They will retain these documents. From that information which you've submitted, they mine data which is inputted into a table. And then they print that table, which is available for inspection. They're obliged to do that as a matter of law and common sense.
Okay.
You understand? But to reduce on paperwork, because the electoral laws are supposed to travel in tandem with technological development, there ought to be an electronic register. We're not saying that Either of them must be excluded. You must have both. You must have the manual register and the electronic register. Just in case a doubting Thomas wants to verify, because how do I know what you're looking at from your computer? Yeah, perhaps I could say, can I have a physical examination?
Let's find my name on it.
It's just common sense.
Yes.
Often the problem in Kenya is we always create debate out of issues that require no debate. And to this extent, I mean, permit me to say sorry to whoever is in my party and may want to take a divergent view. The legal position is as clear as we have enumerated it. You have a manual register, and then it's succeeded with a digital register. You are required to have both.
The polling station.
Yes, it's common sense. It is the law. It's the most practical thing to do.
Do you believe, my first question, do you believe that there's some mischief when they're pushing, or they're purely pushing on law? This is the law, just comply with it. Do you believe there's something? Because the argument...
Yeah, just like I told you, it's just common sense. It's a common sense issue.
Okay, thank you Asike. Tumlete Bwana Richard. Karibu tafadhali.
Thank you so very much. Good morning, Bernard and the rest of the team. It has been a wonderful, wonderful day. The campaigns have been there. That is yesterday. Because right now we are on another day, and we are now talking of 32 days to go. It is very interesting what is happening, and issues of the register, just like we are discussing the other time, we saw this coming. And now it has turned into another fiasco, and we see Raila is now threatening Chebukati that all this need to happen. We have been following all these things, and actually it was expected to come to this. What is going on, according to me, this is something that was already planned. Yeah, immediately after the last general election. You remember, yangu kumi yako kumi, and things had to be put in place. Mechanisms had to be rearranged. There was a pre-arranged thing for the success.
Sorry, Bwana Richards, you seem to umefungiwa na network. Pole lakini. Mr. Kamau, okoa huyu ndugu yako kabla arudi.
Nashukuru sana kwamba nasalimia kila mtu, and is a wonderful morning, and sisi tutakuwa huku mpaka asubuhi kusikiza na kutoa maoni, kwa sababu siku ni 30 limebaki ili tukaweze kupatia baba Biblia na akaweze kutafuna, kwa sababu hakuna option hapa. Sioni vile, unajua UDA ndio sababu nasikia wanasema wako na Mungu na watu, lakini behind the curtains wako na wizi na ukora, na tunawajua. Tuligojea wafanye plani yao ya kuiba kura mpaka ikaisha. Watu wako na tapes, watu wako na plani yote. Sasa tutakuwa tuna expose kila siku jama ya wizi. Mambo hii ya kusema wako na Mungu na watu, hiyo ni ilikuwa tu njia ya kuficha, ndio wakiiba kura na ziweze kupitia Uganda vile Junet anasema, na ziwe zaidi hata ya registered voters waseme Mungu. Najua wanasemanga Mungu ni member wa UDA lakini tumejua tabia zao. Tunajua tabia zao sababu tumeishi nao katika Jubilee. Tunajua ilikuwa mlengo ya wakora, but this country has to clean things. In any case, we are saying we have to start afresh as a people of Kenya, where people where elections are verifiable and things are done according to the way it's supposed to be done. I'm sad by this Bukusu. I think Chebukati is also a Bukusu leader. Huh? There's an unholy marriage there between the two Bukusus. That is Wetangula and Chebukati. Walionekana wakiingia Karen usiku wa manane, lakini watu wa Azimio walikuwa wameweka kamera, wako huko msituni karibu na Karen, anaona hiyo gari, anasema hiyo ndio anaingizwa na Uber. Imewekwa tint, lakini tumejua hii mambo yote. We are not going to allow this country to go to the dogs because of somebody's ambition and controlled ambition to become a leader of this country. A person who has no track record, a person who we know, and we usually say this: give us another person from the Kalenjin who is. There are many people who are good there, professors and real saved, but don't give us this character. A character that was there in 1992 in YK27, YK92, that harassed the democratic people and the people who fought for this independence. People who got even to the house of Matiba and beat that Hamere almost to death. These are the people who are saying freedom is coming tomorrow. Freedom of what? And don't tell us he could not have done anything because he was the deputy president. We have seen people who have done something when they are the deputy president in many countries. And they compare Kibaki didn't do anything he did when he was the president. Kibaki did a lot. The reason why he was the longest serving MP is because he did a lot in terms of education in Othaya. And people knew he was the most admired MP at that time. And particularly, you could not have done much in the days of Moi, but in this, and we all know, if you are in Kenya, theoretically, the government, the buck stops with the president. But we know as Kenyans, and you know, and you can agree with me, the government that has led us for 10 years was 50-50. Ruto took 50 with his 20%, and Uhuru took 50 with 80%. And the 50 Ruto took was Ministry of Treasury. We know what happened with the Eurobond. In the Ministry of Energy, we know what happened with the tokens and those electrical posts. Ministry of Agriculture, we know what happened in KMC. We know this guy is a crook. And if he has become the president, then I'll seek asylum to the next available country. Because we cannot be led by thugs pretending to be saved, to be godly. And therefore, hapa pale tumefika, my brothers, tuongee vile yalipo. Because kama katika maisha yako hata hujawahi saidia hata wale ulikuwa unasoma nao primary school, unakuja kutusaidia aje? Kuna jamaa anaitwa Clemendi, alituonesha kwa TV, anaendeshanga boda. Kwa nini hajai msaidia for the 30 years he has been in government? Kwani hiyo bottom up amerealize the day of elections? We know these things, and we are saying we are not going to allow this country to be led by thugs. This country is precious. It is a shining star in Eastern Central Africa, and giving a thug is taking us back, towards so many steps backwards. And therefore, we know where good people are. We know Raila Odinga has no court case, and if there is any court case niambiwe sahi, kwa sababu watu wanasemanga sijui aliiba sijui ile inaitangwa nini huko, na hana, kuna mtu ana complain. Martha Karua wanasema sijui alihongwa BAT. Yani they are looking for things that are not there. But we know that one Samuel Ruto stole the land of Mr. Moteshi, and he was convicted and paid back. We also know that he restored a road called processional road. How do you steal a road? Unaiba barabara, watu wanapita public. He stole a road. Processional way, inakuwa hapo njia kuingia huko kwa State House. And you have a title deed of that. We also know that even hii Uhuru Gardens ilikuwa karibu kwenda. If it was not for the army and Uhuru Kenyatta. These are the crooks that are saying they have solutions for reducing the prices of this country. We cannot allow that, for God heaven's sake. And therefore, we know Kenyans are wiser than that. They know the truth, and they are not going to buy that nonsense of bottom up and nonsense of solving at reducing the prices, while you are the same person who have brought us into this place. Therefore, Bernard, we are urging Kenyans for more walks of life, for more the provinces, to vote in Raila Odinga as the 5th president of Kenya to have an economic revolution that will now enable this country achieve its mandate. Right? Uhuru Kenyatta should now prepare to leave State House with his brother Ruto, waweke vitu kwa makaratasi, magunia, mwingine aende Ishaweri na huyo mwingine aende Sugoi, aone vile nchi inaongozwa kwa utaratibu na heshima na si na hasira, lakini katika upole na kwa kitu inaitwa Kenya. Kitu inakosa si viongozi. Viongozi ni wengi, ni good governance, because institutions are as good as the individuals. If you walk like a duck, you speak like a duck, you look like a duck, then you must be a duck. If Ruto looks like corruption and walks like corruption and smells like corruption, then he is corrupt. That's the final story. Tuache kupembelezana hapa, hatuwezi weka mkora hapo atupikie. Anataka kupiga rais kofi, na tukimpatia jeshi na vifaru na polisi na air force, sisi tutakuwa wapi? Kwanza mtembei, najua mtakuwa na mmeelekezwa kifaru kimoja kanyange hii channel. Haya, anyway, tugojee siku 30 tuweke baba apishwe kule Bible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kamau. On that same note, Martin says, Ruto akiingia, tunatoa Bernard out of Kenya. I'm on the hit list. God will keep me and preserve me. Yes, the Clint, what is it?
Ben, nasikia vitu tamu sana. Eti ameiba hadi barabara ba. Ben, ama mimi ndio sijui barabara. Barabara kwa kizungu si ni road. Sasa mnataka kusema hakuwa anaona barabara. Bana Mr. K. Alafu kuna wengine pia nilisikia jamaa wa Costa anaitwa Sharo hapa akisema eti ameiba, how do we call a river in Kiswahili? Ameiba river huko Coast. Sasa bana nashindwa kuelewa venye river na barabara mtu anaweza kaiba. Unajua I can't understand how you steal a road and you steal a river.
Ngoja wasike keep the mic off.
These are some of the things that makes Atuoli to say that tukate miti. Unajua mtu akiiba barabara na ardhi road na lake, then miti ikatwe. Bana barabara is very essential to our daily lives, Ben. Hata wewe uliniambia hapa eti your grandfather alitoa shamba Western ndio watu watengezewe barabara. So years later, 50 years and above, someone steals that road. Ben, miti zikatwe kama ni hivyo.
Asante bwana Clint. Ulisikia ndugu yake Waititu akisema kama unajenga nyumba na kuna mto, songesha mto. Usihamishe nyumba. So kama wanaweza kusongesha mto, they can steal it instead or make it not exist. But it is about time Kenyans woke up to the reality that we need to have better leadership. Leadership that takes the entire country and understands the whole country and want to move the whole country ahead. Not look for which side of the country is more fertile and grab it for personal gain. We need to deploy all the resources in the country for the betterment of the country and for the safeguarding of the future generations. Wale watu wanataka kuchukua mabarabara na kuchukua miti na kuchukua mito, au wote hawana vision of the future. They don't even think about their children, forget about their grandchildren. They think life is all about let's eat today for tomorrow we die. But for us to be good leaders that are responsible, we must be mindful of future generations. What will be written in the history books that you did to safeguard the future generations? When you go to vote on 9th of August, you are not casting a vote for just 2022 to 2027. It is what have you said for your children and your children's children. If you hand the country to wrong hands, that they will eat the future and finish the present, and there is nothing left for your children's children will curse your grave for not rising up to the occasion to save the country from being misused. So as all valid voters, don't go to vote for a person, go and vote for a cause. From the county, whatever, MCAs, member of county assembly, then a member of parliament, member of senate, women rep, governor, and president. Let it be for a cause. What is it that you want to see in your county that you're not seeing? Which of the MCA can push that until it is actualized? Let that person be given a vote. Don't just vote for cousins, my uncle, my brother, this person speaks well, or he goes from our church, or he brought us money for Arambe. Tuache hizo vituko. Let's look at this holistically and look at the country, the state of the country, and see who can help this country move forward. I went to Marsabit. There's mass land that is not put to use. It is all bare, but it is not empty. It's not empty. That land is very rich, only if it's put to use. 10 years after devolution, and still the level of development in the place is very low. One of the reasons, my guesses, is the people in that county government are not thinking futuristic. They are looking for the county government as an opportunity to eat what is available, not deploy what is available, multiply it so that the future generations can be happy that we had the first governor where there was no tarmac road. Now we have the 5th governor and the whole place has become a city, has become a modern place where we have infrastructure, we have road network, we have water network, we have internet and everything else. Let's have people who think better for this country. Just consider that as we go to vote. Tuache hii kubebwa tu UDA, Kenya Kwanza, Azimio. Tuangalie ni nani anaweza kutubeba, atufikisha hapa mahali ambapo kama nchi tutaheshimiwa kimataifa. Clint, Karen, please shortly tumulete nani Karanja.
And then there is something that Kenyans must help us do. Ben, as trained teachers who are not employed, sisi walimu, Ben, the reason as to why we are not employed is because majorly corruption. And when some presidential candidates doesn't want to address that issue, then tulienda university kufanya kazi bure. That's what I can say. Because tunazaekea hapa nje bana, umri zetu za kuoa zimefika na tuwezi oa bila kitu bibi atakula na watoto. And we went to school to get employed. So you either address corruption we elect you or you ama ufiche corruption when unaficha deputy wako na tukuruke. We need to get employed bana. Watu wachague president mzuri, 1 to 2 years teachers are absorbed na tupate kazi. Wazazi wamechoka kungojea fruits of our education bana. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Clint. We appreciate it, and it's important. Let's listen to Mama Selina.
Yes, Penat.
Yes, make your contribution, then we can go to Duke and then Karanja.
Okay, Penat, thank you so much. 33 days.
And I hope you received the apologies from Clint.
No. I think I was
okay.
Okay, that's fine. And thank you. Hata ni sawa, thank you. So nilikuwa nasema 32 days kwa sababu najua pande hii kwetu ni jioni na Kenya ni over midnight. So tunataka kusema hivi on a serious note, vile mumesema, we need those serious leaders. And mahali imefika Penat ni nikiruti mambo ya no register no election. Baba amesema. Then hii mambo ya Wetangula na hii watu ya ballot printing, sijui Kenya wanafikiria nini, and rumors is so bad. I hope IEBC, and we cannot say IEBC as for now, tunataka kusema Wafula Chebukati because he's the chairman, ya kwamba arudi angalie nyuma aone hata commissioners mali walienda kifitu what happened. Kenyan of today, nasikia watu wengi mnaongea kuhusu sijui chela atafika wapi aende chela gani? You mess with this country at this point. Tunataka a real winner, hata kama ni UDA awe ameshinda, ila hata Mkenya ataamini, because end of the day we have to have a winner. Lakini Chebukati, and again Penat, unajua baba amesema nini? January Chebukati is out, 10 years yake imeisha. Unajua kuna watu wengi wanalalamika na wanasema kwa nini Chebukati asitoke. Alisign contract na contract yake na 3 commissioners inaisha January. In case election ama in case hata waseme wameenda kotini and something happened, Chebukati and the 3 commissioners, they will not be in office. Wale wa nyuma waine ndio watakuwa kwa office. But Chebukati ana pretend, na ninashukuru mwenye amesema is a constitutional lawyer, anajua kila kitu. And again, a lot of people, sijui kama ni ukweli, wamesema Chebukati is like a relative to Wetangula, but I don't want to go there. Kwa sababu, hata vile wakale nchini wengi waliomba kasi, ama walipatiwa kasi kwa IEBC. Wamekuwa wafanyikazi wa IEBC for 10 years now. Kama kuna vile walifanya theater time na umepata the same opportunity ukutolewa, do the right thing for the country of Kenya. Hatuna nchi ingine. I wish Kenya niswangeona ile shida Amerika wako nayo sahi kuhusu mambo ya Donald Trump, because anataka kurudi kuongoza. And you know they are in court, wanajaribu kuleta mambo because they know that Donald Trump what he can do. And then kwa bahati mbaya wale wasungu, I'm sorry to use that word, wasungu wengi ni racist, na Donald Trump ni kama anaongea ndani yao. So most of them wanapenda Donald Trump, not because he's a leader, kwa sababu anakuja kumaliza Amerika. Wanaona, wasungu wanaona kama imekuwa infect na watu ya nje. So I want Kenyans to be serious, kwa sababu every 5 years, hata Ruto nataka kumwongelesha today, is my brother, ya kwamba amani yenye Uhuru na Raila alilete, I don't think bila hiyo watu wawili or even him, mambo ikienda mbaya sahi, who will bring that peace to Kenya until they listen again? Wewe unaweza panda ndege na utoroke Kenya ikiharibika, na ile watu wengi hawana hata who is our neighbor? Bernard, can Kenyans look down and see? Amutaenda Uganda, Uganda is in fire. Amutaenda Ethiopia, amutaenda Somalia. Dar es Salaam waliwafukuza Tanzania, walisema Wakenya wanakuja kumaliza ugali. Yani in case kitu mbaya ifanyike today Kenya, na kwa sababu inji mingi wametutarau kwa kasi yenye tunafanya na bidii ama na uchanja yenye tumefanya, imefanya watu wameokopa Kenyans. In case something happened today for 33 days, because mtoto akienda kusaliwa, mama akiwa na mimba, aujui hiyo mtoto atasaliwa apone, aujui kama hiyo mtoto atakufa. Watu wanafurahia kwa sababu mtu ako na mimba, but aujui it is kama Kenya leo. That is why nilisema tafadhali, for now tusicheze. Nchi yetu iko mahali yenye tufuke hiyo kamba ama tukose. Wakenya waamue, because wengi ya Wakenya kuna vile wanafikiria na wamenyamaza, and it is majority ya Kenyans. Like our tribe, I want to talk this in my heart, Bernard, today. I'm a Kalenjin, and I'm proud to be born a Kalenjin. Kuna siku wa Kikuyu wakukuwa wanajua kama wataamukia Kenya. There was something called 41 against. If my community cannot be careful, tutawachwa na Wakenya. Where will we go? Tumechokoza watu, and the truth is good to be said. Tumechokosana na makabila manduku zetu ya Kenya, and they have it in their heart. They have not forgotten. Si atu wamesahau, ni vile Wakenya ni wasuri. They say, samea lakini forgive but don't forget. Nataka kuongea hivi, mtu mmoja asitupeleke kwa kamba. I'm talking to those Kalenjins. They are proud kuona we need to be in the ballot. They are proud kuona mtoto yao, but iwe ni kura ya ukweli. Otherwise, naona kina Tuke wamemtetea kwa roho safi. A lot of people have stand with him. Na hata wanajua, kama wanajua, si ati ajui, anajua. Our relationship kama jamii ya Kalenjin na Kisii, people know, Luyas, Kikuyus, everybody. Tungetaka amani kwa Kenya. Na ule ameonekana, leo nimeona leo, sijui kama watasema nini, naona baba ako na 49 na Ruto ako na 30. Naona Nairobi, I don't know whether it is true, and it may be true. Naona huyu Sakaja anaongoza na Kikate ako na 32. Naona Esther Passaris, naona Sufuna. We may think it is wrong kwa sababu tunapenda, especially mimi na support baba. But maybe kuna hii kura ya sasa, people have decided. Unaweza fikiria kweli na hiyo 3 piece ni kitu ni kama haitafanyika. So Penat, sitaki kupotezea nyinyi nafasi, lakini ningetaka kuomba for these days tujaribu kupeana peace. Ya pili, mimi niongee karibu nchi yetu ya jirani Uganda. We don't want to go there. Sahi Uganda ni wanaenda juu chini. Museveni alicapture kila kitu. Wanajaribu kumutoa after 40 years in power. And we cannot do like Ugandans. Kwa sababu wameumia. They want to return their country back to the civilian kwa watu. Na imekuwa ngumu. And that is where Kenyans want to go. Mukilete kiongozi mwenye ako na tamaa. Kenya, we are lucky. President hata kama atutaki anaenda 5 years. Akisiti anamaliza na 5 years, 10 years. Apende, asipende anatoka. But, kwa sababu ya katiba yetu yenye tuliweka. But tukiweka watu yenye wataheshimu hiyo katiba. Ukiweka mtu kama hiyo, Museveni is so afraid. Museveni kwa maisha yake leo, nasikia mkutano alikuwa ni kama Ukambani. Nasikia Museveni alikuwa mkutano mahali, is in hospital today. Kwa sababu kuna nyoka ilitoka. Penat, I don't know kama ni asijui, imeua askari. Museveni alijaribu kukimbia na ni msee, ako hospitali. But, kama imefika watu wamesema kama Mungu amekataa kutoa huu mtu, acha tutumia hata mashetani, Kenya tusienda hapo. Na kwa sababu ako na ushano na one of us, Museveni anaokopa Raila, afanye ause Uganda hata kwa wasungu, kwa wa Chinese, na Raila asikue president. Why? Hawajai fanya kazi pamoja. Raila ni mtu Democrat. Anajua mambo ya mikingo. Kuna hiyo story ya Opote na Wajaluo na ya Uganda na Kenya. I wish our country. Tunataka president ule atakuwa president ya Kenya na atakuwa puppet ya Museveni. Kenyans, I'm saying niko ndani mkutano ya Uganda. Hata sasa nashukuru Mungu Penat, August tarehe 12 nitakuwa California mkutano ya Bobby Wine. I will celebrate kama baba amechaguliwa kuwa rais, but still I'm going for the struggle. I'm doing a struggle for Uganda, not for my country, because at least we are peace. So wacha nisipoteze nafasi, lakini niwaambie wa Kenya, please tujichunge. Asante sana.
Thank you Mama Selina, tunashukuru sana kwa wasia wako, mchango, maoni. Naamini wote wamekusikia na wanatilia maanani hiyo mahimizo na kuelewa. Kuna mtu kwa comment section anaitwa Rono, ni kama haelewi mambo. Kuna kitu ambacho ningependa sana kuomba kizazi hiki, kwamba ukiwa wewe ni kijana, ni muhimu ukimsikiliza mtu amekuzidi katika umri, umsikilize kwa makini. Kuna mambo ambayo hautapata usiposikiliza kile ambacho kisemwi. Kuna ile hali ambayo unapata nafasi ya kuwa katika uwepo wa mtu mzee, na unatoka hapo kama hujajifunza chochote, haujapata chochote, kwa sababu your attitude is wrong. It only takes a person with a teachable spirit and a commitment to what is a right course for you to be able to keenly follow the conversation and begin to get not only what is said, but what is not said in the course of saying what is being said. one of the greatest teacher in history, who is undisputable, including the people who don't believe in him, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ is accepted as a great prophet, a great teacher by both Muslims, Hindus, atheists. Everybody does not deny that Jesus was a great teacher. But if you have read the Jesus story, you will notice that Jesus never had formal classes whereby he said, write down the following. The topic today is Sermon on the Mount. Mount is the mountain, and sermon is the conversation. Define the following and all that. Jesus had what we call informal training, and the students had to follow him closely in order to capture what he will say. They will just be passing through the farm, and then he say, woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, who insist that you should wash your hands before you eat, and all that and all that. So, young people, free advice. You can sit where there is wisdom and die of foolishness if you don't take to heart to learn everything you can learn from the elders. I take my opportunity to interact with different people on this platform very serious. There is a lot of things that I've come to understand and learn by just the debating on this platform. And also I've come to realize that there are people here that no matter how many years you give them, they will still leave this platform with nothing. Not because there was nothing on this platform, but because they chose not to hear what is being said. Don't take lightly what elders say to you. Mr. Kamau, ulikuwa unasemaje?
Nimesahau kusema juu ya opinion poll. Nilikuwa nasema there is those opinion polls are not giving the actual picture, because Raila is not at 50 or the 49% in Nairobi. People in Nairobi have decided, and he's at 70, and that one will be vindicated come whatever. I don't understand which kuras does UDA have. So hiyo nilikuwa niongee kwa sababu mimi niko Nairobi sahi, na Nairobi hakuna kura ya UDA, ni kidogo kidogo tu kwa stage na ya chokora hapo, watu wadogo tu, watu wanachoma mahindi. So there's very few people who support UDA in Nairobi, and the only place that UDA has kura majority, it's a little bit of Central and Rift Valley, and even in those places, Baba is overtaking, like in Mount Kenya, he is overtaking Ruto with a lightning speed because of his Rigathi choice, and therefore in fact Wajakoya might defeat Ruto in Central Kenya. Kwa hivyo hiyo opinion poll should not even be a discussion. Let us wait for elections, people will see.
Sawa. Thank you, Mr. Kamau. These opinion polls seem to be massaged. Yeah, I mean, kuna ile upishi unafanywa ili to create a particular impression. And it is becoming very difficult to do. You know, most of the opinion polls have been neck to neck, and that neck to neck is refusing to sell. And so now they are giving it a 9% difference just to keep everybody understand. And if you understand, if you know the history of opinion polls in Kenya, opinion polls were introduced by President Moi, and the really main reason why he allowed the opinion poll during that time was to aid rigging. When the opinion poll have been saying this, now it creates an opportunity to rig or cry foul that your elections have been stolen when it is not the real issue. So we need not to remove that from the picture when we are looking at these so-called opinion polls. I agree with you, Mr. Kamau, and I've held that opinion, and I'll be here on 10th and 11th and 12th of August to ascertain and ratify that there is no time in a free, fair election where William Ruto can come close to Raila Odinga's votes. Not in these elections. Maybe another one, but not this one. If Raila Odinga gets 70%, the third, if it gets the best Ruto can get against Raila is a third of what Raila gets. Just like he did in 2010, and just like he has maintained in the course. So there are places where, like, for example, somebody sent me a video that Kivumbi Paula in the coast made William Ruto a winner for the first time, and was advising that everybody should go back to the coast and begin to campaign for Raila Odinga. That is not viable. That's not viable. Probably because Kivumbi Baba has been winning everywhere in Nakuru, and did he even win in Eldoret or something like that? So they must have planted their guys there to change the tide. But as far as the coast is concerned, Ruto cannot be the king. Nairobi, Ruto cannot be the king. There are places where he can be, but not in those two places. Now, tuende kwa Bwana Duke peane maoni yake tukisonga mbele, alafu tumlete sasa huyu nabii atuambie what is the roho anasemaje. Zimebakia siku 30. Tusimame vipi? Kwa sababu kuna watu wanasema wako na Mungu na Mungu amewaambia. Mr. Duke, you're welcome. How are you?
I'm fine. Before I start, I want to ask if it is proper for Mr. Kamau to say that the voters of UDA in Nairobi ni chokora na watu wa stage. Is that a proper language to use?
Mr. Kamau, you can defend yourself. I don't need
he said that.
I retract. Okay, nimesema basi I retract it. I say it's street kids na watu kuchoma mahindi. Is it wrong now? Is it better? Is it sound better? Street kids, na watu ya kuchoma mahindi. Chokora nimetoa.
Oh no, I asked Bernard whether it's right for somebody to use those terms, not you, because he's the one moderating. So Bernard, I'm waiting for your answer.
I send you back to the horse's mouth so that he can clear his record. As much as I am moderating, I don't have to support or wherever split hairs on everything that he said. There is what is called figurative speech. There are no UDA voters in Kenya. We have, I mean, in Nairobi, we have Kenyans who are going to vote, okay? And after they vote, what I got from what he said is that there will be a minority in terms of numbers of the people who are going to vote for UDA in Nairobi. Less in number. Not their financial status, not their economic status, not where they live. That's what I got in terms of that expression. It does not mean that they are the poorest or they are the ones without clothes or without house. It is that they will be less in number, just like we have less of that clique of people in the city. Martin, what is it?
Bernard, with all due respect and also asking Duke, I would have wanted to go before Duke because najua Duke akianza, I always watch him. I've never debated him. Sitakagi ku debate na yeye. Not in a bad way, Duke. You're a good man, man. I watch you and every time. But Duke akianza saizi yake zile mikono zitainuka hapa, sitaiongea mpaka kesho saa 6. kama ningeenda tu mbele yake, yeye mwenyewe aniachie ama wewe mwenyewe uniachie, niende tu mbele yake nimalize. Duka kianza sitamaliza, hata sitaifikiwa. Hii itakuwa 2 hours after.
Martin, wacha hiyo. So since I have already given, the only way to receive that is for him to give you. I can't take it from him. Thank you.
No, can I start now? I want to. The first
carry
topic
on,
about
carry on, please. Thank you.
I want to respond to the statement from Raila Odinga that if there is no register, there is no elections. An organization or a nation or an institution is governed by specific principles or laws, and presumably they are supposed to be obeyed by every person. So, and the 2 guidelines on how IEBC should conduct the election is from the Election Acts and the Constitution. Therefore, it is interference or insubordination when any person, not even the government, should actually try to give or to indicate how IEBC should work. Instead, it should challenge it in the judiciary, in the courts. Maybe if that person has the information that maybe procurement of ballots was not done as per the provisions. All specific steps which they are going to undertake, they are unconstitutional. That individual should proceed to court to counter that. What does that, if you say even there is no register, there is no election, what do you mean? Do you mean that you will stop it as who, or actually the contestants are the subjects? Actually, the regulations are like they are the one who should obey that. And you know, in a contestation, we have several competitors. So if you are one of them and you are demanding specific provisions, then if another person demands opposing specifications, you see that's like it cannot move forward. What if maybe Ruto says if there is a physical register, then there is no election?
You know what?
So,
I'm sorry to intervene. I'm very sorry. But you know, when Raila said there is no election, he has done it. And there were no election. It is like the election could be there, but nobody will go to the polling station. If Baba says something is wrong, Tube, usiwe kama umetoka Uganda ama umetoka Tanzania. The other time he says so, there were no election in Kenya. And this time round, wesienda wikanyake moto, kama unaona kuna moto. I think you could say, tujue tu Baba, isiwe ni serious. Otherwise, kama kweli ni ukweli amesema, there will be no election in Kenya. Nani ataenda polling station? You cannot pull people to go there. So usiseme hiyo, ati hata kama Ruta. Raila ni Kenya, na Kenya ni Raila.
Thank you, Mama Selina. Okay, Duke, I just want to push this inside. The no register, no physical register, no election is not from the air. Okay, it is a law. It is a requirement of the law. So if there is no physical register, it's not Raila who is enforcing it. It is Chebukati who is ignoring the requirement of the law. Now, if Chebukati is not following the law, then why should we participate in unlawful election? Because the election is just as valid as to the degree it is conducted according to the constitution and according to the law. So if the IEBC is not following the law, they will not follow IEBC into error. It's simple and pure. So it's not a matter of Raila said, so let Ruto say, and let Wajakoya say, and let Mwaura say. It is a matter of the law requires it to be so. So if the chairman is not following the law, whatever he's conducting is unlawful, and it can be challenged into the court of law, and everything will be overturned. So it is that clear. So it's not just a mere demand. It is a requirement of the law. Thank you.
And Baba is ready for UHURU to continue being the president. And when we go for the second round, your man will be nowhere. He better even anyamase. Otherwise, UHURU wataendelea kuwa rais na Baba ana shida. It is not Raila that he want to be a president. If you guys play a joke, UHURU wataendelea kutuongoza, and you have nothing, and nobody will be too beauty president. Yake itakuwa imeisha penat, na UHURU wataendelea kutuambia na tutapata urais namna gani. Mtu asifikirie ikiharibika atabaki kuwa deputy ya UHURU. No way. Siku hiyo ndio mtajua mbichi na nyeupe na nywele.
Sawa, ngoja sawa Mama Selina, nashukuru. Naomba sasa tufanye hivi. Let's hold on there. Let's hold on there. Everybody relax. I want us to give ample time to Duke to finish within the time limit so that other people can make their contribution. Tukiruhusu maswali saa hii tutakwama hapo kwa muda mrefu, na singependa kuwa hivyo, na hata masaa yangu yameanza kunipa kisogo. Kwa hivyo nataka nitamatishe vizuri kama kila mmoja amepeana whatever maoni yake vizuri bila kusumbuliwa. So Duke, go straight to the point. Redeem time. Thank you, please.
For me, interpreting that Raila is sensing defeat and is trying to prepare ground for disputing the outcome of the elections.
Bwana Duke, do you read that the physical register is a requirement of the law?
Which specific state, can you state that act or the statute? Which election act specified?
It is not an act.
Whichever specified, so I can check it, because
it is not an act.
It was just specified here.
Start with registration.
Yes,
that's where it starts.
The registration is a manual process.
Yes.
I'm submitting my ID or passport, okay? And you'll submit it in hard copy. That's the reality of the matter.
Yes.
They will retain these documents. From that information which you've submitted, they mine data which is inputted into a table. And then they print that table, which is available for inspection. They're obliged to do that as a matter of law and common sense.
Okay.
You understand? But to reduce on paperwork, because the electoral laws are supposed to travel in tandem with technological development, there ought to be an electronic register. We're not saying that either of them must be excluded. You must have both. You must have the manual register and the electronic register. Just in case a doubting Thomas wants to verify, because how do I know what you're looking at from your computer? Yeah, perhaps I could say, can I have a physical examination?
Let's find my name.
It's just common sense.
Yes.
Often the problem in Kenya is we always create debate out of issues that require no debate. And to this extent, I mean, permit me to say sorry to whoever is in my party and may want to take a divergent view. The legal position is as clear as we have enumerated it. You have a manual register, and then it's succeeded with a digital register. You are required to have both.
The polling station.
Yes, it's common sense. It is the law. It's the most practical thing to do.
Do you believe, my first question, do you believe that there's
So proceed. And Black tells you it is Election Act Section 44A. Black is
I know, but it's a matter of interpretation. That's why I say, that he was just an individual giving his own opinion. The key term is about verifiable. It has to be verified in a way. So
an individual giving his own opinion So you want to say that your opinion overrides his opinion?
Yes, yes, he was giving opinion, not specify the specific acts.
You know Harvey is not any other.
Duke, please, I want you to debate respectfully and don't insult our intelligence. When there is an express provision of the law, you don't make it a guesswork or personal opinion. That is a clear-cut provision of the Constitution. You cannot say it is personal opinion. That's insulting our intelligence, wasting our time. So if you want to debate on that matter, come up with a counter provision of the Constitution that says it is not necessary. Then we'll listen to you. But if you want to rubbish information being given by people who, in my opinion, are higher than you in understanding the law, then you're simply wasting our time. And I don't think we don't have that time.
No, that's not fair. Because, so should you say I should actually read from the same page as Harvey? We are different. Maybe he has his own opinion and I have mine. Doesn't mean that if you say something,
you cannot have a different opinion on something that is written in the Constitution.
So I asked you to state that act. If it's for, can you read it? And you are saying it. Read it. What does it say? Where is it? Read it.
You have been referred to by Black. Black is in your camp.
No, can you read it? And I'm saying it's not saying the same thing. Maybe you can read for me that.
What is it?
Read the specific provision.
What do you
can't say that it's the law. You read the specific article or the specific provision. Then we debate from there.
Good night. Martin, make your submission. Thank you.
I was about to ask a bad question. Thank you, sir, for that. Asante sana. Mungu amekuonekania. Kwani Duke doesn't know how to read? Kwanza naambiwa na mtu wa kampi yake. Na naambiwa the right article because I wanted to say it. Black, thank you wherever you are, man. I appreciate you, sir. Thank you for bringing that. Ai. Na nilikuambia mimi ukiniweka hapo mbele mtu nitaenda because he takes too much time of kula balu. Well, anyway, mi wacha nimalize zangu haraka either nitakaa ama nitaendelea na whatever. But anyway, I wanted to come in with a joke kidogo hapo hivi. By the way, Mtumishi, thank you so much for playing the clip that I sent you. Thank you. Atika Lwale anaenda kuitisha oparanya. Atikura kimeumana ni kubaya.
Ni kubaya.
Imagine ako mkutano ya ODM na yako UDA. Na kwanza namwambia yeye niitishie bwana. Kwani Malala ni kabaya hivyo ama ni nini naendelea huko, mtatuambia nyinyi. Ndio mnajoka. I wanted to start it on a lighter note. I haven't been here for a while but I missed you guys a lot. I'm so sorry. It's just been busy kidogo. Na by the way, wewe mnaniumiza bana bwana. Kwani you guys are messing up my mind. Especially in a time zone. Na mkaga mazee najaribu kutafuta nini ya Azimio, nikiangalia huko Azimio. Hamwezi kuwa na mkutano mmoja kwani mmekuwa Kenya mzima. Ala.
Sisi tuliwaambia mashini tunafungua. Mkasema ati nyinyi mko na watu, mko na agenda, mko na sera, ninyi ndio mko mbele, mko bottom up, mko up, mko hapa katikati, mko hapa chini. Tukawaambia endeni polepole. Hii kitu tukifungua mtaweza. Wasema sisi tuko mbele. Sasa ndio hayo.
Unaamka unatafuta madhakaro unampata pale anaongea na walimu, anaambia walimu sijui ati kwanza kabla kina Raila waende huko mimi nitakuwa sijui Kirinyaga alafu nitarudi tupatane sijui Gatundu sijui nini kabla uangalie huko sijui kuna wengine wako huko nani naitwaje huyu Kalwala anaitisha sijui apigiwe kura na ODM aitishiwe. Ukiangalia hivi tena Mombasa sijui kuna nini tena sijui nini. Yani mumechapa country mzima hata mbakishi hata bakishieni kijana kidogo bwana hata sijiwe sana hivyo. Hata kama mnakata
miti tumeshakata. So I'll give you the Bible illustration. Kuna ile verse kwa Revelation inasema watu watatafuta kifo na kifo kitawakataa. watakimbia kwenda kujirusha kwa bahari, bahari inakauka.
Jamaa mpaka amekimbia Samburu kule tulikuwa. Unajua kitambo, and that's why I love my country, because nowadays, and actually just now starting to be serious. You know, like Samburu, when you used to go to Samburu Isiolo long time ago, they used to ask you, umetoka Kenya? They didn't know that was Kenya, part of Kenya. So sasa jamaa has started to run to places like Samburu, anaenda kudanganya watu huko. Na sasa ameshika kijiti hivi, and it's the first time nimesikia kiongea juu ya corruption. Na ukiongea juu hiyo corruption, because amefukuzwa, ameambiwa what do you call this, that his manifesto does not mention corruption anywhere. Ukiangalia ameshika kijiti hivi, akisema corruption karibu ajichape, hiyo kijiti nikaa inataka kumchapa. You know, I heard that name corruption and I was listening, sikuwa naangalia, nikadhani kwani baba amepata homa. Woni Ruto kweli anaongea juu ya corruption? Kumwangalia ako very sensitive akiongea corruption. I think I counted, it was like 4 or 5 times that aliongea juu ya corruption. Why? Because he's been forced to do it. Guys, for me mali niko, let me move real quick. Nilikwambia nita move very, very quick. I always say, politics is a social fabric of life. Hata kwa nyumba yako kuna politics na kuna kila kitu. So watu wanatuambia politics, sometimes I wonder what they are trying to say. Because I think at this time tumefika mahali where our Kenya, the politics have changed. Na zina change vibaya. Na hazi change vizuri. I saw Raila today and Martha Karua talk about unajua hizo pollings na nini, talking about kama hakuna manual physical register, we will not have election. Guess where he was talking at? Sijui kama kuna mtu aliangalia mali alikuwa anasema hiyo kitu, because that's very important. Sana sana angesema hiyo kitu Bondo ama Nairobi. Leo alikuwa anaisemea wapi? Central, mali anaambiwa hajapanda mlima. Tena kwa nyumba ya wapi exactly? Gatundu. Kwa Uhuru mwenyewe. And I was, venye nilisikia kusema hivyo, kwanza nilishikwa na kabaridi kidogo. La. Kila mtu akainuka, yani ikakuwa ni cheers. Then that's when I realized mulima imepandwa kweli. Wenye walikuwa wakisema, you go tell Ruto to go say that thing in Gatundu. Try. As we speak. Because sometimes, with politics, pia lazima angalia what you're doing, where you're doing it, how you're doing it. And I think it was very strategic for him to go do it exactly there. This thing has been there, but he's not been saying it. Whatever he's been. Hakuisema Kiambu, alienda mpaka Gatundu. Na hapo akaisema na kila mtu akachia. I'm telling you, hey. Hii kitu ni mbaya. Now let's talk about the polls. Mkisikiza, I need you guys to listen to what this, hawa watu watatu wanakuwaga wamevaa half coats. Peter Kenneth, kama unajua kusoma nini, body language, Peter Kenneth, Joho na Junet. Wanakuwaga wamevaa tu the same. If you hear what they are talking about, na ndio maana wote ndio wanakuja kusema hiyo kitu leo, hii kitu ya coming back to the Wetangula thing, Chebukati thing. They are the ones that are saying now, wanasema take us to court and everything. Look at the consistency with them and understand these guys actually understand. Me, I believe there's a reason hata venye spizi the way they dress, na sazimu utapata Martha Karua amevaa hivyo. Politics is something you have to watch very carefully in what is happening, especially this month that I said, and Bernard, you remember I came here and said, this last month, something is going to happen that is going to change the whole thing, but I think it's over. Mimi, with what I hear, hata Kalonzo unaona hata yuko huko, watu wetu kambani wako, wakina Oparanya wako na side ingine, ni hawa tu ndio wanatembea tu huko. Those other places are not there. And if you had Junet say, alipiga hesabu yote ya country yote mzima. Huku Raila, kule Raila. I swear, if Lakini statistically is not is not possible. Bernard, and on the comment section, if you saw, I said statistically is not possible to do a 30% still. A 5, you'll be pushing it. Statistically doing a 30%, hata wakaibaji haifanyiki, haiwezi, because this is a more than 30% difference between kina baba na hawa. That's what the statistics say. 30% you cannot. Itawaka na itaishi hata mali uwezi, because you cannot even print that much of what is 30% of Kenyan voters. Think about it. How are you going to do that and not be noticed? Na siku hizi kuna iPhone, kuna masimu, kuna everything, recording and everything. Really? How are you even going to pull that? You cannot pull it. Ambieni tu mtu wenyu wa Sugoi akubali na aende akasumbuane na nani na Wajakoya, cause nilisikia wakibishana na Wajakoya. Waende wakapigana huko. Wajakoya alisema yeye zipigana na huyu mwingine wanne, anapigana na huyu. But I'm really mad at our coach. I heard you guys talk about it. Bernard, there's 54 presidential candidates. Add another 54, double. And you remember I brought this thing a long time ago before wanze kuteremka. Nikwambia hata mmoja, and I said it is the constitution, and I said the constitution right here. Mmoja akaguzwa. We don't have an election. And that's why I'm thinking our courts are going to mess us up, because guza moja tu, hata aka Juliet kana kujanga hapa hivi. Hata ako, there's a problem. And we can't have that, because it can cause the whole constitutional problem. I think it was Article 230 something. I said it. I'll go back and look at it again. There's a huge problem for them to start bringing those people. Now, by the way, let me ask you, 54 plus 54 is 109. Hiyo ni novo. How are you going to vote? Na bado uko na MCA. Na bado uko na nini kwa the same ballot. How are you going to vote? Really? Hata mimi nitaingia hapo hivyo, itani take how long? Kwanza, especially if I'm not literate a little bit, kujua ni alphabetical, na kwanza ukose kuiweka alphabetical, maybe uweke numerical. How long is that show back at home going to vote? Kabla atafute Raila afiki, hata atazadanganywa na mtu mwingine akona R aseme ni Raila aeke, ama achoke aseme naenda kukunywa chai. This is not good. We cannot do that. I don't know how it happened. I hear it's happened. I hear that's the final deal. I hope somebody goes and appeals, because we cannot have 54 or 108 people in the same ballot. Really? Hata sisi wenye tuko hapa hivi that we are, eloquent enough. How are you going to vote? Utafikia huo mwenye ulikuwa unapigia saa ngapi? Bana, naona kuna mkono leo nimeumiza mtu.
No, sio kuumiza. Ni swali unaulizwa. Wasike, endelea. But be brief kwa muda.
Nashukuru sana kwa sababu Martin amerudia ile nilikuwa nataka kusema kwamba courts and IEBC, they are going to mess this country up, because kuna vitu zingine zinahitaji common sense, na ile yenye High Court imesema leo kwamba ati these people wenye walichujwa warudishwe. Okay, it's going to mess this country up so bad in such a way that the election will be it will be bungled in a very serious manner. We are going to have a very shambolic election unless the courts of appeal, the courts of appeal have to have some common sense, kwa sababu ikikosa common sense warudishe hawa these presidential candidates who are just there for the fame, we are going to be messed up as a country. And going forward, ni lazima tukue na vigezo ambavyo vitafanya ikuwe ngumu sana for somebody to run for president, because I think right now it's just 1 million, alafu unaenda unatafuta IDs na nini unaweka kwa sanduku kama 5, then you come there kwa IEBC unawaambia mimi am a presidential candidate. Na unajua anything that will happen kwa any presidential candidate that is inamaanisha postponement of the election. Unaona? It's something very serious. Now, contemplate that you have, let's say, tuko na presidential aspirants kama 20. How are these people going to be provided security? So unaona hata Wajakoya saizi anatembea, lakini anatembea na security. Kuna Cheska mbele, yani is being treated as a state asset. Sasa imagine uko na watu 50 ama uko na watu 20. Okay, these are mini gods. We are going to yani, kama tutaallow hii circus iendelee, we are going to create mini gods wakati kunafika wakati wa elections, whereby somebody anaenda anavai anaitwa presidential candidate, then anakuwa provided with state security because you cannot do anything to him or her. Unaona? It's going to be a very chaotic process kama our courts will not have the common sense. Unajua, there is something called the law and the letter of the law. Okay, kuna implementation of the law ambayo inahitaji tu common sense, serious common sense. Okay, so that was my contribution.
Okay, thank you. You made your point. Martin, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you, Bernard. I thought you was going to ask a question, but anyway, sorry, he just supported what I was trying to say. But also, yeah, Bernard, imagine how much weight you're giving on our, security people to start, supporting people like Kenda. By the way, on Kama na Nisikiza Lynette, I'm sorry, I don't mean to diminish you in any way, but all of us here know Lynette can never beat, Raila, not even Ruto. I'm gonna say it. I'm sorry. Hata Wajakoya. So now when you find people like that, and there's people who are weaker than Lynette, what are they even doing there? It's just because of what? And then you know what is also gonna bring that corruption that we still fight, because now these bigger people are gonna start doing what? Wacha tulipe huyu ndio achane na kitu, because now it's becoming a national security. Even the government will start being, because it's really becoming a national security. Because of that, if you're gonna take your law enforcement or your people, to go and protect that person, because according to the constitution, they're supposed to be, once they become a candidate, especially a presidential candidate, they have to have the law, because it should, even the unknown, even the one at a running mate, something happened, everything is done. You see, so it's a constitutional crisis that we're working in. And Bernard, that's why even when I was talking about that article that time, you remember it's a couple of months ago, I even spoke about this independence. We have to be very careful with the independence. If you want to come in, go vie for a seat on a certain party and then come back. If you lose, support the other person and move with that party. Because now if we start having 1,000, I can be an independent. You know what? We'll all be independent. Who will vote for who? There's no rule in law on that. This independence actually can come to be a national threat to our country. Because if you go to parliament, you have to pay them. If they don't have to follow to your whip. They don't have to do anything. We really need to go back. I have a huge problem with that. And our courts, like everybody said, and Wangira is here. I know he's holding the constitution with him. I'm not holding it today. I would have told you the exact, constitutional clause that says that. I know Mr. Wangira is looking at it right now. We need to be careful in what we're doing, and we need to watch our courts, because they've messed up our country before, and they are gonna keep on messing up our courts if we are not serious. Enda uonge tu judge moja bas ameharibu kila kitu. Now we are back in a whole different scenario. Tulikuwa hapa na 4, tulikuwa tumekubali. Now we are back with 54. Really? So for me, I have a problem. Mr. Bernard, let me not take too much. Let me just listen to people. I'll still be here. I might talk a kidogo, but I'll still be here. I'm not necessarily leaving, but I appreciate for your time. And everybody that is watching, and everybody that is over here, the panelists, do appreciate I'm still here.
Okay, thank you, Martin. We appreciate that. And the courts, we talked about them yesterday. They seem to be the proponent of the people who are crying state capture. their hand is being seen into all this. But all in all, evil will be defeated and good will prevail. Let's listen to this before we get to the next person to make contribution.
Is fighting to defend his seat on a UDM ticket under the AZIMIO umbrella, has dismissed claims by DP William Ruto during his Marsabit tour on Wednesday that Mahmoud's support for Raila is not genuine. Now, DP Ruto claims that the governor supports both him and Raila, suggesting that the governor has not made up his mind on who to fully support. Mahmoud was speaking in Moyale during his vote hunting mission, asked the DP not to ride on his name, at the same time urging residents to rally behind Raila Odinga's presidential bid in the upcoming August polls.
Mimi nimesema waziwazi, jamii yetu wale wanalisikia, watu wa kaunti ya Marsabit watasimama imara na chama cha AZIMIO na wakichagua Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga. Ndio rafiki yangu, tulikuwa na yeye zamani, lakini tunaona yeye hawezi faulu. Kaunti yetu inahitaji maendeleo kutoka hata serikali kuu. Kwa hivyo hatuwezi kuendelea kushirikiana na yeye kwa sasa.
Okay, thank you. Let's now go straight to Mr. Karanja. John. John Karanja, are you still there? You unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen. And if you could lift your camera so that we see your face. Yes, thank you. Bwana Karanja. Are you talking?
He's unmuted. He should be talking now.
The broadcast is allergic to silence, please. Karanja, are you able to get me? God have mercy.
Bernard, I think he has a delay or something.
Okay.
Because he's looking like he's listening to you. Try to listen, he's unmuted, but looks like he has a delay.
Well, Karanja, you have a problem with your audio configuration. We can't hear you. We advise you get out and then you come back. I will restart. If you're using your phone, restart your phone from the beginning, and then you will follow the link. Allow StreamYard to configure for you. Don't deny any of the requests to get to your camera or to your audio. Thank you. Let's go to Wangira. Wangira, karibu.
Bernard, thank you. You know, you'll allow me 3 minutes to try and take some people through a law class here, because I think it is important that we understand these matters, because they seem to be where the rubber will meet the tarmac. Bernard, Section 44 of the Elections Act as amended in 2017, provides that they be established an integrated electronic electoral system that enables for biometric voter registration, electronic voter identification, and electronic transmission of results. That's what it says. Then it also goes on to say that the Commission, for purposes of that particular provision, shall develop a policy on the progressive use of technology in electoral processes. So the word is progressive use of technology. Bernard, I want you to underline the words that I'm telling you. Progressive use of technology. So the commission shall develop a policy on the progressive use of technology in electoral processes. Then it goes on to say that the commission shall ensure that the technology in use under the law is simple. The technology must be simple. The technology must be accurate. The technology must be verifiable. The technology must be secure. It must be accountable, and it must be transparent. That is the law. And the law goes on to say that the commission shall in an open and transparent manner, shall be in an open and transparent manner procure and put in place the technology necessary for the conduct of a general election at least 120 days before such an election, and test, the words are test, verify, and deploy such technology such technology at least 60 days before the general election. I don't know. We are now 32 days to the general election, and I'm not very sure whether we have even tested, whether we have even verified that such a technology as provided for in the law. Then the law says that the commission shall, for the purpose of that law, and in consultation with relevant agencies, institutions, and stakeholders, including political parties, make regulations for implementation of that particular law. So I go to what seems to be. I hope you have marked that word progressive, Bernard. Then I'll move you to section 44A of the Elections Act as amended in 2017. Section 44A talks of complementary mechanism for identification of voters. The word is identification of voters. Complementary mechanism for identification of voters. And that's where we are. We are talking about identification of voters. And the law says that notwithstanding the provisions of section 39 and section 44. I've just read for you section 44, and I told you that in section 44, and I outlined the word progressive. The law says in section 44A that notwithstanding provisions of section 39, which are not read, and section 44, which I've read for you, the commission shall put in place a complementary mechanism for identification of voters. You get, it shall put, shall. The word is shall, and in law the word shall means must. So, notwithstanding the provision of section 39 or section 44, or the commission shall put in place a complementary mechanism for identification of voters. You get it? And transmission of election results that is simple. The word is that is simple, verifiable, secure, accountable, and transparent to ensure that the Commission complies with provisions of Article 39 of the Constitution. This is the Constitution. I don't need to read what Article 39 says. You can read for yourself. So, when we are talking of a complementary system to complement the technological the technological system there, it does not mean that the technological system is superior to the complementary. It does not mean so. It means that the two systems are complementing one another. And that's why Raila Odinga is very clear, and that is why Nelson Harvey is also very clear. He's telling them that we as much as you are identifying me technologically, where now I put my thumb, then I'll need to move to the second desk, where I will also be identified through what now Bernard is calling physical register. He doesn't want me to call it manual register. He wants me to call it physical register. So as you move to the KIMS kit, which is electronic, you'll now move to what we call the manual register. And the goodness with the manual register is that you can even check. With the KIMS kit, we cannot check. Have even said that with the KIMS kit, you cannot just tell him, scroll for me everybody who is on the KIMS kit so that I can check. But at the physical register that Bernard does not want me to call manual, you can check. You can even know who has been crossed, because they always cross it with a ruler. So that's why he's saying that we must have the two. That's why Raila Odinga is saying that we must have the two systems. We must have the electronic, where that becomes the first place that you arrive at. You arrive at the electronic area where you are identified through your thumb. Then you move to what Bernard is calling the physical register, where you also identified again, and it's now marked and crossed. And after that, then perhaps that's where when you move to the next desk where perhaps you will be given your ballot papers to go and mark. Then after marking, then now after you are marked and you have deposited them in the ballot box, you now come to get the what they call the mark to ensure that you have now voted. And Raila Odinga is very, very clear by saying that, by Raila Odinga saying that without the manual, what Bernard is calling physical register, there will be no election. Raila Odinga is just telling them that you cannot bypass any provision of the law, because the law is very, very clear that, just like I've read to you, that the commission shall, the word is shall. So the commission must put in place what Bernard calls the physical register. And that's why we are very, very clear. It's not only Raila Odinga, it's even Nelson Havi who says that if he walks into a polling station and there is no complementary mechanism, which is the physical register, he will not vote. Havi said it first time, Raila is saying it, I am saying it, and we are saying it because that is the law. Oh, Ndeto, you have something to ask? Bernard Ndeto had some.
Thank you, Bernard. Mr. Wangiri, I wanted to ask you, actually, according to the Constitution, because I know you're holding it there, isn't actually that manual of physical, or however Bernard wants you to call it, isn't it actually a public document that you can actually ask for a copy, malulie kwa laini hivi, and you can take it home? Isn't what the Constitution says?
Wangira, you're mute. Unmute.
You can verify. The words that are being used in our electoral system are simple. The system must be simple, accurate, verifiable, secure, accountable, and transparent. Those are the words. So any system that is not simple, any system that is not accurate, any system that is not verifiable, any system that is not secure, any system that is not accountable, any system that is not transparent should not be part of our electoral law. And where Chebukati is taking us, he's taking us to systems that are not simple. He's taking us to systems that are not accurate. He's not even taking us to a systems that are not verifiable, because we want systems that are verifiable. Because just like my brother Bernard always says, that where you have two witnesses, you cannot get it wrong. The two witnesses are the electronic, where you have been identified through the electronic and you're in the Kim scheme. And you move to the physical, and you have been identified in the physical, and you are still in the register. So those are two witnesses, and the two witnesses are the witnesses in law, that in case there is an election petition, you can rely on these two witnesses to argue your case. And Chebukati is telling us that you don't need the two witnesses, you only need the one witness, which is the electronic. And that's why we are telling him that we are not going the electronic way only. We must have the complementary as provided by the law in Section 44A of the Election Act as amended in 2017. So, Bernard, let me just conclude my area of submission. The reason why we are coming up with these questions are that, Bernard, there is even a talk of around 10,000 ungazetted polling stations that only Chebukati knows where they exist. 10,000. And we have been told that we have been told that Kenya Kwanza are planning to steal between 780,000 to 1 million votes. So if you give it a 10,000 polling station times 700 voters, that comes to around the 700,000 votes that we are talking about. So that's why we are even demanding that, Bernard, before we go for this election, we need to have the list of all the polling stations in the Republic of Kenya, plus their geo-reference. It's not a joke. We need to know, tell me if it's Mwangaza Secondary School with 10 polling stations there, tell me the georeference of those polling stations. We need that particular information before we move to the 9th of August, because hapa tunaona there's some monkey business. We also need information on the Kim's kit. Kim's kit, we need the information of all the Kim's kit. We need the information also on the training of the electoral officials. We want to know what type of training have they undergone. And we also we need information on the electoral management of this particular election that is coming on the 9th of August. And finally, Bernard, we were told that there were 3 electoral officials who irregularly transferred a number of voters from their respective polling areas to other areas where they did not belong without the authority, Bernard. We have not been told what has happened to these 3 electoral officials who are members of the IEBC, Bernard. We want to know what actually happened to these officials. Have they been investigated? Have they been arrested? Have they been taken to court? Because, this is a very, very, very important area that we must interrogate. Imagine if there are 3 people who can interfere with the voter register by transferring people to where they don't belong. How much more can they do, Bernard? Because we are now questioning the monkey businesses that are now coming out of the IEBC. 3 people, ended up transferring people, for example, transferring Wangira from Nairobi to Wajir, without my consent. And, we have not been told what happened to these people, Bernard. Then, if we are not being told what happened to these people, how much more of a monkey business are they likely to do? And, Martha Karua was very, very clear that IEBC officials have been making monkey businesses within the IEBC, and every time they are asked, they will hide behind the independence of the IEBC. And he was saying that this time we are not going to allow people to hide behind the independence of an institution, because if you commit a crime, you must be dealt with individually, Bernard. And that's why before we come to the 9th of August, we must be told what happened to these 3 fellows. What happened to these 3 fellows? So before those answers are given, Bernard, I don't think we are set to go for this election. Let me perhaps allow somebody else to come in and also contribute.
Wangira, before you go with the blessings of Mr. Bernard, I'm so sorry I mistaked. I mean, I ran the laws, and I'm so sorry. Forgive me for breaking the laws. Mr. Wangira, you didn't answer to the Kenyans what I asked you. Is all these public documents that anyone, regardless whether you're from Madare or you're Martin or you're Mr. Wangira, that you can go get these documents that we are talking about? Is it according to the Constitution that it's public document, you can go see who was signed where, who was not signed where, what happened? Even you can go ask for your own time. Is it public document? I wanted you to tell them per the Constitution, because you're looking at it. It's public document, right? If I wanted to go get and see it, I can go,
okay,
right?
Okay, let me answer you. The physical voters register is a public document that every Kenyan can access. And again, just to add on what Bernard said, the essence of this complementary mechanism that is a physical voter register, at the close of the voting and at the close of the voting and the counting, they become part of the documentation that are put in the ballot box and sealed, so that in case there's an election or petition, then they will form the basis for an election or petition. And if Chebukati is telling us that you will not have a physical voter register, is he telling us that we are going to have the KIPS kit as part of the documentation that will be put in the ballot box and sealed? This is the question that we need to know, because the voter register is always put in the ballot box and sealed, and it becomes part of the evidence in case there will be an election petition. And what Chebukati is simply telling us that, is running away from evidence, that in case there will be a problem and there will be need for opening of the ballot box, there will be nothing to confirm the number of votes in that particular ballot box against what was cast, because you can only confirm the number of ballot the number of ballot papers in the ballot box against what was cast through what Bernard is calling the physical register. Then without the physical register in the ballot box, it becomes difficult to confirm how many votes were actually cast. I hope I've been in a position to answer you that particular question.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Wangira. And that is the position of the law. That is what needs to be done. And Chebukati knows that well. He should refrain from the undue influence that is yielding to, that is making him look unlearned, for lack of a better word. He is looking pedestrian. He's looking semi-literate on matters that is fully aware and is very much in the picture. So he needs to own up his responsibilities with the required seriousness. Without that physical register, the voting process is going to be worse than marketplace census. Marketplace census, umehesabu wamama wangapi, watatu, wanne, watano, wamama hapa ni 15. Andika 15. The 15 doesn't have mothers behind it. Aina wamama, aina jina ya mtu, aina ID number, aina chochote, ni 15 tu. That 15 is coming from nowhere. You can't trace it, you can't follow it. That must not be allowed. So Chebukati and team, you are either ready for this job or give it to somebody who can handle it. You cannot begin to defeat justice from the word go. We should be able to, if the physical register is not giving us the answer, that is the only time we go now to physical recounting of the votes. So we begin with the KIMS kit, we go to the electronic register. If it's not giving us the answer, we go to the physical register. How many people actually voted in Makadara constituency at Harambe Ward, Jericho Hall? Okay, when that is established, then we know that Aladwa got this, then Mutura got this, then this got this. When we add all this, are they coming to the 500 people that voted in that polling station, or it's been pushed to 1,000? If it's been pushed to 1,000, where did this extra to 1,000 people come from? So that's what Chebukati is running from, and it seems that they have not thought out a clear way of trying to rig these elections, and I'm happy that they have not thought it out, and they are not getting away with any of their monkey business. We are ready for them as soon as they show up there. Nini vile nimesema, hata barabara ya kwenda Kamiti imetengenezwa vizuri, iko na lami, so hakuna kuchelewesha. Bombers straight to Kamiti. Thank God for the infrastructure. Hakuna pothole, hakuna delay. Na watu wote wa magari ya miraa watolewe kwa njia, watu waingizwe mara moja. Sisi tunataka kutengeneza inji isonge mbele. We are behind on paying our debts. We are behind on educating our children. We are behind on putting up a working, healthy system, transport system. Nobody should cause us delay.
Bernard, I have just one thing to say just before you let me go. You know, there's one thing that Chebukati is forgetting, that in 2017, we amended the IEBC Act that allowed that in the absence of the chairman, the vice chair can conduct the same role that the chairman conducts at the IEBC. So he's playing around. He might end up not overseeing this election if he plays. We have a vice chair at the IEBC in the name of that lady, I'm just forgetting her name, with the vice chair of the IEBC. If Chebukati is not very, very careful, and with these things that we are reading in the newspapers, he might end up not conducting this election.
And not just that, not even the vice chair, any of the 3 commissioners, according to the ruling ya BBI, any of the 3 commissioners, the vice chair can be voted between those people who are commissioners, and anybody they make chair becomes chair, is valid constitutionally, and he can conduct the elections. So Chebukati is not indispensable.
Yeah, very true. You are very true. In the absence of the vice chair, any of the commissioners can carry out the exercise. And they only need to be 3. The 3 of them will make a quorum.
Okay, thank you so much on that, and we're happy that the truth is coming out clear. If I was Chebukati, I would advise myself to forget about everything else and focus on my responsibilities and be meticulous about it. Don't leave anything to chance. The devil is in the details. So you must pay attention to details in order for you to be excellent in your performance. This to and fro is going to mess him big time. But this time, Committee Express. Okay, so naomba tuende kwa nani? Tuende kwa Wasike na mkianza kunitafutia wa kina Themba.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask Mr. Wangira a question about the word complementary, because I've been listening to IEBC officials, and they are telling us instead of having the manual register, they are telling us to have they have a backup. Okay, they have a backup for the KIMS kit. So my question is, does the backup amount to what you call a complementary, or is it a supplementary machine? Because according to me, that is not complementary, because the constitution, when it says complementary, it means something that fulfills whatever the first one fails to do. But they are talking about they have a backup. So that backup, according to me, it's supplementary, because it replaces whatever failed to work. The second thing I want to tell the panelists is that Chebukati knows fully well what he's doing. He's just oblivious. He knows exactly what he's doing. Okay, so we should not think that whatever Chebukati is doing is something that is doing out of the blues or is clueless. He knows exactly what he's doing, and he's a person who has been compromised, and he was compromised in 2013. It was compromised in 2017 after the killing of Musando. Because if you are somebody's boss, and you know this guy is very, very important in whatever we do, okay, and this guy has been killed under mysterious circumstances, and you continue and conduct the election, that means you've been compromised. The guy has been compromised since 2017. The way he's acting, according to me, it's very suspicious, because you cannot tell me we are 30 days to the election and you are fumbling with the most basic things that you ought to have done in the last 5 years. So, Mr. Wangira, don't forget my question. My question is the IEBC backup plan, is it complementary?
Let me just answer it straight away with the permission of
Wangira, let
Bernard.
me do this on a layman language for you, sir. You do a lot. I appreciate you. Bro, complement, supplement. You know, when they make a constitution, every constitution is not made for the learned. It's made for even the unlearned. Is made for the layman. What does complement mean, and what does supplement mean? That's what constitution is made for. It's not made for the big people who have gone to school, who have done whatever. Is made for the common mwananchi. That's what it is. In our country, we call it for the common mwananchi. Some places they say for the common citizenry. Complementary. What does complement mean?
It means whatever the first one fails, the second one has to.
Thank you. So they complement.
Yeah.
Let me just say what.
And supplement.
Let me just say.
But the way Mr. Wangira, but the way Mr. Wangira was explaining it.
Hold on. Thank you very much. Let's do this. The conversation is supposed to aid the viewer understand what's happening. It's not just an exchange between the three of you. So please allow somebody to make their case, and then you respond, so that if I'm watching, I'll be able to know what's happening. Thank you. So, Martin, prosecute your case and be brief about it. Let's not be, short questions are not very good in in a debate. Thank you.
I was just saying the way the constitution of any country is made, because the constitution is actually the social fabric of what you're going to live on. The agreement. So complement, you agree with somebody, so you complement with them. Supplement, you don't agree with them. So now there's another because you have to know that not everybody is always going to agree with. So there's a supplemental part of it, and that's how the constitution is made. So when you hear the complementary part of the constitution or the supplemental part of the constitution, is because yes, we'll agree. Like me, I agree with AZIMIO people, but also there's people who are in Kenya Kwanza. We don't agree, but we come from the same country. So that becomes a supplemental part of it, because now what I was thinking, there's a supplemental part of it to bring us together as a country. So that's how the constitution is made, because it's not made for the learned and for the big people. It's made for the small, these guys you call, what do you call them? Mamambogas and all that. That's how it is. It's just that a lot of those people really, we don't look at the constitution until you get to a point where you can look at it. But those words, that's why they're so repetitive in the constitution, complementary and supplementary, is because of the difference of opinion, the agreement of opinion, the difference of opinion. So that's what I wanted to say. I think Mr. Wangira can add on to that.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Wangira, please, quickly.
You know, in fact, Deto, thank you very much for jogging my mind. Now I think I have an answer. You know, if you're talking about a backup, that would be a supplementary. But here we are talking about complementary. Complementary means working together to achieve a particular goal. That's what is that's what complementary means. For example, for those guys who fly in those big planes, quite often you'll discover that there's always the captain and the first officer, and that as much as the captain can fly a plane without the first officer, but there's no way a plane will depart without the first officer. The first officer must be on board, as the captain is also on board for the plane to depart. And that's what we are telling Chebukati here, that for this election to be conducted, they must be the electronic and the complementary system for us now to go for election. It's just as simple as that.
Thank you very much. I'm happy in this class. Yeah? Very happy and learning a lot. And like I said, Chebukati knows what is right to do. What he is doing is avoiding to respond to a question he knows is going to be asked. Okay? Mtu akatai mwito, bali ukataa aitiwalo. Waswahili wanasema, mtu hakatai mwito, bali ukataa aitiwalo. He's trying to defeat justice by ensuring that there is no physical register which will be asked at the Supreme Court. Let us have the physical register from every polling station so that we confirm how many people walked into that polling station and voted. The challenge with the physical register is that even if you rig, you will not be able to cross the names accurately, that they tally with the number of the people that voted, because physical crossing, it is just physical crossing. But if it is a matter of electronic, you can just select the group of people you want to delete with one button, deleted. So the physical thing is a trap to make sure that nobody takes advantage of these particular elections. Chebukati, kama uwezi kazi, toka jikoni. Kuna wapishi wa kutosha ambao wanaweza tupikia chakula cha kutosha ambacho kila Mkenya atafurahia kukila ifikapo tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 mwaka huu. Tunataka viongozi ambao tumechagua, sio viongozi umetuchagulia ama umetuchagulia kupitia simu. Tunataka viongozi ambao tumeenda literally to vote for, ili wakitusumbua tutakubali, tutavumilia kwa sababu ni sisi tuliwachagua. Lakini ukituchagulia hatutahamia kwako, utakuwa kamiti, sisi tukiteseka, lakini utakuwa ni kamiti, wewe uteseke sana. Ujinga atukubali nao. Asante. Bwana Ozi amefika, and inaonekana evening class has now started, so the people of day school can can begin to pack and go. Let me just hold on to wait for Themba to come in and take over. So before Ozi comes in and continue with the night class, let me play this video. Let me see if I have a deficit of videos to play so that nothing is left to chance. I think we have already played this. Panda amesema hajaona hii, so wacha tumchezee.
Nani wala nataka nimuombee kura. Nani wala nataka nimuombee kura. Unajua wale tunakudiana, lakini ubaya ni ile nyumba ambayo yeye iko ndani. Mimi niko nyumba ingine na yeye kwa nyumba ingine. Tumekuja hapa, hata hii kiti ya ugavana ningekuachia. Sawa sawa. Nani wala nataka nimuombee kura. Unajua wale tunakudiana, lakini ubaya ni ile nyumba ambayo yeye iko ndani. Mimi niko nyumba ingine na yeye kwa nyumba ingine. Tumekuja hapa, hata hii kiti ya ugavana ningekuachia. Sawa sawa.
Alwale is desperately in need of that seat, and I don't know. He may make it, but it will be a big challenge. It's only that the AZIMIO people don't seem to have a strong senator candidate. But if the wind of 6-piece takes on in Kakamega, Kadwale will not make it. But if they do the lenient, you see the way he's campaigning beside Oparanya and asking Oparanya to campaign for him. If he plays that friendly fire, that friendly closeness, the Kakamegans can just forgive him and vote him in. And from the look of things, I think is needed at the Senate. Now that is not the AZIMIO, or putting aside the AZIMIO thing. The Senate looks abandoned. Okay, if Orengo is not in the Senate, Mtula Kilonzo Jr. is not in the Senate, who is left? So we need to have like somebody to go and keep company to Sifuna, okay, and really make the debate work and become exciting. So on that grounds, late Halwale should be forgiven and be led to get back to the Senate so that they can hold grounds for play the ile namba ya Orengo, ile namba ya Mtula, because he's a good debater. He's a good debater. He has good brains. Ni vile tu ile nyama ya sugoi ilichanganya yeye akili na chai ya asubuhi ya sugoi. hiyo ilisumbua yeye alafu akachanganya. But if the Azimio candidate, in fact, I think this time if Nani would have run for Senate and win, you what?
Malala.
No, Jirongo. If Jirongo would have run for Senate against Khalwale, and Jirongo is in Azimio, he would have won. The last time he lost very thinly. I mean, it's because of the split of the votes. But he would have flowed.
Bernard, who's Kalalo's competitor in his place for Azimio?
I even don't know his name because unless Mr. Wangera, you help me. Who is the Azimio candidate for Kakamega Senate? Sina habari ni.
Bwana, you come from Kakamega. You come from Kakamega. Tell us. Maybe I don't know.
I don't know him. I've not heard his name, and I don't know where.
I'll get you the name.
I got the chairman of the nurses as association, so I don't know whether he ran again.
Yeah, I'll get you the name.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so it is your turn, even if you are finding me the name.
in any case, if Alwale is serious, getting to Azimio is very easy. Have you seen what most of the politicians have done? This just use the ground phrase. Ground imesema. So who am I? That is all he needs to say.
I've been given the name Brian Rishenga. ODM is the candidate.
That is all you need to say. The ground, I've talked to the ground. That's what you say. That's what politicians say.
Is that Brian a known guy out there? Ama tu atamchapa juu ya Azimio. That's why Kalwalo is afraid.
I don't know, but if Khalwale is running like this, he's a force to reckon with. Yeah, Linet ananiambia Moses Kajwanga is also good in the Senate. Yes, we need brains. And Mimi, I don't enjoy the parliament or the Senate when it has only people with mouth with no brain. It's boring, and all they do is make noise. It's not where we used to take notebook and listen to parliament. Leo katika bunge. Okay, it was a whole school in itself. You enjoy the way people are debating, the points they are putting ahead, the challenges they are placing for each other. Leo tu ni shati ile umevaa, kwa nini umevaa yellow, leo umevaa rinda. Yes, Wangira, ni time ya Jose.
Okay.
Wangira.
You know, I've just learned that Brian Lishenga, just like Boni Halwale, are both medical doctors. So Kakamega seems to be a field for medical doctors.
Sawa. So tufanye uchunguzi tuone kama tutapigia debe. But if it's not him, he may just get it. Halwale. Halwale. Male. Continue, Mr. Jose.
No register, no elections. Yeah. I'm wondering why this issue, I thought it had been settled. And I thought even Chebukati had apologized, but bado mnamfinya. Chebukati already owned up. According to the last time I checked, Chebukati already owned up, Wangira, isn't it?
Chebukati is playing. You remember the time when we had this interdepartmental committee that was preparing for elections, where we had the judiciary.
Even chaired by the Chief Justice.
Yes, and then chaired by the Chief Justice. And then UDA Tanga people say they should not be there, and he left the following day. Chebukati is still doing the same thing. taking orders from wrong places. So he agrees with the presidential candidate there will be physical register. After that, anapigiwa simu, anaambiwa hiyo kitu umesema ni makosa. Then he changes his mind. He's playing delaying tactics. You know, this physical register was to be printed before the 13th. Was it before the 13th or 16th? Okay.
No,
so
according to the timetable, I think they have a duration. They have
yes.
between
so,
and
so they got themselves into time bad right now. It was supposed to be printed 60 days to elections. 60 days to elections. Now, right now, it's 33 days.
No, 60 days they were supposed to be ready with the register.
Yes.
After the auditors had worked on it.
So that everybody checks, everybody's aware of where they're going to vote.
Yeah,
so
sure.
they delayed the 60 days that is provided for in the law, elapsed. So they are battling between how do they deal with the printing of the physical register out of the period that is provided for. So ni story tu ya kucheza na sheria na kucheza na akili za Wakenya. But physical register must be part and parcel of the voting process. If it is not there, the voting process is invalid. It's not meeting the threshold of the law, and so it can be thrown out by any court.
Well, Bernard, don't say that. You know, I had some quotas saying that some of the issues that Chebukati is doing, like those not complying with the stated timelines, are sufficient to make somebody challenge the election, irrespective of what has happened. It's sufficient to make somebody go to court, and we'll have sufficient grounds to challenge the elections. Now that would be very dangerous to play, and let it not be, because mistakes of IEBC have never been. Yesterday you were saying that IEBC can still be punished one way or the other, but in the past, traditionally, they have never gotten punished for whatever mistakes they have committed. So assuming they don't comply with the stipulated constitutional requirements, do you see them getting punished? They'll just get away with it. The Supreme Court will say, well, you didn't do X, Y, Z. Sorry.
That will be determined by the framers of the question at the Supreme Court. If we go to the Supreme Court to punish Chebukati and make Chebukati the reason why things went the way they went, Chebukati will answer for it. But if we go there and say IEBC as an independent entity, that IEBC independent entity cannot be taken to committee. So the framing of the question is what determines the kind of ruling you obtain from any court of law. If you don't name the people involved and the consequences that they should be given, then it becomes difficult for the judge to say, let this one be arrested, let this one be thrown in, let this one be done. But all in all,
as we speak now, there are people saying that there are already some grounds which can make somebody actually turn up in court to challenge Chebukati's handling of the elections.
It is true. Even what I'm saying right now is true. What I'm saying right now, if we print that register, okay, without it being gazetted, 60 days to elections is sufficient ground. So probably is dealing with that. On the other hand, the parliament is already dissolved. So it cannot be recalled to adjust 60 days to 30.
Let me ask Wangera a question. Wangera, I thought Chebukati already owned up.
Hold on, Jose, just before you ask Wangera, so you can answer the both of them, even you and Bernard.
Yeah.
Personally, I think we all of us need to concentrate on civil education, and I want to know what you all think. Everybody on the panel and the people out there, what they think. I think we lack a lot of civil education, because some of us, we come over here and talk about the Constitution, And Wangira gives us a good run of our money for the for the constitution. Even you nani Jose na pia Bernard na kila mtu mwenye ako hapa. I think we are lacking that, lakini we are limited with that time. I think a lot of people don't understand the civil education, the constitution and everything. So mwanasiasa akikuja pale akwambie si ule mganga ule sijui mtu akitendawili akisema, and you don't even understand what these people are talking and what your personal thing of being a Kenyan, being a proud Kenyan means to you with the constitution of Kenya and the political civil area, civil education part of it. So I just wanted you guys to jump on that. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you guys. But watu mnaongeanga juu hizo vitu, but I think we are very low on our civil education. I think Mother Karua is the only one trying to do that in hata baba afanyangi sana hiyo civil education. I think Mother Karua ndio ufanya sana.
Martha Karua has been doing a lot of it, and the good thing is that I don't know, because of our understanding of the law and the need for this so-called public participation, she can communicate to people at the lowest level in very, very simple, straightforward terms. Even our examples really are resonate very well with the people she is communicating with. Now that is something which is quite lacking in some of the speakers. Now, for me, if I was to add anything, I know AZIMIO has certain people, certain category of people who really know how to communicate with the masses. Why sometimes they don't concentrate on those people, I do not understand. You see, you can't give a flat 1 minute rate to all speakers. There are some of the speakers there, nobody even understands what they say. But some speakers there really resonate very well with the masses. And I don't have to tell, they know who they are. So they should even be given more time. Even Bernard, I know sometimes some of his speakers here get more time and he doesn't complain. He knows when they are dealing with certain critical issues which needs to really be explained properly. So when he gives me 1 minute and gives Wangira 4, and I understand. Anyway, Wangira, what I was trying to say is this. Hii maneno ya manual register, we should not talk too much about it, because Mchebukati has already accepted, and he knows he has been cornered. And that is why he has promised more than twice that the manual register will be there. Now, I'm wondering why speakers in AZIMIO are still using it as a condition. Remember, the court case about the same has not been ruled. The court case about the manual register has not been ruled. Remember, earlier on, 2017, what was agreed was complementary, the one you are talking about when I came on board. Complementary register. Now, I think the makers of the laws knew why they didn't want to go a particular direction, because you realize some of these things, they keep evolving and they metamorphosize every other time. 2022 may not be exactly what you'll be demanding in 2027. Things keep changing. Now, the so-called manual register, in the literal sense, is the black book. Take it from me. The black book which was used to register people before the electronic registration came on board. That was what the so-called manual register really is. And if you could not be identified, they go back to the book where you were registered. Where you are registered manually, you are entered manual and you signed it at the registration stage. Those days, there were no computers. Now, that is, strictly speaking, what the manual register is. Now, those registers are available. Although, as much as my understanding is that when Chebukati says there will be a manual register, he actually means the printout of the register. And that is why you see the person who has been awarded the tender to print the ballot papers is the same one who is going to print the manual register. Now, unless, Wangira, you want to say that what we want is the register we use to register the candidates, sorry, the voters at each polling station. Each polling station has got those such registers. Then you can go on. But as for purposes of a printout of the computer register, the electronic register, that one Chebukati already owned up more than once. He has said, if that is what Kenyans want, it will be there. So I'm wondering why it is still an issue to be talked about. It will be
Can
there.
I say something?
Yes,
Can I
please.
say something?
Go on.
You know, we are in a technological world, and Chebukati is an old school lawyer. You know, those lawyers who used to do your notes, kwa mikono, everything was handwritten. So,
Yeah.
you know, he could be deficient in understanding some of these matters, and perhaps we need to forgive him. I tend to think that, you know, Chebukati could be mistaking what we call complementary mechanism for what could be the redundant plan for the electronic system. You know, complementary here is not the redundant plan for the electronic system. Complementary is a parallel system. This is a parallel system, and you know we have been using this system, and we even used it in 2017. And I've just demonstrated on how it worked in 2017. In 2017, this is how it worked for that who voted in the Republic of Kenya. You got into the polling station with your ID, and you presented your ID to the person who had the KIMS kit, and she looked at your ID number, keyed in your ID number into the KIMS kit, and then you were asked to press your thumb into the KIMS kit, and you were identified by the KIMS kit. Then with your same ID, you moved to the next table that had what now Bernard likes calling the physical register, where you again presented your ID, and your ID number and name were checked across against what is on the physical register, where now it was crossed by a ruler. There's a ruler where it's crossed to show that you have now voted. Then you are to move down to the next table where you'll get the ballot papers. You know there are 6 ballot papers. You'll move to I think there are the 6 tables where you get the ballot papers. Then you end up getting to the ballot box to now vote. So those are 6 stations. And today, you know what Chebukati is telling us? He is telling us that we'll only use the physical register as a last result, where we cannot identify you in the KIMS kit. And Raila Odinga is telling him, no, what we need is these systems to complement one another, whereby you are identified by the KIMS kit. Then, after you have been identified by the KIMS kit, you move to the second desk where you are now identified physically through the physical voter register, and it is crossed. And after it has been crossed, now you move to pick your 6 papers. And after picking your 6 papers, you now go to the ballot box. And after getting into the ballot box, you vote for whoever you want to vote for. And you know, there's one essence of having this physical voter register. The physical voter register forms part of the evidence in any election petition, because in an election petition, you know, when you are now sealing after you have counted the ballot papers and you have come up with the result, the physical voter register becomes part of the materials that are put in the ballot box, and they are sealed for purposes of any other matter that could include an election petition. So if you are agreeing with Chebukati that we have to use the physical voter register as last result, where you cannot be identified by the KIMS kit, then what are we dealing with here in terms of having evidence? Because we are collecting evidence for purposes of any other cause that could include an election petition. So in case of an election petition without a physical register inside the ballot box, my brother could say, what would be the basis of the recounting? For example, whenever there's a recounting whenever there's a recounting of the ballot papers, they will always recount them against what was ticked. For example, if they ticked 200 people, those are the people that were crossed in the physical register, and we find that there are 300 votes in this particular ballot box, then that one brings an immediate question that why are we having 200 crossed names against 300 people, 300 ballots in this particular ballot box. So the essence of the physical register is for evidence collection, so that at the end of the day we have evidence to prove that the number of people who voted in this particular polling station were this particular number of people. And again, you know very well that Kim's kits cannot be put in the ballot box unsealed. You know very well that they cannot be put in the ballot box unsealed. So if they cannot be put in the ballot box unsealed, what will you be sealing in the ballot box if you don't have the physical voter register? And that is why it is important that physical voter register must be there. They must be there at the second station, because the first station.
Wangera, you know what you are saying is just right. It's just that you should look at both sides of the coin.
Yes.
Now you know what I mean by both sides of the coin. It will be very important. Mimi have perused a number of IEBC records and findings, and purportedly, you know, when the Supreme Court told you that irregularities and illegalities, you know, if you go into the details of those things, you'll find out what constituted those irregularities and illegalities. Now, the other day when we were talking here about the register, you remember me saying that 75% of the irregularities and illegalities were basically around the manual register. Now, what you need to do, what you are saying is true, but you are imagining an ideal situation. You have looked at the positive side of the manual register, which is perfect. And I agree with you. So it means if somebody interferes with the electronic register, you can have the manual side of it to try and reconcile the same, isn't it? Now, what we have not looked at from having listened to you, you have not asked yourself exactly how was the 2017 elections rigged. If you go there, I'm sure you'll talk differently. We are in a fixed here. The issue is how to balance both sides. And now, you know what you are saying. It's not just a physical register. Use the physical register as a second verifier of the process. See, that's what you are saying. Not just use it to complement the other one. Which I think I agree with you.
Let me just cut you short, Bwana Kose. What we are saying here, you are only taking it from one dimension. But there are two dimensions to this. There is identifying of the voter, and there is the closure, of the person who has finished voting. When they are putting the ink on the finger, that name needs to be crossed from that register. When it is crossed and the counting of the votes is finished, that register needs to be put in the ballot box where all the votes are put together, then sealed. It can only be opened by a court order, when there is an election dispute. One of the things that brought issues with 2017 is some of the ballot boxes did not have that physical register. If you remember the petition of 2013, Kathy Kilonzi kept insisting, where is the physical register that had the people that actually voted? And it was not being availed. And one of the things that necessitated the opening of the server was because this physical register was missing in some of the places. Although the presidents, the Jubilee lawyers, were adamant about physical recounting of votes and revisiting any of those physical records. And even the perusing of the votes is what, wherever those from 36As was what now brought up the issues of they did not use the right material. So there was that exchanging of whatever those forms to replace them with cooked forms that had a reflection of who the winner was, who was the loser, and then who the making the winner the loser in that entire fiasco. So the physical register is not just for identifying the voter. There is the identifying the voter, yes, on it as a complementary to the KIMS kit and the whatever biometrics, but more than that, it's supposed to give the total number of the votes, because it's just the same file you have in your computer. You printed, you have 1 to 700. Those names in their order, they are printed out that way. And so every time you vote, we cross, you vote, we cross, we vote, we cross. If we reach 500 people who turned up, we had 700 registered, but 500 turned up. We need to have 500 votes for whatever seats that were voted in that station. If we have extra, then there is something wrong. So it is a check, it is a check mechanism for both the systems. If we leave it to one system, then we will not have any way of comparing the things. Anything we get, because it's from one system, it will be what it is, because we don't have anything else to compare to wherever the result that is coming from that polling station.
You see, I agree with what you're saying. In fact, I think that is what Wangira was also saying. Now, you see, what Chebukati says that they want to do is backup. You know, what we are talking about here, what we are saying is not just backup. It is parallel use of the manual register so that it can verify what happened in the electronic side.
Thank you. That is exactly what it is. So KIMS kit is witness number 1. Okay?
Guys, there's a story.
KIMS kit is witness number 1.
Yes.
That biometric checking item. Then the register itself, that the KIMS kit should trigger so that you read through. And then there is the physical register. All these 3 things needs to agree. Okay? That the KIMS kit produced, they identified the voter. Okay? Where the KIMS kit did not identify the voter, there is another way the voter was identified. But this voter is the same voter, okay? In the KIMS kit is the same voter in the electronic register, and is the same voter on the physical register. They are not 3 voters. So if you are in this and you are missing in this, then there is something wrong somewhere. How come the register was printed from the KIMS kit, or rather from the electronic register, to become physical? Then you are
guys,
physical and you're not in the electronic.
Exactly.
What happened? That we printed your name without your name being in the electronic register.
It's
so
a reconciliation of sorts.
So that we have everything working out complementarily and accurately.
It's a reconciliation of sorts.
Bernard was there, and guys, I hear there's a guy on the comment section saying that I mean, that was Nyongesa saying his name is called Nyongesa, is saying that these papers have already being printed. I mean, being printed. I am not contesting with him because I know the time that we are left with. But in that case, if they had already started being printed with this court case that happened now, what happens then?
The ballot papers are already being printed. So IEBC said they are going to contest the ruling. They are going to appeal. That means they are continuing with their program. And they are continuing with their program because of the time constraint. Because any delay, it will require a postponement of election. Postponement of an election is an invitation to constitutional crisis.
But Bernard, also what you see, what the court talked about was to do with the presidential, and then the Mombasa, and the other one was where, and here Nairobi as a Sakaja. Those ones they'll be dealt with at the tail end. But there are all the other areas which don't have issues. The printing is going on.
No, but the presidential now we need to have 54. And you know, I told you that's a
Nobody said
constitutional
that.
crisis.
There is a case.
Article 108.
Until they settle the case. Until they settle the case.
And we only have 30 days. This is a constitutional crisis coming into the making.
Okay, let's do this. Order, everybody. Thank you very much. I appreciate all of you. Let's do this. Themba is here. I want him to take over.
See, I finished
so that we link up later on in the day. Let's keep doing what is right. Let's ensure that we keep Chebukati in check. And the only way to keep him in check is keep reminding him the door for exit. He can exit before his 1 year is, I mean, the remaining months, he can, the salary for the remaining months can go. And failure to that is going to commit. Mama tushakubaliana na yeye. Hiyo barabara ya kwenda Kamiti is cleared. No bumps, no potholes, no jam. Straight. Ukifika huko tunahakikisha is life sentence. It's not an issue of 3 months. Alafu nakuja wambia daktari amesema na umwanga na tumbo nikikula maharagwe. Utayala. Naomba niondoke. Bwana Themba karibu. Osendo alikuwa na flow lakini Wangira ako na swali. Jipangeni nyinyi wenyewe muone vile mambo itaenda. I think I played all the videos unless somebody has any video he wants me to play.
No, tomorrow.
Okay. Thank you. See you later. God bless you.
Okay, sir, Bernard. Wangira, what's your question? Ndio kusema endelee.
You know, I want to refer Kuse to paragraph 26 of the presidential petition number 1 of 2017, where it's very well stated that for the above reason, Section 44A of the Elections Act was introduced by the Elections Amendment Act 2017, obligating the first respondent, who is at the IEBC, to put in place a complementary mechanism for both identification of voters and transmission of results. And at the end of this day, the court affirms that under the High Court Constitution Petition number 228 of 2017, and even at the Court of the Appeal, it was upheld that such a complementary system must be in place. And this is what I'm just reading from the presidential petition number 1 of 2017, Raila Odinga, Kalonzo Musyoka, against IEBC and the others. So if this was the observation of the Supreme Court, then I don't understand then why is Chebukati playing around with a matter that was already decided on by the Supreme Court in 2017.
Nani, Wangira, there is an element which is not written there, and everybody has been asking why the court, you know, the use of the manual register was not actually a Supreme Court matter. It was that decided earlier. So Chebukati was merely applying it. And I think it was in the High Court, where when they decided it, they fell short of saying it has to be manual. They just left it complementary. And that is why you can see Chebukati is dancing this way, that way, because he knows it is not categorically or expressly stated it has to be paper manual complementary system. But now, what I want to talk about during my whatever is what you brought up regarding the use of the manual register, which I think...
Jose, did it ever get supplemented or it just stayed complementary?
It said complementary.
Kuse, listen to the words per paragraph 26. It says, an action confirmed and upheld by both the High Court in the constitutional petition number 328 of 2017, National Super Alliance versus the Independent and Boundaries Commission and 2 others. And the decision that was later upheld at the Court of Appeal. So the issue of the complementary register has been dealt with both at the High Court and at the Court of Appeal, and it has been upheld.
That is true, Mwangera. I fully agree with you. What we are trying, I think, what Martin is trying to establish, is it manual or electronic? That it is complementary is not in doubt. That was upheld all the way. You need a complementary backup. But as to whether it will be a booklet or electronic is what has been bothering Kenyans.
Kusa, I want you to make me understand what is your understanding of the phrasing of Section 44A of the Elections Act that talks about complementary mechanism for identification of voters. You just tell me what you understand by that phrasing, because it says, notwithstanding the provisions of Section 39 and Section 44. 44 talks of the technology, the technology part. The technology part, that is the Section 44. The Commission shall put in place a complementary mechanism for identification of voters and transmission of election results that is simple, accurate, verifiable, secure, accountable, and transparent to ensure that the Commission complies with the provisions of Article 38 of the Constitution. So if Section 44 that I'm just scrolling here in a minute is talking about, I want you to help me understand. If Section 44 is talking about use of technology, then what would be the complementary of technology in this particular matter? What will be the complementary of technology?
For the purposes of understanding, this matter already went before court. What you are asking, some people already asked actually. You are not the first
but
one.
also complementary. What you're talking about,
does not mean
complementary
manual.
is already what you're talking about. The supplemental is when something else comes up. Jose, can you explain to him that one so that he understands how it goes?
Mchimato, don't go to supplementary. That one will get mixed up. So let's just deal with complementary.
Kusa, I'm just asking a very basic question. What would be the complementary of the technology part? What would be the complementary of the technology part? Because Section 44 talks of use of technology and Section 44A talks of complementary. Then what would be the complementary of the technology?
Complementary, to be simple, my understanding, it has to be side by side. It has to be side by side. The only challenge is that they said backup, complementary to back up the electronic system.
That word backup does not appear. That word backup does not appear anywhere in the Elections Act. It does not appear. It does not appear. We are talking about. We are very specific about Section 44 and Section 44A.
Kuse, you are running away, or maybe you are trying to explain something on a very, you are running away from the word complementary. Complementary, complementing, supporting, reciprocal, interdependent, interrelated, corresponding, twinning, completing, perfecting, finishing. Now, that is the point that Mr. Wangira is trying to make. He's saying, and according to the law, and even Harvey is in UDA. Harvey appeared with Professor Manyora in one of the shows, and this was Harvey's. I don't agree with him some of the times, but on that particular day, he even said that with the risk of disagreeing with some of the members of my party, I think Chebukati is the one messing this thing up. And he appeared there with this constitution in his phone, and constitution, they had manual. So he said, I work with these two because I have this complementing this one. I have it on soft copy and I have it on hard copy. What is so difficult with that? Because you have this register, it has been input in this, So come with both, right?
But
now, when it says complementary, it means enhancing. And what you are arguing, and which IEBC was trying to argue, that they will have it there just in case. That is not the argument, and that's not the position.
We seem moved away from that.
To the extent that if you appear as to vote as Kuseo, the first part is there has to be voter identification. Then it is cancelled. Then you go there, you vote. After you vote, then you go out. What has happened? Electronic, and you have been cancelled from the register. Now we can know if 10 people entered. These 10 people have been cancelled out, and these 10 people have voted. And these 10 people are the ones in that Kim's kit, whatever it is. So there will be no case of the Kim's kit as 100 people, and is only 10 people that turned it. You see, because if you are cancelled from the register as you are coming in, then we should have the same. That if the total votes from this station are 20, we should see 20 people who are cancelled from the register. We don't need to see 35 or 40, that 40 people voted from this station, but the register had only 10 people. Now that is the argument that we are making.
You know, Themba, I think maybe you came late. You know, we have already gone past that. What we are trying to say here right now, Chebukati is going to have that register, you are saying. How it's going to be used, I think, is what Wangira is trying to bring up, for which I agree with him. That's why I'm saying that you are coming a little too late. You see, under current voting, you remember the...
Kusei, you're not being fair. I just found Wangira asking you a question that you differed with him, but you could not...
What you are saying, we already covered. Now we are trying to understand, even if the electronic system works, if you listen to Wangira, the backup, the manual register should still be used. Now, remember, the courts had said that in the event the electronic whatever fails. Now, we have since gone beyond that. We are not just wanting to have a manual register in the event of the electronic whatever failing. No. We have come to some agreement here that there are certain issues which you can only reconcile. If you remember before Bernard went, the way you can reconcile and balance the entered voters and the exiting voters, you need a manual register. Because the Kim's kit is, whatever is happening in the Kim's kit is not available to all parties or to all agents. That will mean that in the event there are some electronic issues, call them hackers, in the electronic side, at least you can detect them if you look at the manual side of things.
What do you mean?
You see, like, I don't know whether you remember, some people are saying that supposing I come with an SD card, let's say we have failed to identify them, then we come and insert an SD card here. That SD card, whatever it has, is only known to IEBC. In the event that it has even more, or it has cleaned the names which had already been cleared, do you see the sort of fraud that might come from the electronic side? If you don't have the manual side where you cancel, you do double checking of what has happened, you may find that by the end of the day, the electronic side, those archived, whatever they are not balancing with what you have done, the crossing on the manual side. Now, since we don't trust the IEBC, you see the usefulness. That I think maybe you understand what I'm since we don't trust.
I know we had already covered that, so I'm waiting for you to finish and explaining that, because we went through all the complementary, supplementary part of it. So
yeah,
I'm waiting for you to finish that. I get what you're saying.
Anyway, let me finish. I wanted to finish with the I wanted to finish. Yes.
There's a question that you asked by Wangira. What was the contention?
Which one? You know, Wangira, we have talked here on a number of which particular one?
He was asking you how you understand the Article 44.
Yeah, you see, what Wangira needs to understand, those issues went to court. In fact, what we are discussing here is not new. And what the court was dealing with was failure of the electronic system. In the court's version, to the complementary was to deal with failures in the electronic system. Now, when you joined us, we were talking on the complementary system, the so-called manual, supporting what has happened in the electronic system, not just failure, corroborating the way things have been conducted in the electronic side. But if you go to the court case was trying to how to deal with failures. And of course, they were referring to, before Wangira went, I wanted to remind him that during the 2017 elections, there were about 800,000 presidential voters, and they were all missing from the lower categories. No governor had them, no MPs didn't have a difference of close to 800,000. And so those are some of the things we are saying that they took place in the manual side, as much as we want something to back up the electronic side. So a balance has to be reached. For me, what I think, I agree with Wangira, Chebukati must be forced to use the manual register parallel. Forget about failures, parallel to the electronic side. The moment you notice differences, you can't reconcile them, then you know things have happened in between. At least the manual register will be available for investigation by the agents without having to open the server.
Okay, what was your final point?
My final point was to do with Chebukati's position regarding Sakaja. Chebukati is saying that, some public opinion was saying that Chebukati must disqualify Sakaja. Through other forums, Chebukati has responded by stating a condition that the only way he can remove Sakaja from the role of the candidates is by appealing, going to court to set aside the clearance that was done by the IEBC tribunal. I don't know whether you are together on that. For him to disqualify, to remove Sakaja, those who want him to do that need to go to court so that the clearance is removed. The clearance which was granted by the tribunal is removed. So since when did Chebukati start giving people? He should just go by the law. The people who are responsible for clearing, for giving Sakaja, verifying Sakaja's qualifications is the commission, the university commission. If they have withdrawn, why should you then still go to court to negate the clearance that the tribunal had granted Sakaja? In other words, he's saying, as far as he's concerned, Sakaja was cleared by the tribunal. The only way he can ignore it is if the same is stated by the court. I hope you do remember that the court had initially insisted that Sakaja must be on the ballot. You remember earlier on, the court had given that ex parte hearing and insisted that Chebukati has no choice but to put Sakaja in the roll call. So in other words, he's telling the commission the best way they can do is not to write to him. They should write to the court to set aside the clearance by the tribunal. What do you think? Ndeto, what do you have to say?
Kuseo, finish so that we got some.
I'm done.
Okay. Njiru, how are you?
Vipi bwana?
Karibu, how are you?
Yeah, I'm doing well. I don't know kama you are giving me time to present ama namna gani?
Yeah, you can give your submission.
Okay, sawa. Thank you very much. It's a bit sad na wasalimu wote kwanza. It's a bit sad bwana. History ya IEBC inakaa ni kama tutaiongea mpaka uchaguzi ishe. I think we have been doubting IEBC the longest. And from 2017, IEBC has done very little to redeem themselves from losing their glory. So to me, I think we need to audit IEBC in simple. We need a private company to audit those contracts and to tell us the truth about those contracts. Yeah, because we cannot have a company, and I don't think Junet Mohammed is a madman to just get out and start just saying that those people have links with Moses Wetangula. We know Moses Wetangula is a crook and he can do anything. In fact, there is a possibility he could be a dumb person carrying the company. Maybe the company belongs to Kenya Kwanza. Maybe this Wetangula is just a conduit. But the reality of the matter is that, so anyway, I don't want to talk about that. Although I know fighting with IEBC is something which is going to become very complex, because the more you want to fight IEBC, the more the opponent will start saying that we want the election to be postponed. And that is not the goal. The issue is that Chebukati is not coming out clear. Chebukati is playing like a pawn. He is being controlled from somewhere. Chebukati is not his own man. If Chebukati was his own man, he could be giving things with the finality. But Chebukati is standing too much on middle ground. And these allegations which are coming out, which are saying that this guy has been meeting with people at night, I think there is too much to answer here. So, I want to be clear here. We cannot rely on Chebukati to give us a credible election. The only people we can rely on is Kenyans to reject KKA on a bigger percentage. I know Chebukati can manage, if the difference is 5%, he can manage to manipulate. So I know Chebukati has a percentage where his hands can work. But if we give Chebukati a difference of 20%, even with his monkey business, he will not manage. So, and that is why each and every time we are saying 2022 is the most consequential election of our lifetime. It's the election where we want to defeat cartels. We want to defeat people who have been manipulating our elections from time memorial by showing them that we can bring big numbers, which they will not know how to do. Numbers which will threaten them. So, what I want to say is that we have to be cautious with what Chebukati wants to do, but the most important thing is we give KKA a thundering defeat, which they cannot manipulate. You know, if you get a 0, there is no way in which you can get 100 in an exam. But if you get an 89%, you can go and take a correction error and maybe it can go close to 100. So we need to give KKA close to zero. They don't need to get any votes from Kenya because to me, I don't believe they have an agenda. To me, I think AZIMIO has more sane concept which can take Kenya to the next level. So I've analyzed the two people, and I think Mr. Ruto still needs to package his election more. He needs to package his ticket. His ticket is not packaged. I think he is on a joke. He is using try and error, hoping that he can do some gymnastics and he get the readership. So his ticket is not serious. You people, you have seen it. His ticket is not serious, and somebody who is serious, he has restrictions of what he does. So that's why I think he is a refined Wajakoya. Ruto is just a refined Wajakoya. So they have no difference. He is just a refined. Wajakoya is a bit an outlier, but Ruto is more of him, but a bit refined. He knows how to lie with precision. So he can lie with precision. He can convince you with precision, even if whatever he is telling you is a lie. So he has that precision of telling you the things you want to hear. Let me go to today's business. I don't want to talk too much about IEBC. All what I want is, I hope Baba is doing the right thing on that thing. It's too expensive to contest an election. It's too expensive. We want to move on, man. We want to lower the cost of living. So this idea of wasting even 1 week for a contested election, we don't want to waste. We want immediately Baba wins on the 9th. By 12th, the price of unga is coming down. The price of fertilizer is coming down. We are assembling the government. We don't want these issues of contesting the election and people trying to look for one another, trying to look for solution. We want this guy to go to Sugoi and with the finality. Ile ambayo anaenda tumemwambia vizuri. Okay, let me go to today's opinion poll. Kuna swali najiuliza. What is happening with the Gade campaign?
Njiru, ndio nisiende kimalenge, unaweza niacha tu niseme kwaheri?
Haya, uliza Demba.
Naomba Demba, nisiende tu kimalenge tu kibahati hivyo tu ku disrespect watu. Naomba.
Yeah, that's okay.
Haya, Demba.
Oh, thank you.
You can take my 1 minute.
Hey, thank you, sir. No, I'm not taking your 1 minute. You'll just hata stamaliza. What I was just trying to say ni I love hanging out with you guys. I mean, napenda kubonga na nyinyi, lakini what is really happening saizi mali tumefika, this 30 days zenye zimebaki is gonna be very crucial. Na hizi numbers hata tulikuwa tukifanya na nani na Jose hapo hivi, they are not that much important. Njiru, hii kwanza ni kwako sana kwa zile umesema, karibu nitoke tu hivyo bila kusema, lakini statistically umeisema vizuri. 5% Chebukati anaweza iba. Anything after that to 10% and above is statistically impossible. So what I'm trying to tell you, we are thinking with these statistics zangu zenye nimefanya, maybe Jose wanafanyaga zao, I'm seeing 30% difference. You can never do 30% difference. Hata na dawa.
Ndeto, let me remind you, Ndeto. Huh? Remember that 2017, 800 votes did not have a governor side, senator side, or MP side.
Yeah.
So
what
happened? Your 5% based on that.
Yeah. So what happened? We got declined. But anyway, wacheni nisiwaharibie. Let me go. It's always good to see you guys. Kuna kitu lazima niende nifanye, lakini it's always good. Njiru, nice to see you, brother, man. Themba, nice to see you. My brother Jose and Mama Seli, I think amelala. Probably nitakuwa huko chini ya section, huko comment section nikirudi. But it's always good to see you guys. See you guys later. Have a good one.
Okay. Thank you Bwana Martin. We always appreciate coming here. Unajua siku hizi tumejuana sana. Sisi ni mabro sasa. We are slowly building a team here and a family. Okay, let me return to my point. So nilikuwa nikitaka kuongea story ya what is happening today kabla nikuja kwa opinion poll. You know, I don't know what is happening. Maybe let me talk about it. I don't know what is happening. I don't want to doubt these opinion polls very much. They can also give us an indication of what is happening.
The opinion polls in Nairobi?
Yeah, the ones in Nairobi. There's something I want to comment about it. So the problem which I'm having with them, or I'm trying to think around, why is Igade ragging behind? When you look at Sifuna, it looks statistically manageable. When you look to Esther Passaris, is also performing well. Why is Igade still lying behind Sakanja? So I correct two things are happening here.
Opinion poll?
There's an opinion poll where Igade is lagging behind by 6%.
Which farm did it? By which farm?
They are calling it Infotrack. Infotrack. They are saying Igade is the only Azimio guy who is lagging in Nairobi. So the question which I'm asking for myself is, are we having Azimio voter leakage when it comes to the gubernatorial candidate?
Njiru, Infotrack ile ya June.
Hapana, hiyo wametoa leo.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Wametoa leo hiyo. So ndio najaribu kujiuliza, there is either Azimio votes are leaking. So some of our votes tukipika kwa governor ni kama zinaenda kwa KKA. We need to analyze this one critically. So our Azimio voters wanapigia woman rep vizuri, wanapigia senator vizuri. Ikifika to the most important seat, which is the governor seat, our votes seem as if they are leaking. Our combination is going the other direction. So that is something we have to tighten. Because already Nairobi gubernatorial seat looks under threat. Kiambu will be under threat. How are we going to have a government and Nairobi is not with us and Kiambu maybe is not with us? So those are the things we have to work out. So please, all the people in Nairobi, we have to make sure that this seat goes to Igade. No matter I think the guy is sane. He has a good concept, and I hope Luya votes will not leak. Kikuyu votes will be good. Kamba votes are Ziko. Luo votes, I know they are there. Maybe Luya votes could become a split, but I don't know why Igade is still lying behind. I think Igade needs to be helped. Akina Sifuna needs to speak with their people, and they bring a rallying call. I don't know what is the problem. We have to refine this ticket. We can't manage to lose Nairobi and Kiambu. Because you know Kiambu is 50-50, we don't know. With upper hand on the other direction. So
Jero, what you're doing, you're splitting hairs. Now let me ask you, the last opinion poll that was done about Nairobi some I think 1 or 2 months ago, where was Igade and where was Sakaja?
Do you remember?
I do not remember, but I'm just talking with the numbers the way they are.
You need to do a comparison.
It's okay. I don't deny, but he is behind now. He is behind now.
Wait. Yeah, I know Kuseo has been following those statistics. Kuseo, kindly inform Jiru on the last statistics.
It was 39-35. I think it was, if I don't get mixed up, there have been several other opinion polls. 39-35.
The last one.
That was when Sakaja had not even had the issue of this degree or abuse. It was just beginning to have the issues.
Yeah,
but if you allow me, Njiru, the reason why you don't need to split hairs is because you see, the KK fellows did not start doing these things The infiltration which goes on to do these things are at different levels. It is the same thing they do with the media. In the past, you may only need to talk to the media company, then they can be favorable or reporting more on your side. KK took their time. They go down. They want to know when, for example, Njiru is sending his people to the field to go and do the questioning. They know which individuals go there. And believe me, some of those individuals are bought because they must return a particular answer. I don't know whether you know. Do you know any of the people who are contesting? They will tell you what they do with the opinion polls. If your opponent, the best way to hit the field, make sure that the opinion polls give some exaggerated figures towards you, and you pay for it. So a number of those opinion polls, there's a particular reason what they are serving.
Okay, Uze, I understand what you are saying, but
hold on. Let me make this. If you realize there were opinion polls that were done, I think some time back, and Sakaja was at 40 something, if you can remember well, and Igade was polling at 20 something. If you can remember, Igade was polling at 20 something, Sakaja was polling at 40 something.
Yeah, that was the earlier one. Earlier, I think in May or thereabout.
Yes. So if you go by that, there has been an increase on Igade's side. There has been a decrease on Sakaja's side. So that opinion poll for the AZIMIO side, it is actually an encouragement,
an improvement.
Yeah, an improvement. And by the time Igade started, he was at 20, I don't know, 25 or something. And Sakaja was at 40 something. And guys were saying that this thing, Sakaja has taken it. Igade is not a politician. He's not going to do, stuff like that. Now, when you look at it, if we are about 4 or 5 weeks to, and Sakaja has lost ground, and Igade has gained ground to the extent that he has reduced the margin to just, if you take 33 to 36 to 39 plus or minus 5 error, normally it is there is a margin of error. So plus or minus 5, it means that they are statistically tied. Statistically right now they are tied if you are to consider the margin of error. So in my view, we don't need to split hairs like why is Igade still lagging behind. It is where they have come from to where they are right now. Has Igade done? Igade has done a lot. Igade is doing a lot. Igade is penetrating places that, if there's anything that he's done, he's trying to eat even into the places where apparently Sakaja was trying to penetrate. And Sakaja is a scared man because right now he has had so many things to deal with. He still has his court case to deal with. He hasn't done that yet, which is also blocking. He's still at limbo. He's wondering, will I make it to the end or will I not make it? So that has slowed him down. And definitely, even if he's still on the ballot, it has dented him, you see? So I think sometimes we don't need to split hairs so much about, why is Igade still lagging behind? That is the reality. And as they say, as a politician, every information is good information, all right? So you can use it to prop up. And one thing that happens is, what do you call it? Improvement is permanent and it is every day. And as a politician, he's aware. He's aware that he needs to work. He needs to get there. And AZIMIO knows that they have to keep on working hard to get this. They're in this to win. You talked about Kiambu. One thing you're not telling us is the confusion in Kenya Kwanza. You are not you're not telling us the confusion in Kenya Kwanza. In the first place, Kabogo is pulling on his own side. What's his name? Moses Kuria is actually hitting this other guy for us. He's hitting the UDA guy for us.
Wamatangi.
Wamatangi. He's hitting Wamatangi for us. And in that confusion, as time is nearing the polls, you might realize that you might not know who will be a clear winner in Kiambu. So, and I can promise you, even it might not be Wamatangi who is going to gain from that confusion. And if Kabogo gets it, the advantage of that, Kabogo and any other person getting it, other than Wamatangi, it means that they can easily, prop up themselves to be close to the government. You see, so you cannot, in my view, split hairs. Sometimes it's good to look what is the backdrop of it happening, so that you can provide especially encouragement to the people who are working so hard. Sometimes it's good to be the bearer of positive messaging other than a bearer of a negative messaging, because we are at that time where people need more of positive messaging. And what is positive messaging?
It will make Igade work even harder.
Yes. Yeah. So Igade Njiru has improved and is improving. He has cut down the margin of their difference with Sakaja, and it is working. Whatever he's doing, let him keep doing it more, because it is working. They say if it's working, don't fix it. So whatever he's doing, let him keep doing. And Sakaja, whatever he's doing, let him keep doing, because he's losing. And by the time we are coming to the votes, statistically right now, they are tied. Now, let me give you an example. Musambweni, the candidate who had been placed ahead, was the ODM candidate. When they were going for the rerun in Musambweni, the person that the polls had placed ahead was the ODM candidate, and he was ahead by, I think, like a 5-point margin to the independent, who won. So when the independent came and won, you see, the polls might have reflected that this person was ahead, but you can say statistically they are tied. And even Nairobi right now, as you're talking, you see Raila is at 49, Ruto is at 30. 19-point difference is so wide. So even if you do plus or minus 5, that one is so wide. But you see now, when you're having just plus or minus 5, I think that's a fair, like almost close. So Igade is trying, and let's encourage him. Let's not split hairs a lot. Let's not be so negative around this time. I am sometimes disturbed that AZIMIO people are more negative than even the UDA people that come here. AZIMIO people are more negative. You just keep throwing negative, and you don't give people encouragement. Yes, Kusea.
You see, in addition to that, Themba, Sakaja is having a case in court. As I told you earlier, Chebukati is trying to say that he expects the court, it's the way he'll go on will be dependent whether the court overrules the clearance that was granted to Sakaja by the tribunal. Now, if anybody maybe believes that the courts can be influenced, Sakaja has gone out of his way to do whatever it takes to make sure that the polls reflect him as being the preferred candidate. It may be even in an attempt to influence the court decision. Somebody might think simplistically that the court might say, so Sakaja is the one Nairobians want. Whether it can work to to serve his case, nobody knows. But just know that at this point in time, people use all manner of ways to influence what is against them. Right now, Sakaja has got a very delicate case against him.
Okay, Njiru, continue.
Okay. Themba is not that I was not trying to discourage Igade. I would be one of the most happy person if I saw opinion polls which are showing Igade way up there. The question which I was asking myself was, Raila is doing good, his votes are there. Why can't we see a monolithic similarity because to our other candidates? Because I think We don't have competition in Nairobi. Nairobi competition is two people, just like the way Raila is. Why are we not having that linear relationship? At least we see if Raila is up, Igade should be up, Sifuna should be up, Mama should be up. At least there should be that collinear relationship. That's what I expect.
Why don't you ask the same question? If Sakaja is up, why and Ruto up? And why at what's the other her name? Wanjiru up. Why and what's her name? The other one who is Omanga. Why and Omanga up? You know, because and even Omanga is I don't know 20%. Why aren't the same people who are voting for Sakaja voting for? I mean, why aren't they preferring Ruto in Nairobi? You see, it's a similar thing. I mean, we have to appreciate that people will go to the ballot box and they will be looking for individual candidates. They'll not be looking for a group of people.
It tells you the poll itself is suspect.
No, we might not, assuming the poll is okay. The person who goes to vote, who is going to vote and saying that, okay, fine. For me, when I look at this lineup, my preference for president is Raila. But I think Sakaja has a better face looking than he has dimples and is so this person might be decided that let me pick this other one. And another one will say, I think Sifuna looks younger than Wanjiru. Let me give it. Sifuna looks, you know, that's an opinion. Sifuna looks like he's a bit younger than Wanjiru. Let me give it to him. Then another one will say, huyu Mama Miradi amecheza sana hapa kwa nini? Wacha nipatie. You see, those are the opinions they're picking. So it will not be like you're going there and you're looking at all the 6 people and you're voting for them for the same reason. That's why you wouldn't actually find an opinion poll that gives the same percentage to all of them. They might win, but the margins could be wider. You see, for example, Sifuna is, Sonko got more votes in Nairobi than Uhuru Kenyatta during the last election. So how come the people who voted for Sonko was so many, more than Uhuru Kenyatta in Nairobi? And they were voting for Sonko, who was in Jubilee. Those are the questions you want to ask. And you'll find that discrepancy in certain situations. So it's a good question, but if you get it back, you realize you might not get the answer, right? But you want to appreciate that a positive thing is happening. Your candidate has improved, and that's something you want to look forward to. That he has moved from 20-something, he's now at 30-something. He has narrowed the gap.
Yes, I understand, Bwana Demba, about that. What I was saying is that's why I was now saying that when we call it voter leakage, I'm not expecting we get voter leakage from the reason why Sonko became the governor. There was voter leakage from NASA to Jubilee, so that voter leakage should be close to zero, and that is what AZIMIO should be working on. It should be close. We should not allow that too much leakage. At least there should be. That's why I'm saying there should be, even if it is not exactly the same, there should be close to a linear relationship between president to governor and the senator. But when we see some are tending to be a little bit lower, I start now to asking myself some sensible questions. I'm not saying Igade is not doing good job. Igade is doing good job, but what I'm advising people here is, if we are AZIMIO, it should be AZIMIO everything. There's ideas of saying that because I'm speaking with people, you hear somebody is in AZIMIO and is saying that I will vote something, and it is not just another county. It is Nairobi. Nairobi has to be AZIMIO for ease of governance. You know that for ease of governance, we cannot lose Nairobi. So that is why I'm advising all of our AZIMIO people here. Nairobi has to be AZIMIO. What we have to do, it has to be AZIMIO. We can gabble with Kiambu, but Nairobi at least has to be AZIMIO. let me talk about Mother Karua today.
Do you want a question from Selina, or you want to continue and finish first?
Okay, wacha mama aulize ni sawa.
Okay.
Thank you Ncheru. Kuna kitu moja nafikiri na tutakubaliana ama tukatae kubaliana. Mnasikia sasa inaonekana Azimio walikuwa wameplant, walikuwa wameweka watu kwa UDA. If Suvuna was, this one, Sakaja was really Mudavadi, it could be in ANC. But I hear almost wale wanaenda cross over after election. Serikali ilikuwa imewekea Ruto watu wengi sana. Mahali walikuwa naona iko na nini wanatuma watu waende. I think na tuchunge sana because nimesikia watu wengi walifanywa hivyo and that is why they are coming out. So hiyo tu nilitaka kuambia Ncheru, but the real thing is we need Nairobi than anything else. Again, huyu Sakaja yenyu sijui kama alikosana na Uhuru ama ni Uhuru walituma wakijua Nairobi isipotee. Ni hiyo tu nataka kusema.
Yeah, thank you mama. All what me I'm crying for is we have gabbled with Nairobi for close to 10 years. Nairobi imekuwa tu in waves for close to 10 years. And ikabidi tutafute huyu bandi to try and save the situation. We cannot allow Nairobi for 15 years to be in bad shape. So we have to streamline. And I know Azimio has streamlined good candidates. That's what I was saying. Igada is a good candidate. So whoever is in Azimio asianzie kutuletea historia ya Sakaja ati aseme I can vote for Raila lakini nitapigia Sakaja hii. Those are some of the problematic issues. And I was explaining the exact thing which made Sonko a governor. Sonko kuna kura za Azimio, not Azimio, NASA that time. Kuna kura za NASA zilileak. So many NASA people voted for Sonko. And that is why Jubilee lost that seat. And the same thing can happen if we are not careful. Let me talk about Mother Karua.
Njiru.
Yes.
It wasn't just one. That is just one of them. That is just one of them which helped Sonko to win. There were more than 5 areas ways that Sonko got that seat.
I agree, but
don't fix yourself only on one that Azimio votes, NASA votes leaked. They were much more than that.
I agree,
computers were used. The logarithms were used. So many things were used.
I agree. I agree what you're saying, but what there is that he won and he was given the mantle. So I'm trying now to juggle myself what happened. So let me talk about Mother Karua. I'm very happy of Mother Karua and the intellect she is applying. I've not seen a serious government organization coming to support people in election briefly, recently, in our modern time. Even during Kibaki time, I didn't see people coming up the way they are coming up for Mother Karua. So this is now what we are really calling the Mother Karua effect now, and you can see it. And now, even the people who are saying that we could have selected another person, now people can now try and see the reason why Mother Karua is here. Mother Karua is able to attract something which, if Raila Odinga had another person, couldn't have happened. I can tell you, no, this is the time now people are appreciating. Yes, Mother Karua was being viewed as an underdog. She was not having a constituency. But you can see the type of people, the type of institutions which want to associate with this lady. And that's why I want to say, and I want to thank even the people in Azimio who are able to sacrifice everything for this lady. Because let me tell you, it was a risk. We didn't know whether it is something which is going to yield fruit, but at least the people who risked and said that we need Mother Karua for this thing, even if she doesn't have a constituency, and having hopes that this woman will come here and present her character and play her politics well. That is now what is happening now. I can tell you, if Kalonzo Musyoka.
Jeru, you need to thank the women. The leadership of Maendeleo ndio walitoa China ya Martha Karua. They say, Father, sisi wa mama tunatoa. So I told you these guys, that constituency of women. Si hata Azimio walikuwa na chapa mother, but the women stood.
Sasa Selina, unajua sasa nyinyi mnaleta vita ambayo haifai kuwa saizi. Hizo ni vitu za kuongea mkishavuka. Mjafika Canaan na mmeanza kuongea ni sisi kina mama, ni hawa walileta, ni hawa.
Wacha mama aringe kidogo. Okay, let me conclude.
No. You need to leave some fight for later once mmesha.
Unasikia mata akisimama. Kidogo
let me acknowledge Christine.
Kuongea nyimbo na naimbiwa ni nyimbo gani?
No, it's okay. I mean, right now, it doesn't matter who proposed Martha Karua. Ngoja. It doesn't matter who proposed who. Martha was arrived at by Raila Amolo Odinga Baba. Sasa wamekuwa one ticket, and Martha acknowledges that. So hizo zingine zote ni other issues. Can we focus?
I agree. I was just trying to say, whoever did that, the intellect applied there, it was the best intellect. We have gotten the maximum utility from this lady, and I believe we are even going to get more endorsement. Azijaisha, hata mukishtukia the way it is going, huyu mama hata anaweza pata hata endorsement ya people who have never endorsed. You might get madaktari wakikuja, unaweza pata hata mapolisi wakikuja, although I'm not saying wakuje. You might see different organizations will come and endorse this ticket. Because let me tell you, people do not have a problem with Raila Odinga. The problem which was there is just having that confidence. And at least this lady has brought that confidence. And you know, when a woman is somewhere, you know, that inclusivity, which is very key. Yes, Raila Odinga could have managed to do it with another person, but at least this commitment of 50% women in their ticket is much more seen when you see it practically. Tuachane na ingine ya KKA, which we don't know whether they will be able to implement. KKA wanatuambia watapea 50% ya wanawake kwa cabinet, lakini wakipata serikali, you are not sure if they will implement it. Hata wakipea wawili, hauwezi wapeleka kwa koti. You have to allow them wamalize miaka yao 5. Maybe judiciary can help, I don't know. But sasa hii ya KKA ni kuambiliwa. But at least here yetu, it is in action. And we know Martha Karua akiwa hapo, she will also push for more women. I know hakuna vile ati Martha Karua will be sitting in a cabinet which is having like 13 men and 2 women. I know she'll push for some agenda for women. So, and that's why I'm saying this is the time for girl child in Kenya. So, kama wamama wajaipigia mtu yeyote, wako na mtu yao, ako hapo, at least they give one woman to get experience in the big leadership. Sababu, Martha Karua will also get experience of governing a country. And in the future, we might also get a female president. So, those are the things we need to start visualizing now. Because lazima tufike hiyo level whereby even women have to get that equal share of our country. Lastly, nilikuwa nikitaka to just talk a little bit about KKA campaign. Nimeona leo nimesikia wamekuwa Marsabit. I'm not seeing the enthusiasm. They are still not talking about their manifesto. I don't know what is the problem. Like leo tu wamekuwa tu akiongea tu story ya Azimio. Hiyo story ya Junet Mohamed ndio wanaongea. So I'm a bit worried for them, although I don't need to get worried. They are not talking about their Azimio. No, their manifesto. So, but just kama vile tu tulisema jana, it is because their manifesto is just something from the word, from the mouth. It is not something coming from the heart. That is why some saa zingine unapeana kitu na unasahau. So that's what I would say. The days are very few. Mimi ile tu kitu tu nitasema hapa, please, Nairobi, Azimio, That's my conclusion. Nairobi Azimio, we can't give it to anyone else, other person. Zemba naandika alikuwa na swali, unaweza muuliza.
Someone had a question? Okay, we have Christine, Mise, and then we can go to the next person. Okay, Christine.
Hi, hi everyone. So I just have a question for Njiru when he said about Igade's popularity. But I just wanted, he was saying that it is not in linear with Raila's popularity in Nairobi. But I just wanted to ask Njiru whether he has seen some data revealing the voting group for Sakaja and voting group for Igade. There's data showing that the voting group for Sakaja is 35 years and below, while the voting block for Igade is between the ages of 35 years to 55 years. So from that voting block of both candidates, are you seeing some similarity with Raila's voting block? Thank you.
Nijibu Zemba ama mwingine anaongea? Okay. I understand. You know, Azimio voters and majority of the people who are supporting Azimio, they have some history. They know what they want for the country because they can connect with something. I agree with that one very well. So, and there is that relationship. The only problem which I was seeing is that we are not having that full transfer, because I was expecting at least, even if Raila is at 49, because you know Sakanja can't be Raila. Raila is way up there. At least let me see Sakanja at 41, 42. At least I want to see something close, but I don't want to see things way down, way down. At least I want to see some connection, because I want to pay, we have to paint Nairobi blue, because Nairobi is too pivotal for us. It has disturbed Jubilee for 10 years. So that's why I'm just crying for Sakaja, no, not for Sakaja, for Igade. Whatever has to happen, we have to win that and in a clean sheet. So that's why I was saying, despite the older population is supporting him, we have to still come up with the concept of still convincing the younger people who still occupy the bigger bulk of our population. So whatever we have to do and convince these younger people, they are important and we still need them. So I don't know what we are going to do about it, but I hope the initiative is already there, because we have to keep on, we have to stop saying that the younger people are on this direction. Younger people still also need to be in our direction. That's what I wanted to say. Whatever we need to do, this idea we are just saying that this person is being supported by younger people, this one by older people, that discussion has to stop. We have to be homogeneous. Our support has to be everywhere, from a kid of 1 year old to a mzee of 90 years old. They have to be Azimio. So, but we can't manage to have a split support and still want our ticket to look good. We have to be homogeneous. So at our 17 years, we have to show them that the Azimio has something for them. And even our governor has to show them that he has something for them. So we have now to shift even to this much younger people who seem convinced. Our watu hatutawaachia Wajakoya. Wajakoya has nothing for them. In fact, Wajakoya want to maltreat them. So we have to go down there. That's what I wanted to say. Andika.
No, okay, Mise.
Themba, you are a little bit unfair. I needed to welcome Christine with the trumpets, and but you didn't give me that opportunity. But thank you. I know money has been given by Bob.
Can you focus? Because
money has been given by Bob, but I will soldier on. But that being said, I was struggling to understand, and I think you Themba, validated Njiru's argument by saying that Igade is trying. So I was wondering asking Mr. Njiru, that despite the hurdles of Mr. Sakaja of going in and out court and fighting all the arms of all the foot soldiers who have been deployed, you recognize that, like Themba said, that IGAD is trying. So it appeared to me that Sakaja still is a force to reckon with, because if IGAD is trying, then it means Sakaja's force still is felt. IGAD shouldn't be trying, IGAD should be thriving. So that is something that I noted in there, and I wanted to put it out there. But there is a point that my brother Njiru has been struggling to make, and has been appealing to the people and saying that Nairobi should not be misguided. Nairobi has been misled for many years. And Njiru was saying that we should have a 6-piece. I was wondering if Njiru is aware that the time for 6-piece is long gone, and now people have the liberty to cherry pick what they want or who they want and who they want to vote. So I just wanted to put that out there. But also, there's an issue of gender. My brother Njiru was also struggling with in terms of trying to say that AZIMIO made a wonderful decision in having mother flying and representing women. I found that very, very selective argument and misrepresentation of gender, because I kind of still think that Kenya is a patriarchal society, and women have not been given the position that they deserve to be given. And that being said, what we see in AZIMIO in terms of gender, it's flowery. The percentage of women that are in top positions will be very minimal. And I was also wondering why people are not very happy with Sakaja. So not Sakaja, but Chebukati. When Chebukati is trying to redirect us or reminding us of the separation of power and the independence of commissions, and redirecting us to the central and neutral body that makes decisions. I was wondering why is he receiving a backlash from especially the AZIMIO bandwagon, that he is kind of aligning himself to the Kenya Kwanza, So I just wanted to get that kind of clarity.
What's your question, Mr.?
I've asked so many questions. I was only kind that I didn't want to be very.
That's why I'm wondering. If you're asking a question, you go direct to the question. You don't, keep on going around and do it. No.
Yeah, I asked so many questions. Did you want me to ask again?
No. Njiru, can you comment 1 minute, tafadhali?
One thing which I wanted to tell Mise is that election is still natural. Like women, there is no one who has blocked women outside there. Women there was an equal opportunity for men as for women, and it's only that maybe in some competitive seats, some of the women were not able to proceed to the ticket. And also, you have also to understand the dynamics of the coalition and what is happening. So what I believe is that there could be deficiency of women, but what will happen is that in some key government position, we will see women. You will see them in the cabinet. You will see them in parastatal nomination, ambassadorial post. You will see a lot of women there. But in elective seats, I still doubt if we will be able to manage the 2/3, the one which we were talking about. I hope there will be a way of getting women. That one I agree with you. We have not fully looked onto women. So at least that one I can say. But I was talking in terms of the presidential ticket, whereby we were able to implement it, and it is so key. But in other posts, it's not very well captured, and it is work in progress, because I've said elections are natural. Women will not just be given posts; they have to fight for them. So we cannot just snatch opportunities from men so that we have women. So it has to be natural, but we have also to give women some softer landing. At least we have the 47 women rep who will give them an automatic number of representation. So the other numbers, the other deficit, we hope some who will be elected as MPs, some who will be elected in key posts, at least we will be able to have a bigger number. But I'm optimistic we will have more women in this parliament than the previous two. So that's what I would say. The other place where you were saying that I was struggling, what I wanted to say is that I am reading from the previous failures of Nairobi being in limbo because of not electing good governors. Yes, as you say that the days of 6-piece ticket is gone, I still believe we need that six piece in some places, because this idea of saying that we can cherry pick. The fact that you are unable to choose the right coalition to vie with, it also shows that you are also not a good candidate. To me, Sakaja cannot be a good candidate because he was unable to choose a coalition. So I will stand with my AZIMIO people to the fullest.
Okay, thank you. I want to bring in Mise to give his submission. Then Wangira has been here, so that then I give Christine, then Makiadi, then Julia. At least then we can have the open session. Wangira, Kuseo have been here, so let's allow these gentlemen and ladies to also give us their views. Let's start with you, Mise. Dakika tatu tafadhali, tukisonga.
Themba, can I allow Makiadi to go first? If you don't mind.
Haya, wacha tuende kwa Christine. Christine, tafadhali, your submission. Dakika tatu.
Na wasalimu tena kila mtu, Themba, Njiru, Makiadi, Julia, Sally, I believe Amelala, Wangira, good to see you. I always just hear about you talking, seeing you from a distance. Good to see you today. Kuseo pia ameenda. So, mi sitawachosha na mengi. I just have 2 points, just an observation that I made today. That is what I'm gonna talk about. I know a lot has been said, and sometimes when we come in the evening, it's just repetition. But I want to say that I'm supporting Raila, no manual register, no voting, because we need credible, verifiable elections. And the manual register, just like those kits or electronic system, things can fail. Sometimes even as we have phones, we have gadgets that don't make it to the end of the day, purposefully or unpurposefully. So I believe when we have a backup, yeah, hata ukienda, because it's gonna be the whole day, the whole night. Even if you're going for a long distance, you have to carry power bank for your phone. So Chebukati needs to put his house in order. He needs to respond to all these concerns, because we've known what results that have been tampered with have caused in this country. We wouldn't like to go back that path. And he should be aware, you know. Sometimes I empathize with Chebukati. Maybe he just wants to do the right thing. But to me, sometimes I have a feeling that Chebukati is just playing he's singing Ruto song because everybody loves his life, everybody loves his family. I think right now, if he starts putting some cards on the table that is gonna do the right thing, he might not know what might happen to him. It might go the Musando way. That is just another school of thought in my brain, that sometimes because he knows the impact of elections that have been tampered with. He knows what whatever statement he'll make or whatever results he'll declare that day can turn the country into something else that we wouldn't like. So sometimes I give him that benefit of doubt. I know there's been this grapevine news. I don't know whether it is verifiable because I haven't seen any video yet. There's been grapevine news that has been trending today that Wetangula was seen with some high-level IEBC officials. I just hope it is not true, because then it will be unfortunate, and the Udaku people should stop telling us anytime we raise issues. They should stop branding us names that Raila is used to this, Raila is used to this. All these things Raila has been complaining about, we normally see the benefit of, we wish we could have listened to him after the election. So I think this is the time to be tolerant, both sides. I'm sure even them, if they are defeated square and clean, they'll be happy to go home. If we are defeated square and clean, we'll be happy to go home, but the field should be level. We should not feel that there are some things being done that are not gonna favor either of us. So I saw a video of Ruto in Marsabit, I believe so. And oh my God, it was just sad seeing Ruto saying hi, people are minding their own business. And I don't know his security team, like nowadays, like you could see even a border going the opposite direction next to his car. And it is just sad. It's like those greetings he was saving for people who will come later to pick those greetings. And the wind has changed. If Kenya Kwanza people are not seeing that the wind has changed, I think it's high time they should do something. Ruto should sell for us his manifesto. I expected Marsabit, at least he could be having some following because people like Duale have stuck by him. So from whatever I saw today, it's just telling me that he better start preparing his concession speech. Otherwise, for now, those are the things I observed throughout the day for me. So that is my submission for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine, for that submission. I want to bring in Makiadi and then Julia.
Thank you, Ndemba. I say hi to all the panelists. I hope you're having a good night, a good day, good evening. I had a couple of videos to play, but because of time, perhaps you might not watch them. But there's an argument that I had here between, actually a discussion between Wangira and Kuzer about complementary and supplementary. And it was an interesting thing because, you know, sometimes lawyers try to jog around with your memories when it comes to words. For example, shall and may. In other words of that nature. But I want to believe that
Makiadi, unaongea?
Yeah, I was about to log out them, but I thought it's my speaker that has a problem because you people are not complaining.
You don't complain too. Makiadi, are you okay? Hatukusikii though, so ujue hivyo ukiongea huko hatukusikii. Aya, wacha Julia ongea.
ngoja, umenisikia sasa?
Nakusikia sasa.
Okay, nilikuwa nime-unplug headphones zangu nikarudisha. I think zilikuwa zimekwama. Ni sawa sawa. Okay, poleni sana kwa kuwaweka busy listening to nothing. I was just trying to say nilikuwa nasikia I was listening to an argument between Oze and Wangira in terms of complementary and supplementary, and I tried to I tried to draw this thing down to the level whereby mtu wa kawaida anaweza elewa, and I think first of all we should not even go deeper into this argument, because there's a case in court right now where the IEBC was sued on the same issue, and I believe there's a judgment that will be coming out. And I also played a video here where Chebukati said that he's going actually to comply with that. He's going to provide an alternative whereby he might print, and I know they are also printing a copy of the voters register. That is part of the contract that they signed with the Greek company. So I don't know why people are jumping the gun. I believe this issue, after the court settles the issue, it's a matter of interpretation, because there was already a judgment that was done last time in the Supreme Court about this issue. So I don't think there's something to actually get spun out of context here. But supplementary, sometimes I think about supplementary. Oze, I think you were trying to argue about the issue of supplementary. Christine here is one of the people that can give us, good information about supplementary. But I was looking at it from the world of bodybuilding. In bodybuilding, you have to eat. You eat the natural food, and then you are also advised to get supplements, food supplements. Food supplements do not substitute the natural food. You can get protein in powder form, but that does not mean that you'll not eat the natural food. So that is supplementary. But when you come to complementary, I looked at it like I'm looking at my body, and one hand of mine has an issue. I mean, I cannot chop my left hand and bring it to the right side to help my right side of the body function. So it has to be something on the side that will help my body function properly. And Wangira, you gave a good example of the pilot and the first officer. That's a good example. I mean, the captain can still fly the plane, but the plane cannot take off without a first officer, FO. It's the same thing na ile kitu tulikuwa naona Kenya na driver matatu na makanga wake. I know there's this improvised kind of thing whereby mtu unalipia gari kwa stage alafu you go to direct to the next destination. But when you look at the older fashion yenye tulikuwa tumezoea whereby kuna driver na makanga, itakuwa ngumu sana driver kuendesha Nissan alafu analipisha gari akiwa ndani. It cannot work like that. You need the conductor to help the driver to manage the vehicle on the road. That is the issue. And therefore, when we say complementary, we will not try to justify complementary by saying they can also do the alphanumeric, they can bring an SD card from somewhere else to come and plug in when one device fails. You cannot have a digital complementary trying to complement another digital gadget. It does not work like that. So people are trying to mess around with this thing, but the law is clear. Everybody knows what they are supposed to do, but people are just trying to try to tiptoe about the law so that they can fit their own narrative. Now, the other issue I want to talk about is the Wetangula saga. I think first of all, I condemned the issue, and I was against the issue of paying about 3.2 billion Kenyan shillings to a Greece company. I mean, that was a bad start. For a country like Kenya, which is crying about economic hardships, taking a whole 3.2 billion. I believe it's even going to be more than that now that we have all these other presidential candidates that are going to be added on the ballot paper. it was a bit sad for the IEBC to have contracted that company from Greece. And I've always maintained here, I don't think we should let ballot papers be printed outside the country. Because if you are printing money in Kenya, and money have more security features than the ballot paper, and I don't even believe on the idea of all these security features that IEBC puts on the ballot paper, knowing very well that they have never wanted the security features to be tested. Even in the previous election, we expected when the IEBC was asked to do a recount, they would have been willing to do that. But actually, even the clients, the guys that were participating in the election themselves were not willing even to let that happen. So why do we even need the security features on our ballot papers if we are not going to use them? So first of all, I don't think that was a good idea. And secondly, I think with the logistics that will be involved, I was listening to some news today, and it says they might be printing about 133 million ballot papers. That was before the addition of these other candidates on the ballot. So, I mean, we have a long way to go. And if the ballot papers have not been printed today, about 34 days to an election, then we might be looking at a very dangerous situation. So Ndemba, wacha niachie hapo, nitachangia baadaye, na ukipata nafasi pia unaweza nipatia, ninaingiza ka video moja ndani. Asante.
Thank you, Makiadi, for that. Julia, tafadhali.
Asante Themba. Hi Themba, Njiru, Makiadi, Kuseo in absence. I can only see you are part of your head. Mr. Angira, Christine, good to see all of you. Yes, Kuseo, unatuonyesha kichwa yako. Sasa tunashangaa hapa kuna mtu au kuna nini? Now, I want to talk about...
Julia, unamlaumu na wewe pia unatuonyeshanga tu kichwa.
I'm here, like, I myself...
The pot calling is it the pot calling the kettle black?
Ama nile ya Yesu, who saw a small speck when you have a big rod in your eye. You see, now you can see him. Now, AZIMIO teams around the country, that is really good. I like the way AZIMIO is mobilizing. Anyone mobilize vizuri sana. Sio ati ukiona baba Nairobi, you won't hear anything else about AZIMIO. That is wonderful. I'm asking these KKA people, you can only hear, you people, did you hear anything about KKA? I just had the MOYALE thing. And then I saw that the reception was kind of poor. And Ruto in MOYALE was saying that Baba is walking around with corrupt governors. Yet he claims he wants to fight corruption. No, he said this. He said, okay, wait, I remind you what he said. Ruto said this, that people in MOYALE, they don't want to support him during the day because they'll be sued by Baba after he wins for being corrupt. What does that tell you? That Ruto, who the people supporting him are corrupt, so they don't want to be seen because they will be targets of being sued. He was ati wanajificha kwa sababu watafungwa juu ya corruption. This was, I'm quoting Ruto. Mimi najiuliza, huyu kitendawili anatembea na corrupt governors, atawafunga namna gani? So I was asking myself, will Ruto jail corrupt people? And then this was my conclusion. It's like a witch doctor saying that he'll fight witchcraft. You know, a witch doctor saying that he's going to fight witchcraft. That's irony. So Ruto didn't have a good reception in MOYALE. And I mean, and once again, he has no messaging. His messaging, he doesn't even go straight to his manifesto. I mean, he's literally trying to fight somebody. And he couldn't even say he will fight corruption. He was just annoyed that the people supporting him in that place cannot come out in public because they're afraid of being sued over corruption. That was really very funny. Now, UHURU appoints 15-member transition committee. This is needed. This is critical. I think that is good. He needs to do that. Now, the other thing I'm seeing, I want to talk about before I talk about the election thing, Njiru said something here about Nairobi County, and I think it's the opinion polls that we saw. Baba had 49, but I think Sakaja was somewhere, there is something, and Igade also in the 30s, and Sakaja was ahead. I really don't believe Sakaja will beat Igade, because I know what happens on the ground during election. You people, I don't know how many of you last voted in Kenya. I think I voted in the last elections, and I want to tell you, people really don't care. They just care about the president. And then they say, who the president is with who? They got the next person. So they really got the president and they got to the AZIMIO candidates. That is a practical thing that happens on the ground. And it's on rare occasions that you see independent candidates winning. And if you want to assess what I'm saying, find out how many independent candidates won last in 2017. I think we can count them. They are not many. Because people really don't care about the most important thing for Kenyans right now is their presidential candidate. So, Njiru, I want to encourage you. No need to be afraid what will happen in Nairobi. I am telling you, Igade will win as much as Baba will win. Now, maybe you're about to ask me what happened to Sonko. I can explain to you without thinking about rigging, because I have no evidence for rigging or those computer whatever people say, because I don't want to talk about, I'm not sure about. Now, I want to tell you that what happened to Sonko. Sonko got a tribal backing. Sonko got received Jubilee votes, and then all the Kambas in Nairobi voted for Sonko. That is how Sonko won. Because the Kambas, remember, were in NASA. Kalonzo Musyoka was in NASA.
You can't ignore the Vifarangas as well.
Okay, Kuseo, it's not good to say I don't like to say things that I cannot verify. That's why I'm not talking about Vifaranga. But I'm just saying this. If you want to look at why Sonko won, that is how Sonko won. Now, look at Igade. Igade is going to win in the same way Sonko won. Now, Igade is going to receive all the people backing Baba, because Baba has a fanatic following. That one, we can't deny that. And even we know that Baba won in Nairobi even in 2017. He had more votes than UHURU. But remember, Igade comes from Muranga, and Muranga people must protect their son. They're going to vote for him. It's going to be a tribal vote. In fact, Igade will get very many votes. It will be an overwhelming vote for Igade. So that one I can assure you. So no cause for alarm, Mr. Njiru. Igade is taking this thing. And I want to tell Kipto literally, we cannot have thugs in Nairobi. Remember what happened to Nairobi until UHURU had to invite somebody else to run Nairobi because of what Nairobi has gone through. So even Kenyans are very much afraid of the likes of Sakaja. First, we already doubt Sakaja, even with his papers. So I can assure the members of the panel, the people watching, Igade is going to win overwhelmingly. He's going to win overwhelmingly. He's going to get that thing. Now, looking at the polls, they're about 49% in Nairobi. I thought it's still way down, but really I look forward to see Baba getting over 60% in the whole country, because now I've been trying to talk to people back home. And still, even if people don't want to agree with me, it is for the first time that you hear Kikuyu saying they can vote for Baba. I mean, we voted for UHURU, we voted for Kibaki. And you understand me when we say we had good, reasonable reasons to vote for Kibaki and UHURU. And the reasons may not even be based on principles, on matters of principles. The reasons could just be tribal. But now, for the first time, Mount Kenya region has an opportunity to decide, okay, let's compare these two people. They are not from our tribe. So here, tribe is not counting. So now we are looking at these people's values. So you can agree with me. There are many Mount Kenya people who have decided they will not have corrupt leaders. They will not have people who are hate mongers and somebody who has disrespected their son. So Mr. Kipto, if by any chances you can reach Mr. William Samuel Ruto, you need to tell him one of the main reasons why he's going to lose miserably in Mount Kenya is for insulting and disrespecting our son. So I think that is not rocket science to understand. Now, to go to the issue of elections, I just want to leave this. There are so many things here. Wetangula under fire over the ballot printing fiasco. I don't know. There's the issue of the register. I just want, as we got the free session, Mr. Themba, you people tell me, are we really going to have this election? Because today I began feeling like somebody from the word go planned to have us not to have this election. Are we really going to have this election? That is my question. I began getting worried. I don't like to get worried. I like to be positive. Me and Themba look at things positively, but I really want people to brainstorm objectively. Are we really going to have this election? So I want to stop my presentation with that question. Thank you, Themba.
Thank you. I think that is where I want to bring Wangira. So that we have this open session now, since we're almost hitting the hour. Thank you so much for those who have joined us the whole day. So we are not going to add any more people. At least we have these 8 people now having the open session. That's your question. There's a question, and Wangira, as you give your comments, you can try respond to Julia's question.
Thank you very much, Themba. You know, I'll also be asking another question in the same regard. And, you know, today I've fished out what we call the Elections Act, the Kenyan Election Act as amended in 2017, which that is the current version that is being applied in this election. And if you go to section 44 of the Elections Act, that is titled the use of technology, and you go to subsection 4, you read here, they say that the commission shall in an open, and I want you to underline the words because I'm always very keen on particular words. So it says the commission shall in an open and transparent manner first procure and put in place the technology necessary for the conduct of a general election at least 120 days before such an election. And 2, and B, so I'm keen on this B, test. The words are test, verify, and deploy such technology at least 60 days before the general elections. Today we are around 32 days to the general election, and I'm not very sure whether we have really tested, verified, and deployed this technology that we are going to use in this election, which was supposed to have been done 60 days to the general election. And again, you know, that takes me back to what has been my argument on section 44 section 44A on what they call complementary mechanism for identification of voters. You see, I've already shown you the challenges that we are even having under section 44, where I've told you under subsection 4, and there are particular words that I wanted you people to mark, that the technology was supposed to have been tested, verified, and deployed 60 days to the general election. And I'm not very sure whether it was really tested. I'm not very sure whether it was tested, verified, and deployed before 60 days before the general election, because today we are talking around 32 days to the general election. And then I go to section 44A, that is a key contentious section in this election, and it talks of notwithstanding the provisions of section 39 and section 44. I've just read for you what section 44 reads. The commission shall put in place a complement, shall, and the word in law shall means must, shall put in place a complementary mechanism for identification of voters and transmission of election results. That is, the words are, that is simple. That system must be simple, it must be accurate, it must be verifiable, it must be secure, it must be accountable. The complementary system must be accountable, and then it must be transparent. You know, that's what the complementary system must be. So if I look at section 44, and then I come to section 44A of the Elections Act as amended in 2017, then I end up asking the same question that Julia is asking. Are we really prepared for these elections? 32 days to the general elections? Perhaps let me give that question to Papa so that he can perhaps help us also to answer.
Kuseo, do you have a comment or a response to Julia?
Regarding?
There's a question Julia had asked, if you had her. She said, are we ready for an election? And Wangira has compounded the question by saying the issues that are the glaring errors, or rather things that have happened so far.
What I can say is this. Are we ready?
As for
the answer
Wangira's,
is, I go on.
Hold on. As for Wangira's question on whether the test was done or not, it was done, but it faltered. It faltered. So after that,
Temba, let me just be clear, perhaps, so that my brother Kuse can get what I'm just trying to point at. You know, there's what we call Section 44 of the Elections Act that is titled Use of Technology. And if you go down there on subsection 4, it says that the commission, which is IEBC, shall, in an open and transparent manner, test, the word is test, verify and deploy technology at least 60 days before the general election. So my question is, are we sure whether this technology was tested? Are we sure whether this technology was verified? Are we sure whether it has been deployed 60 days to the general election? And then I've just gone back to section 44A, the section 44A, which talks of notwithstanding provisions of section 39 and 44, the commission shall put in place a complementary mechanism for identification of voters and transmission of election results that is simple, accurate, verifiable, secure, accountable, and transparent. So I'm asking, in regard to section 44 and in regard to section 44A of the Elections Act, are we really prepared for this election? In fact, I'm asking the same question that my sister Julia has asked.
yeah, before I bring Kuseo, I was making a case. They tested the technology. There was this time they called all the stakeholders to Bomas, and they had a dry run. They have not held another one since then because there were some glaring challenges that came out, and Kuseo came and also highlighted on those ones. We also need to appreciate that at least 60 days before it does not say you cannot do it at least 10 days before. So 60 days is is the upper limit, at least 60 days before, but it doesn't say you can do it at least 30 days before, or at least even 50 days before. So
no, they are saying, no, the law is very clear, 60 days before. So before the election, it must be done 60 days before the election. 60 days before the election was on the 9th of July.
Wangira is right.
Is the word at least, Mr. Wangira? Is there the word at least?
Before. The word is before.
No, what does it? Can you read again?
Let's understand what's going on. You see.
Wait, Kuseo. Let Wangira read as it is indicated.
It's written that the test, it said, let me just read it for you. Section 44, subsection 4 says the commission shall, the commission shall, in an open and transparent manner, the words are open and transparent manner, test, verify, and deploy such technology at least 60 days. At least 60
I get
days.
you, Mr. Wangira. You are wrong. The word at least means there's room for minimum, even 10 days. That's what the word at least means.
No, at
Now,
least 60 days.
Yes,
now
at
you
least
see,
means they can even test 10 days before the election.
yeah, you see, Wangira, the test that was done not with it was done way after the 60 days. When it was being done, Kuseo, how many days? I mean, it was just the other day, I think 40 days or something. Yeah.
It was
So
60. It was 60.
the day that it was being done.
I'll can check it, but I think it was 60, and they were doing it deliberately because of what Wangira is saying.
No, it wasn't 60 days. It was last month.
It wasn't 60 days, Kuseo. And the word at least now gives them a leeway. At least means, if I say,
we are now in 30
example.
something days.
Yes, Kuseo, let me give you an example. Mr. Kuseo must eat at least 2 plates of ugali. Can Kuseo eat 1 plate of ugali? Yes. At least means.
Kuseo, that thing was done the other day. I think it was maybe 40 or so days before the election. They were doing the testing just the other day. So they were passed by the 60-day thing that we are talking about. So it was at least 60 days. So the idea is at least 60 days is for preparedness and to give them room for all that. But it doesn't mean you can't do it at least even 30 days or even 40 days or whatever if you got late. Okay, so at this for these purposes they got late. So this by the 60th day they were not ready to do the run. Okay,
Temba, I disagree with that way of interpreting. I disagree with.
It's not less than 60 days.
Wait. You can disagree with me. That's okay. You can disagree with me. I allow you to disagree with me. But for me, I'm telling you what happened. Hold on. If you disagree, you disagree with them. Listen. Did they do it within, as you're saying, 60 days? No. The 60 days had already passed, but they did a testing. Okay.
Let me just say a word, Temba. A word.
You're not taking time to listen to me. They did a test. Did you know that they did a test run?
Can I say something, Temba, if you allow me?
Did you? Are you aware they did a test run? That's where
yeah, I know they did.
Exactly.
And that's why.
Wait. Was the test run within the 60 days or before the 60 days?
It was not within the 60 days.
It was way past the 60 days, right?
I think it was 2-3 weeks ago, if I'm not very, very wrong.
Exactly.
But
and why hasn't someone gone to court to say that since the test run was not done within the 60 days, I mean at least 60 days, so this thing was wrong that it happened that day? It's because the law covers them. Okay.
Let me just give you my perspective. You could also disagree with my perspective. My perspective of at least 60 days means that you can do 90 days before the general elections. You can do it 120 days before the general election, but it should not surpass the 60th day. That's my understanding of this particular phrasing.
Yes, not less than 60 days.
Yeah, that's my understanding of the phrasing.
I think he's right. Mr. Wangira is very right. Why you guys? It's a question of grammar.
No, you see, it's not in law. In law, you know why they go for even to seek interpretation from judges is because there's no straight answer in law. So you can argue your case. So we are arguing a case. So we can choose to disagree with him, which is also okay, and you can also choose to hold a certain view, which is also okay. But in law, there's a reason as to why you approach the judge. If what Wangira is saying was true, then right now we'll be having someone in court protesting that testing was not done and 60 days had already passed, right? So
let me come tomorrow with the entire IBC schedule of events.
Right, Kuseo. If there was an error in the testing and Wangira's case, what I'm submitting, you don't have to agree. What I'm submitting is, if there was an error with what they submitted and the testing was not done within the time, then we would be having someone approaching the court right now to say, the law says, in fact, Wangira can approach the court and say that the law says that you need, that's why we have people approaching the court. You can say that the law says that this should be done within this time. It wasn't done within that time. Then this is wrong. But we haven't had anybody approaching the court. The stakeholders were there, all of them. And what we can say, it was a flop because some of those things did not come. We haven't had a report since then. We haven't seen if they are being called again to retest it. But that is the contention. But as to whether the test was done or not, it was done. That is what we can say. Bob, wait, we hear Kuseo, then we'll come back to you. Kuseo.
Just a question.
You
What's a question?
You have a question to Kuseo or to?
You want to add a question?
Okay, go ahead, Bob.
Mine is just, I wanted one question. I wanted to ask Wangira what the quorum is in the IEBC, and secondly, the dry test was done 60 days. It was done on the 9th of June. So there is no problem. That is why they did it on, it is supposed to be 60 days and above.
Correct.
You want to know the quorum for what? The quorum for the IEBC?
Yeah.
Let's hear. What was the question? What was the question, Bob, Papa?
The quorum.
For the IEBC?
The quorum for IEBC to be functional. The other day, during the BBI, the Supreme Court pronounced itself on the quorum. I don't know what number they gave. That's what I wanted to confirm.
It was pronounced on conclusively that the three of them can still operate. So it's conclusive. Three.
So if you want to remove Chebukati, you can still proceed. Is that what you? Anyway.
So let's hear from who? Kuseo.
What I wanted to say is that the testing was done at least 60 days. And I agree with Wangera, it means not less than 60 days. But I was just suggesting that tomorrow I'm going to obtain the entire IEBC schedule of events and the periods according which they extracted from the Elections Act. And then we can go through even one by one. Now, earlier on, before you people came, we came to the conclusion that there are some of them which have been flouted by IEBC. And exactly what Themba is saying, that if at all they have not observed any of those scheduled timelines, especially the ones emanating from the Constitution, somebody can actually go to court and challenge it. But what we did say here is that people could be watching. If you see the elections are not going in your direction, we concluded that they form sufficient grounds for future contestation. Now, in terms of
we avoided just a minute, Kuse. We avoided Julia's question. It has not been answered. She wanted to know whether we are really prepared for this election.
Well, I would say that we are prepared, yes and no. The reason being, you see, the way what Themba is saying that if any of this is flouted, it becomes a potential ground for future use by those who want it to use it that way. But the fact that nobody has come forward, Mutata is still not bothered. It doesn't mean that even when you have only 10 days to election, somebody can still come up. Now, the way Chebukati has behaved, you remember earlier on we were suggesting that Chebukati seems to be flouting certain rules which might make the elections be contested on technical grounds. And there, as you are aware, some people are already having Supreme Court teams to go there. So they are busy collecting lapses here and there. Now, I wanted to add before Temba you continue on what Angira was saying about the manual register. As much as the courts ruled that IEBC needs to have a complementary backup or for failure, electronic failures, complementary solution, and IEBC have actually gone out of their way to say that they are actually going to print, they have a printout of the electronic register, which is going to be done by the same printer of the ballot papers. Something else Wangira brought here, which is very critical. You see, that complementary, according to the previous elections, is supposed to be used best if there are failures of the electronic one. Now, so, and an important thing that Wangira brought up is that IEBC must be mandated to use that the manual register to verify and to support the electronic voting side. So in the event that people interfere with the electronic voting, you can actually be able to counter it when you do the reconciliations on the manual register. And that after the voting, as you put in the ballot papers to seal, you should seal the marked manual register inside together with the ballot papers, so that when you are recounting and doing reconciliation, you can know that the same number of people who are crossed on the manual register balances the votes which are in that box. That way, you know that if in between some people do stuffing of ballots and here and there, you will be able to tell. Then you counter check it with the archive side of the electronic side. You know, as you go in through the electronic system, once you have been checked and you have been allowed to go and vote, your details are archived so that nobody else can use them. That way, you will make sure that people who do monkey business, either through collusion with the IEBC officials or agents or supporters or the candidates themselves, they will be taken care of. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I hope the answer is no. IEBC is not ready for election. Kenyans are ready for an election. IEBC is not ready, and we are ready for an election. So hiyo ingine IEBC jipange.
So, did they say the answer is no then? But what did you say, Kusea? The answer is yes or no?
The answer is
yes and no.
I mean,
because remember the printing is late.
Okay, the printing should have been done when?
I said I'm going to confirm the exact period. I'll bring it tomorrow. I'll bring the entire
timeline. The timeline
and periods of all those events according to the elections.
IEBC, they have what do they call it? IEBC
regulations.
Schedule. They have that on when they need to clear all that.
Is it mandated by the law? Is it under the law? Is it constitutional, or is it just?
What do you mean?
I mean, do they have to follow that schedule?
The regulations you must follow because they are in the act. They have been incorporated into the Elections Act.
It's in the Elections Act.
One of them, which I know they have flouted, is that the publishing of the voter register. They ought to have done it. I need to check whether it is at least 60 days or 60 days is just a maximum, because they have not done it.
Okay, so
it means that is already been flouted if it is within 60 days.
So do you think Chebukati is planning to mess the election so that we don't have a new president?
There's a high possibility. There's a very high possibility.
So if he messes the election, so that we don't have a new president, then who is going to continue being president? So who is going to lose?
Remember, Chebukati is independent, and you are not supposed to, and he has the security of Kenya. And from traditionally, no IEBC anybody has ever been punished for any wrongdoing. You remember, and that's what I kept saying here, day in, day out.
Now you see, Julia, as political players, we can cast aspersions on Chebukati's behavior. So the interpretations that are coming out is based on Chebukati's behavior, and definitely. In any situation where you are showing like you're not keeping with some of the timelines, it raises what they say when there are no specifics, there are speculations. So we start speculating. If, for example, Julia, we see you coming from Bob's house. We will.
Bob, are you listening? What is wrong with Bob?
If we see you coming from Bob's house in the morning, let's say it's around 5 a.m. in the morning, you're coming from Bob's house. The speculation is that you spent the night at Bob's house. You see, we have no specifics. Probably you didn't even spend there, you just passed by, or Bob was not even in the house. So we haven't seen Bob. We don't know if he's in the house or not. But the fact that we have seen you coming from there, the first speculation is you must have spent the night there. What were you doing there at that time? You know the questions, because there's lack of specificity. Now, the behavior.
That's a bad example.
I mean, bad or not is subjective.
That's then bad, Bob.
What we are saying is Chebukati's behavior,
yeah,
you know, is raising question marks. That is what we are saying. That he might be doing all he can to make sure that elections run smoothly, but as the person, his behavior right now, his behavior before, has now, you know, kind of also shaped how we interpret how he's behaving right now. That is why, as me, I don't trust Chebukati. I'm just going to election. Bob, Kuseo has tried his best to wash him, clean him up, sanitize him, make him look like he's the cleanest person that can ever happen. South of Sahara, north of Limpopo. We have. I don't think he has the capacity. He lacked the. You know, there's what you call credibility. When you are running an election, you need that sense of credibility. He lacked it, and he's now fighting two wars, trying to bring back himself and also trying to run an election. So I think for me, I'm one of those who are saying, let's get out, vote overwhelmingly, so that whatever he can do, he has no chance for doing. I think Jiru said that, and that is what we need to encourage people. Now, the unfortunate thing is, and we want to imagine that won't happen, is that if people are told more about a bungled election and the intention of it being bungled, some people might say that why would you want to go vote and the thing will be bungled anyway. So I hope that within this week that narrative will end, so that we pick up a different narrative come next week. So that narrative of Chebukati and everything should be closed as we move towards the end of this week, so that after this week, that narrative should be a gone one, so that now we pick up on reinstilling the confidence on people that if I go and vote, my vote will count. Because the problem with continuously talking about a rigged election is that there are chances that there are people who will start becoming apathetic, and they will decide that I'm not going to vote because either way, this vote is not going to count. So even if I tell you that get out and vote, and I've already told you that that vote is not going to count, then because some of them have an experience of their votes not counting, they might decide they're not going to vote. And that is a danger you might face if it is not dealt with, at least within this week. So the time is this week. Before someone else speaks, I want to allow Adams, who is a new guy on the block, to at least talk. Then we start taking our closing remarks. Yes, Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Themba. And hello, everybody. Yeah, let me just kick in. Though I was just wondering why Julia would come from Bob's house at 5 a.m. That's fine. Now, Okay. I really followed up the political happenings of the day to day, and I did follow it with a lot of dismay, because Julia earlier had asked a very important question, that is IEBC really prepared to run these elections? And that question is really hard to answer, even though each and every person can answer according to his or her understanding. But according to me, yes, they're prepared. I don't see anything remaining, but they don't want to do it because the IEBC, as it is right now, they're being partisan. They're being partisan in the sense that Chebukati himself is tilted towards one of the leading contenders and is trying to serve him. So by and large, I think Chebukati or the IEBC is trying to create a constitutional moment or a constitutional crisis, so that maybe one day somebody can walk to court and raise the alarm or raise some question, so that the election can be postponed. Because the facts be told, as it is right now, if elections are called today, Ruto would lose and Raila would win. So are they ready for the loss? No, they're not ready for the loss. Is AZIMIO ready for the win? Yes. So what can we do? Because Chebukati is working for Ruto, or rather Chebukati is a darling to Ruto. Ruto is like two ladies. Chebukati is the man, but there is woman A and woman B. Woman B is Ruto. Is more appealing to him than the other one. Maybe woman B has got more the big behind than the other one. So this one appeals to him than the other one. So what can we do? Is trying to create a constitutional crisis, knowing very well, because Chebukati is a lawyer, he's a senior lawyer, he knows what's going on. And actually that commission is constituted with like more than half of the commissioners and lawyers. They understand the law. And Chebukati himself is a senior lawyer who practiced this thing for so long, and he has experience. So he's trying to create a crisis so that, and this crisis is creating, he knows what next. He knows what very well that somebody may walk to court. Maybe a Kurau court can walk to court and question something. Maybe that activist guy, what is his name? His name again, can go to court and they stop the whole thing. Why? The election cannot be cancelled. It will still be there. The only thing that can happen, that the crisis can cause, is just to forward it from August to a later date. Why do they need to do that? So that maybe they can fix some of their things in order as they prepare for to try their luck if they can win. Because a lot of things happened. Moses Wetangula is in UDA, I don't know, or is it KK? And the printing of the ballot boxes and that farm, which is printing, the Greek farm, Moses Wetangula has been accused to having related to those people. He's got some communication going on. He had invited those people. His PA, Mr. Joshua, somebody whom I know he denied, but that was the case. So, and then Raila Odinga goes to the public and say these people are planning to rig election to stuff in more ballot boxes. And I said here the other time, when you see Raila Odinga start complaining about something, he has always done that. He is always right. They will always say no, but at the end of the day, when all settle in the evening, you will find that he had a point. Everything, that is how he's been doing. All the scandals in the country, be it Goldenberg, be it NYS, be it what, every time when Raila calls the press or says in public, everybody cast him like and say, nay, what is this guy talking about? He's trying to, but when all are settled, it always come to pass. So when he raises question and when he insists that he wants a manual register to confirm, there is something that is going to prevent. He's trying to prevent something, because these people are trying to say that they are pro electronic voting system, blah, blah. Yet, it is Raila Odinga, if you guys can remember very well. Raila Odinga came from the trenches. He's the one who worked and really, really worked so hard for this electronic voter system. They fought for it. The system did not want it. He fought for it, and it all came to pass. So right now, they want to behave as though they are the custodian of that whole idea, which is wrong. That's not really the thing. So what I can say is that they really are ready to steal. This thing is going to be stolen. Like it's as good as stolen already, because that is what they're working for day and night, to ensure that it is compromised. Not just being compromised, because if you see the way they're just stamping, they are now, all of a sudden, IEBC is supposed to be independent, but all of a sudden, these people are supporting the Chebukati. The UDA or the KK Alliance are all of a sudden supporting Chebukati. They say with them, they don't care who is printing, they don't care who is vigilating the election process. All they want is elections. These people know what they're doing. That is why they are saying they're going to win. These people are prepared to steal the election. They know what they did. So, but it's like Raila and his brigade have realized what these people are planning to do. So the only way is to stop them. How do we stop them? They have to stop them through Chebukati. I don't know, and I still ask myself a question. I don't know whether it is so late to remove Chebukati. I don't know the implications that may come up with, but this guy is just going to bungle this election. It is going to be crisis. That is what I foresee, and something needs to be done about this as soon as possible. But finally, this election is going to be stolen. If we go to the polls like the way it is, without anything done, these people are going to mess up election, and that is their goal, because they know they're not going to have an outright win. So they have to come up with a way of what? Of stealing it. And that's why they're trying to tell the public right now that Raila Odinga knows that he's going to lose. So he's already crying foul. No, they know what they're doing. So we need to think about that. Let me leave there for now. Thank you.
I want to ask you people a hypothetical question.
Yes.
Do you think you can steal an election from a government in power?
In Africa, it is almost impossible, but the government in power can steal election from itself. That one happens. But these people
No, my question was very clear. Do you think you can steal an election from a government in power? Yes, Papa.
I think yes.
I also think yes.
Yes, Papa.
Now, there's a reason why I asked the question that what is the quorum for the IEBC to function? And there is no election that is going to be stolen. And from the events of yesterday, I want to say that we might have this election without Chebukati. It is not a coincidence. These are my reason. It is not a coincidence that Junet lights the fire, and Raila goes ahead and says there will be no election. And now Chebukati wants to hold a presser today after revelation that he has received. He received a bribe of $3 million. And it is not also a coincidence that AZIMIO wrote to the DCI. There is enough evidence, definitely there is enough evidence that Chebukati and his two other commissioners are compromised. So they want to get him out of the way. This election must be held on the 9th. but it will be held without that Chebukati. That is my take, because that is the stumbling block, is the link between the commission and the UDA. So I do not see any. This is not something that the Star just picked from anywhere. There is a reason that they have put that as their headline today. There definitely must be a reason. So whether they intend to compromise the election, it will not happen, Adams. That one you can take to the bank. It will be held and UDA will lose. Thank you.
I asked a question. Do you think you can steal an election from a government in power? That question you guys are not answering.
No, it
Yes,
is impossible. It is impossible because even this information that is leaking out to the press, it is coming from government circles.
Now, let me just answer you, Themba. You see, you know the DP says he's in government, he's not in government. So when you say they are government in power, is DP in there?
Let me tell you. Okay,
No,
it depends. What do you define as power? Let me hear from Julia, and then maybe I make my case.
I think with the present status of Kenya, I think it can be stolen because there's a lot of kind of independence in various organizations. Like IEBC is kind of independent, so then I think it can be stolen. And I just want to tell Adams, the only way to prevent this thing, this ballot stuffing, is our agents, because the tallying is going to be done at the polling station. So our agents are the only, and because they have phones and they can do video record, they can even record Adams as he tries to stuff ballots. That's the only way. And the only way then by that AZIMIO can, our ballots must be guarded very much in Mount Kenya region and Nairobi Coast and Mount Kenya region and Upper Eastern. That's the only places that AZIMIO should guard so much. Otherwise, the other places, I'm telling you them, but that's the only way we can get out. They can steal because you see, IEBC is independent, Mr. Themba, and I think the DP has a lot of has very many moles. See the issues we are having with DCI, and see the issues we are having the chief prosecutor and DCI. See why all these conflicts? Because they are moles over and over again, working for DP, working for Kenyatta. There is total confusion. They can steal Themba.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Makiadi. Before I give to Christine also.
I want to answer the question you asked about if you can steal an election from a government. You know, I would answer you to the positive if Uhuru Kenyatta was running again. I would answer you to the negative because Uhuru Kenyatta is going home. And so I don't know what government you'll be talking about because there's no continuity. On the issue of ballot stuffing, Julia, you should have listened to what Raila Odinga said. All it needs is just 200 ballot papers for the presidency. What you do is you split those ballot papers and give only 10 people. And then they will, like they did with the UDA, that one person will fold those ballot papers, pre-marked ballot papers, and when they go to vote, they take their ballot, they mark, and then they fold it together with the other ballots, and they drop it in the box. You won't even notice, you won't even realize, and that election has gone. It's simple as that.
Okay, let me hear from Christine and then Jill.
Okay, on my part, Themba, I believe you can steal election from a government, but not this government. I believe there's continuity between Uhuru's government to Raila's government because remember, even AZIMIO, Uhuru is the chairman of the party. And I believe this information coming out, the government is well prepared. They're trying to seal all the loopholes. They're trying to show IBC they are on the watch. And even from the transition committee that Uhuru has selected, if I see the names, some of the names that appear there to me, those are the people that will not be ready to give power to William Ruto. And I don't think it is a coincidence, or don't you think it's funny when even Nelson Harvey, who is one of the lawyers that is usually on William Ruto's team, I saw a clip where he said, no manual register, no those two forms of register, there'll be no votes in Westland. He doesn't care about the presidential votes. He cares about the Westland votes. So don't you think there's something about that to reflect on?
Thank you, Christine. Njiru, what did you want to say?
What I wanted to say about your question is that rigging is not in a straight line. Rigging happens in all directions, and it is possible to steal from the government. That is one thing which I can say. Because, like for example, is it possible, like somebody quantify to me the percentage of people within the government, maybe in a percentage, within the government, who might be seemed to be supporting AZIMIO? The proportion, maybe key people. We don't know the percentage of people who support AZIMIO, percentage of people who support KKA. We don't know. All we know is we know that the key stakeholders within the government seem to support AZIMIO. So what I would say is that to avoid the issue of stealing, because it can be stolen, is we just have machinery everywhere, and I wish we just did this election as if we were not being supported by anyone. We should not leave anything to chances, because if we leave anything to chances, it might bring overconfidence, and that overconfidence might be taken by our enemies as an attack point. So we might sit, relax, saying that we are with the government, we relax, only the other guys to take advantage of that. So me, I say, whether the government is with us or not, let's fuel the full gas. What we need to do, let's do. But I'm a bit skeptical because remember, in this government, you don't know the percentage of the moles you have. You don't know. Yes, you don't know, but let me tell you, even in the government, we are not sure of the people who are also working for KKA within the system. So to avoid that, because you don't know people, fuel to the full gas. That's what I think.
Okay, maybe just to finalize on that question. Now, I'm not going to answer if it's a yes or no, but I'm going to give you a general view. Number one, a government that can be you know, like if we can be rigged out as a government, then you can easily be overthrown. That is number one. Number two is the rigging of an election requires mechanisms and some of the instruments that only the government that is in power has. Number three, there are only two ways of an opposition coming to power: when the government is not friendly to it. One is overwhelming voting. If there is a serious wave and there are government that have been removed from power by that wave, and you have numerous examples in Africa. An example of us in Kenya was 2002, when as much as the president that was sitting then tried to push Was there rigging and stealing? Yes, there was, but the turnout was overwhelming. That it was extremely hard for even when they met in that room, they were asking if Moi could do anything. They were still hoping there's something he could do, but there was nothing he could do because of the overwhelming turnout. That is one, and two is overthrowing a government, a coup, right? But now, when you are moving into an election where there's you probably not seeing any wave, and the government has got the instruments, it's advantaged as you're starting, so it's advantaged. It has instruments of power, including security, including access to information, including all that. It is if indeed, like you're saying, it is true, it can be stolen from, then that is not being stolen from. That has been abated from within. If it is the plan of that government to allow that to happen, then that is going to happen. But in the event, in a situation where a government, because any government that can have alternative people who have more intelligence that it has weaknesses, can easily be overthrown. So what I'm trying to say is not to say that we become lethargic or we don't get out. Let's AZIMIO, because one thing, we are having a candidate, especially AZIMIO, a candidate who has massive support. He doesn't need. Now that is the good thing about the AZIMIO candidate. He doesn't need the proverbial.
He doesn't need rigging.
Exactly. He has a massive support. And so what we are saying is, guys need to get out and vote. But as far as I'm holding it independently, as far as the idea that Kenya Kwanza could pull, it will be a first one in Africa. Where you find that, okay, fine, these people can rig, can do. Rigging is not an event of IEBC. Rigging is a process. It starts, the last day of that, doing that is probably just an item of the rigging. It's a process, it's a whole process. So once you understand the full process, you'll realize you will need a lot of resources to actually rig a government out. But like I said, only two ways. Either you have a wave, like even this case in was it Zambia? The Zambian president. He came from the opposition. The opposition united, and they all voted overwhelmingly. He was an opposition politician, and he came to power. And we have different examples in Africa. And then a coup. But you see, the others, we can only talk about hypothetical situations. But a government that can be rigged out by an opposition, then that government should not even have been in government in the first place. The government should have been there. I want to start taking our closing remarks, because time is far much gone. And I've seen your hand, Kuze and Adams. I'll start with you guys. Thank you so much for those who have joined us on the comment section. Like we say always, let's meet here, discuss with each other, and appreciate, of course, everybody and their comments. It is by talking that we get to understand what's going on in our country, Kenya. And for those who are able to turn up and, of course, join us in our discussion today, we really appreciate you all. And we expect you guys to join us again tomorrow, that is Kenyan time. And, of course, participate in as other things are coming. As we come towards the end today, we are going to have some predictions on what is going to happen, if hopefully this thing of IEBC should come to an end this week. So thank you so much, everyone. Kindly subscribe to Mutembei TV. And as you do that, also as we take our final, kindly also subscribe to this particular, my channel with my daughter Tafadhali. Asante sana kwa wale wamesubscribe. God bless you so much. We really appreciate for working with us. And kindly go there and subscribe. Now, I want to invite us to take our final comments. I'll give you 2 minutes, everyone. And of course, I'll start with those who had their hands up. Start with Adams, then I come to Kuseo, then I go to Christine, Bob Papa, Julia, Makiadi, then finally Jiru. So Adams, tafadhali dakika mbili. And then, yes, thank you, Christine. I saw you subscribe. God bless you. Thank you so much. Na wala haja subscribe, bana subscribe huko kwa Themba and Lulu Show. Go there, subscribe. Aya, Adams, tafadhali.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Themba. I like the way you've laid out that issue, but the only question I had there, where I was raising my hand, is in this scenario in Kenya, we are in a quagmire. We are in a political quagmire because we really don't have an outright opposition. We can't really tell. You can't really tell and justify that William Ruto and his crew are opposition. They're part of this government. Secondly, we can simply say, that Ruto might be having a lot of people working for him who are surrounding Uhuru Kenyatta, as compared to those who are working for Uhuru, who are in Ruto camp. Like Ruto might be having more moles around Uhuru Kenyatta than moles around Ruto who are working for Uhuru. That one is a tricky part of it. So just like you mentioned something there may be people who can sabotage. They're part of government, and then they can sabotage the whole thing and collaborate with the thieves, okay, and steal the election. But they're within the government, so it is done in a so smart way that you can't just even realize that, not unless you have to go into the deep nitty-gritties of this, which can take long time to go by. Okay, that said, I just want to say that we really need to be very, very keen, and we really need to push and pile more pressure on IEBC and Chebukati. In fact, I wish we could have people who could go to the street. We really need people to demonstrate, people who could go to the street and demonstrate civil disobedience. That's how it is called, so that we can demonstrate against Mr. Chebukati, so that he may have some change of attitude and do things right. Otherwise, the way things are going right now, I think, in my opinion, that things are not going on well with our electoral system. I foresee a scenario whereby there might be chaos, because this election is not seeming, it doesn't appear to me to be free and fair. I don't see the fairness in it. This election is already compromised. So not unless something is done, which I believe there is room for something to be done, something needed to be done about this election. Otherwise, things may not be as rosy as they may appear, because these people are now just thumping, even though we're right, but they're just thumping, and they're just thumping on the wrong note, and they don't care. This I don't care attitude is going to jeopardize our electoral system. So something needs to be done on our electoral system. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you, Adams. Yes, Kuseo.
Yeah, what I wanted to just in conclusion to say is that we have today, although Wangira is gone, we have concentrated on the benefits of having the manual register. But if you borrow where we are coming from, that manual register, if you look at it deeply, it is a double-edged sword. It's a double-edged sword. I'll just leave it like that. There are benefits with it, and then there are disadvantages with it. Now, my other point is that there are very many. This schedule that I'm saying that I'm going to recheck and come up with the exact periods and schedules which the IEBC calendar should show for the elections, the constitutional ones, the legal timelines that are required. What is clear to me is that the one about publication has been flouted. The one which says less than 60 days, 60 days, and by within 60 days, they ought to have published. But I know they will hide, they may try to run to hide under the electronic whatever publication. I do not know whether the law anticipated that you can do it electronically and claim that you have done it. But what we know, like you remember when Wangira was reminding us that at the polling stations, you need to have this register already published there, so that these people who are checking, we have been checking electronically, but ideally people should go and find it pinned at their polling stations for that purpose. That has been flouted. So in other words, as you are saying that somebody can go and bring this up, chances are that somebody would. It's just that sometimes some of these things are timed. Some people do a lot of timing. So don't be surprised if that happens. Then the last one is to do with it's just based on your question. Can a sitting government be rigged out? What you need to know is that what is happening in Kenya is very unique. And as you are aware, the DP has been deep-rooted in this government. You remember even the fellows who are trying to mess up with the IEBC register recently, as late as last week, these last few days, they were already there. And the infiltration of his influence has been there, deep-rooted. And that is why even issues, that is even how he got to know about the issues of his 800 voters having been moved. So when you say, can a sitting government be, we do not know, because remember, he's still in the government. His informers are still there. His moles, so to say, are still there. His supporters are still there. So the Kenyan situation, to answer your question, is very, very unique. Maybe yours was an ideal government versus an opposition. Here is a situation where we don't know which side is which. I think I'll stop there. Well, by the way, what I'm trying to say was demonstrated, the infiltration in IEBC was demonstrated in the Kiamba by-election. There are talks, allegations that the so-called UDA tallying for that Kiamba had exactly the same system as IEBC. Where did they get it from?
Okay. Thank you, Kusel. Christine, your last words.
Okay, so my last words are that if my voice can reach to Chebukati, I would kindly request him to give us free, fair, credible, and verifiable elections results. And he should just come forward and dispute all these rumors that are making our mind feel that things are not right with the IBC. Yeah, and finally, second last, we need to support Baba in this fight. I know we've been given names that Baba is always like that, always complaining. Time has proven him right. So this is the time to support him. Even if he tells us it is Monday, Tuesday, wherever day, let us all support him and work with him. Finally, I want us to remember our brothers and sisters that are using matatus, especially on the expressway? Yeah, so something needs to be done about our reckless drivers. We need those lives. Healthcare is so expensive. So at our own private time, let's pray for protection of everybody traveling by any means of transport. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Bo Papa.
Yeah, thank you very much. Now,
You look tired today, Papa. What's up?
No, I'm not feeling very well. But now, this IEBC issue should not get into our heads too much. You know, when I asked about the quorum, I kind of have a feeling that it is not Chebukati who will announce those results. And the reason I'm saying this is that whereas I saw some comment that there is no any other lawyer, Irene Masit is a lawyer. She has qualifications that that befit a judge of a court of appeal. So there is a reason. And I want to say that this election is going to be won on the ballot. There are no shortcuts. And Jose, the idea of you trying to imagine that the DP could be having more malls than the government, the main government itself, and that is the president, is unthinkable. Do you know what is the role of the NIS? Do you know the role of Kamweru? Those are things that you are imagining. The president is the commander-in-chief, and that is the reason why he overhauled the National Intelligence Service after some scare a few years ago. So there is no way the fellows who are imagining that they're going to bungle this election are going to succeed. It must happen. Take that to the bank. Meanwhile, AZIMIO supporters, like Demba says, let's come out in large numbers and prove them wrong. But there's no way we can continue entertaining this mediocrity from the UDA. The kind of message they are sending across is not good for this country. Therefore, we must come out in large numbers and vote in our next government. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob, for echoing that. Do you think that Judet is talking from his own person? Judet is not his own person. There's someone feeding him with information, and it is easier to come out that way. Let me just say, you cannot lack faith in your government, in your commander-in-chief, and you think your commander-in-chief, someone else can have more power than your commander-in-chief. Julia, tafadhali, wazako za mwisho.
Okay, I really think that Junet has a point, and my take is that from that Demba is that Ruto is really trying to figure out how he can steal this election. That is why the likes of Junet are behaving like that. But Makiadi, I want to disagree with you. You maneno are having so many ballots with you should have been happening even in 2022. I mean, those are the things that should have been happening. So far, so good. Because if you go to that polling station, you people, it is usually so much tense that hata karibu wache simu yako. The situation is usually so much tense, you can't even have an extra single paper. And if you look at those agencies, you cannot even put another paper into a ballot box. However, if the agents are not compromised, I'm telling you, it is usually the environment is usually so much tense that you'll be scared out of your life to carry an extra ballot and put in the ballot box. So that one of and Makedi, I want to ask you, how well will these people be so organized to effectively make sure that so many people carry extra ballot papers to make them win? How well will they be so organized? It's very hard also to do that. The only thing that used to happen, which I think is going to be hard also to happen now, is dead people voting and absent people voting. But because both AZIMIO and KKA, especially AZIMIO, have insisted on the manual register, that may still happen. That is, if the manual register is used for voting. But if the manual register is just a backup, yani imewekwa kando haitumiwi, that people are using the digital, it is going to be hard also for the absent and dead people voting. The situation in those polling stations is usually so tense. So because you see, there are people having agents, MPs are having agents there, the presidential candidates are having agents there. Sasa hata hujui nani anakuangalia. Yani alafu kuna pia, you don't know who will come for your neck that time. So it's usually, so that's why I'm saying the only solution for AZIMIO, because I'm supporting AZIMIO, let us have strong agents, especially in Mount Kenya region, that is even Upper Eastern, and also to have strong agents in Coast Province and in Nairobi Province, because that is a place that DP Ruto, if he's trying to steal, he's going to try to steal in Mount Kenya region, because he wants to prove a point. He wants to prove a point that Mount Kenya, I saw that somebody called Kipto writing that Mount Kenya people love Ruto with their heart. I don't know who loves Ruto, because it's going to be very hard me to love some people. But DP is going to try to prove that point. So that one must be guarded, I'm sorry, Demba, for taking much time. I was a small girl, but I think I paid attention to when Moi tried to throw Matiba out of parliament. And fortunately, my mama was working with a PC, and she says she had the PC calling Muranga and ordering people to make sure Matiba doesn't win. But the people of Kiharo constituency, they stood guard. They stood there, they slept at the polling station. When the votes were big, they escorted the boxes from the polling stations, because those days they used to be counted at the constituency level. They escorted them with vehicles. They followed them. They made sure there was no room for staffing. They did what they could have done, and Matiba was not tricked out. So that is what Azimio people needs to do. We must be there at the polling station with strong agencies, because that is the only way to stop anybody trying to steal. The only other thing that you are saying, you people, vifaranga vya computer, that Kuseo will tell us tomorrow how we can stop that. But I think at the polling station, we can stop. So my take is, fellow Kenyans, fellow Azimio supporters, come out and vote. We are winning this thing. And the evidence is, Mr. Kipto, did you see the love expressed by the people of Kiambu to Baba today? Did you see that? Do those people still love Ruto? No, Mr. Kipto, because we cannot love people that we suspect will steal from our public coffers. Somebody we suspect may snatch my small piece of land. So Kenyans, run very fast. Na mvuke sakafu, mje tupigie Baba. Don't jump from the frying pan into the fire. Baba is the only person in whose hands you can be safe. Asante Demba.
Thank you. Makiadi?
Yeah, thank you, Demba. On a light note, I would prefer, Demba, you use the words closing remarks, because some of us are very superstitious when you say your last words. Wengine wetu tunashtuka sana. Christine, usikubali kuambiwa kusema last words kwingine, sema closing remarks. Julia, we ni mwalimu. You're talking about a polling station. I'm sure umewahi patia watoto mtihani na mtu anaiba mtihani ukiwa umekaa hapo mbele yake. Anachomoa Mwakenya kwa mtihani na uko mbele yake tu hapo, na anaiba ukiwa umekaa hapo unamwangalia. So do not underestimate people. Do not underestimate the capacity of people to lie and cheat to achieve a certain objective. You are so you're talking about a polling station. It happened in UDA nominations. We saw people with pre-marked ballot papers in their jackets, and they stuffed ballot boxes, even with all the agents there. Now, my worry is not that, because sometimes we might be able to prevent that. My worry is about ungazetted polling centers. That is my biggest worry. Ballot boxes, ballots, pre-marked ballot papers coming from ungazetted ballots, ungazetted polling stations, and being counted as real. That should be your major concern. I would want to say, if the IEBC is not capable of conducting an election, then I think perhaps we should disband the electoral process of Kenya and declare that we need to be ruled by a king, because we spend so much time, we spend so much money discussing about the same thing every electioneering period. And it looks like maybe we'll be going back to the discussion we had yesterday. If I know somebody came here and said Kenya is a banana republic, I do not accept that language, but we should ask ourselves, are we a failed democracy? I think we should start asking ourselves, is Kenya a failed democracy? Because if we cannot have a transparent election, then our conscience may not be clear until we correct that. Let me just leave it there, but I'll continue to encourage people to prepare their suits. I still have faith that we are winning this election. Kwa hivyo watu endelee kupima suti, mimi nashikilia hapo. Najua Mungu atatupitisha tufike pande ile ingine. Asanteni.
Njiru.
Okay. Thank you for our discussion today. My conclusion is very simple. We are at the climax of everything. There will be too much diversion. There are those who I expect to be throwing the kicks of a dying horse. Then there are also those who I expect they should be cruising. So my encouragement to you is we have worked so much to reach where we are. I think this campaign season has been one of the longest. We have spent close to 1 year trying to shape our campaign, other than some of those people who have spent 4 years trying to campaign. And there will be a lot of bitterness because people used money, people used time, they used all the concepts to try and win this election, but things seem not falling into place. So there will be a lot of hunger. There will be a lot of issues happening here and there. I hope that we are going to have a peaceful election. Kenyans will go to the voting one day. In 1 or 2 days, we get the result. We get the new president, and we continue. I hope IEBC will do the right thing. Technology is there. Everything is there. We are in a digital world. So there's no room to do things the wrong way. But when you see IEBC looking a bit shaky, it shows they don't want to do the right thing. They don't want to use the technology. There is some mischief. So we can be able to do a very serious voting, like a protest one. At least we give Kenyans a good president. There is one thing which I want to reiterate here. We cannot afford Ruto presidency. It will be very expensive emotionally and in so many other things. Please, we know how difficult it has been to accept losses in the previous because of things not working in place. So I just want to tell all the people who are supporting AZIMIO, this is our time. We have an opportunity to prove everybody and the doubting Thomases wrong by voting overwhelmingly. And I still want to call for, in specific places, I want to call for an isolated suit. In the places whereby we need to vote AZIMIO, please let's do it to safeguard our principles and our good working relations, especially in major cities. Major cities, please, let's vote AZIMIO. Maybe other places which things are not very impactful, you can try to think around. But our cities, big towns, let's have AZIMIO there. At least we will have less headache for Baba to govern. So Nairobi, Kiambu, Nakuru, Kisumu, Mombasa, those areas, AZIMIO, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And of course, Makiadi, I take back for those who have superstitious attachment to certain words. When I say you give your last word is with reference to the topic and the day. So if your last word is meaning that you're going to die and you haven't yet aligned yourself with your forefathers this side of the earth, I'm very, very, my apologies, you know.
So then we can give our closing remarks if you have withdrawn.
Now, I've withdrawn that part for the sake of those who are superstitious and who fear death.
So let's give our closing remarks then.
Kuseo, stop stealing the race. They say that in some places, they say this one is stealing the race. I must say that it's a good thing that we have aired our of course reservations about IEBC, and I'm sure it's a conversation that is good to take place, and we must submit that what we are seeing is not what we expected, but we still have hope that 9th will come and we'll all get out there and vote. And those of us who support AZIMIO, tell a friend to tell a friend that 9th is coming, and 9th it is, and the color is blue, and the team to vote for is AZIMIO. And of course, all the AZIMIO umbrella parties from wherever side they are at, that is the team to vote for. And we keep pushing that as we get to the tail end of this electioneering period. It is possible, it can be done, it has been done before, and Baba can win this. And with the boost that has been given to the team, the coordination that we are seeing that is so well, the confusion that is happening in Kenya Kwanza, I think the sky is lining itself up for an AZIMIO overwhelming win. Let us move with the mantra 15 million strong. So let's give it 15 million strong everywhere we go. It is possible, it is coming, it's happening, and like Makiadi has said, Suti ipimwe, mine is ready, awaiting celebration, and like I said on 9th, we will be right here, hakuna kulala. Itakuwa ni party after party after party, kusoka hiyo voting na the next day counting, and ikifika usiku, I mean by now Kenyan time, sisi tutakuwa tu hapa, unajua sisi tutakuwa hapa wakati huko labda wamelala, walimaliza kuvote saa 11. So by the time
Mr. Temba, we forgot to make a few predictions. Nakuja.
Oh yeah, you guys are gonna have your predictions tomorrow. I mean later as we finish. Sindio? Makiadi, tupe constitution.
Okay, so Article 95, role of the National Assembly. Number 1, the National Assembly represents the people of the constituencies and special interest in the National Assembly. The National Assembly deliberates on and resolves issues of concern to the people. The National Assembly enacts legislation in accordance with Part 4 of this chapter. Number 4, the National Assembly determines the allocation of national revenue between the levels government has provided in Part 4 of Chapter 12. B, appropriates funds for expenditure by the national government and national state organs. And C, exercises oversight over national revenue and its expenditure. 5, the National Assembly A, reviews the conduct in office of the President, the Deputy President, and other state officers and initiates the process of removing them from office. And B, exercises oversight over state organs. Number 6, the National Assembly approves a declaration of war and extension of state of emergency.
Thank you so much. Today in our AZIMIO Manifesto, we look at creative economy and commitment. There are about 8 commitments. I'm going to read about 4, then I finish on the other 4 tomorrow. Now, what is creative economy? The creative industry includes advertising, architecture, arts and craft, design, fashion, film, video, photography, music, performing arts, publishing, research and development, software, computer games, electronic publishing, content creation, TV and radio. The creative industry is a melting pot of all these sectors and is the most dynamic in the world today. So what is AZIMIO intending to do? about that. One, set up an interagency commission, which will work out together with stakeholders, an action plan, and clearly outline the division and implementation policy of all agencies involved in the licensing, payment, and protection of intellectual property through one central digitized institution. Two, provide technical and financial support by ensuring that every county and every constituency in the major cities has a creative center with appropriate equipment and training. Very important. Number three, ensure the integration of culture and creativity at all the stages of education process through partnerships with the representatives from the creative industry, but also identifying creative approaches to learning and development. And then four, introduce a creative commission in every county to promote collaboration of all stakeholders in the implementation of development, policy and execution. Let me finish. Five, elaborate guidelines for our development strategy for creative commissions in rural areas so that strategies implanted in the local population. Six, raising public awareness on the potential of culture and creative industries to rework the society's attitude towards the development economy. Seven, set up a student development fund in public universities for students with creative or physical talent to enable more artists to attend higher learning facilities and promote research and skill development. And eight, strengthen intellectual property rights, laws, and policies to protect against infringement and royalties through licensing and ensure easy registration of copyright, trademarking, and patenting. So tomorrow we look at sports industry as another commitment by the AZIMIO. It's important to note all those things because those are the areas that will be holding AZIMIO government.
Mr. Themba, Makiadi mentioned a law, one of the laws that he read there. He said that he read that Parliament approves all declaration of war. I know for a fact that the head of state can declare war. Does it mean that it has to be approved by Parliament? We can't just go into war because it's the commander-in-chief.
Yes, Parliament has to approve.
Oh,
That's
okay.
a constitution. Yeah. Otherwise, mtaenda tu wao mkiamka hivi naenda shenda. Now, leo ni East Africa na kama kawaida the rendition is usually done by one and only Julia. Tafadhali Julia.
I need to recruit some disciples. Nitaanza kesho.
That's good.
Mungu tuomba uilinde Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, na idumu jumuiya yetu. Uzalendo pia mshikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu. Viwandani na hata mashambani, tufanye kazi sote kwa makini, tujitoe kwa hali na mali, tuijenge jumuiya bora. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, na idumu jumuiya yetu. Amina.
Amen. Makiadi, tupe wimbo. Leo Papa Bob aya, see you Julia, bye. Toka.
Everyone, good night.
Nafanya Papa Bob
before ukayapa. Watu wameharibika. After this wameharibika kabisa. So you better live with me.
Julia, acha kurecruit Njiru kwa hate club.
Aya, wametoroka.
wamechukuana. tumekujua Njiru, kumbe wewe ndio umechukua Julia. Tumejua kumbe huyo ndiye alichukua Julia.
Ona vile Mise amekuja hapa kama like an offer.
amekuja mbio kwa sababu ameona nao. Mise, kabla Makiadi apeane wimbo, Mise, ujue ya kwamba no, wacha nisiongee. Kwa nini niandikie mate na wino upo? Christine, tafadhali ongelesha Mise, mwambie vile ambavyo uliamua.
Kulikuwa na mapinduzi Mise. Mapinduzi kulikuwa kwa.
Wacha Christine aseme mwenyewe.
Mise, now that you ghosted me for 3 days, holidays ikawa hapo, simu ushiki, I'm human, na kila kitu lazima ipewe hitaji lake. So I'm back to where I belong. I want consistency and stability. Thank you. Wish you well.
Kabla Mise ajibu hiyo ni mpigo, ningewapea lyrics kwanza. Mise akifikiria kitu ya kusema.
Unaona vile amejishika kichwa, wacha kwanza hiyo isink kwanza. Makiadi tupe wimbo.
Unajua kwa jeshi.
Njiru wewe na Julia kuna vile. Haya, endelea Makiadi.
Unajua kwa jeshi kuna kitu inaitagwa a wall, absent without official leave. Hiyo ndio kitu Mise alikuwa ameenda. Na ukienda a wall unapataga mambo yamebadilika. Haya, sawa. Ngoma ya leo tunapata ni kutoka kwa Madilu System. Ngoma yenyewe inajulikana kama Frere Doa. Papa Bob, unajua hiyo?
Hiyo majina ndio sijui, lakini ikianza tu hivi mimi naijua.
inaanza na kucheka namna hiyo, alafu nasikia nasema Frere Doa. Sijui kama umeipata hiyo.
Mimi naipata.
No, hiyo ile inaanza na kicheko, najua ni ile Xavier something or something like that.
Sasa hii ni famous sana, hata sijui kama inaanza na kicheko namna hiyo, alafu anaongea anasema apimelaka moto koseka na kolela te Frere Doa sokingolo IEBC ko ngando azali maladi ndemela yo po bangonyoso bavandaka mai. Yani hapo nasema ya kwamba apimeleka moto koseka na kotolela te Frere Doa. Yani Frere Doa ni jamaa anapenda kucheka na kulia kwa wakati mmoja. Alafu anasema sokingolo IEBC. Sokingolo sasa ni kama ukiona samaki, catfish, if a catfish tells you that the crocodile is ill, yani sokingolo IEBC yoko ngando aza maladi ni magonjwa. Sasa ndimela yo, yani believe him, pobangi nyoso bavandaka na mai, yani believe him. If the catfish tells you that the crocodile is ill, believe him, because they both live inside the water. Alafu inaenda pale sasa, butu eko komakae tongi pe. Nadhani sasa umeanza kuipata Bob Papa.
Kidogo imeingia.
Ni kama uwezi shika.
Unajua ni vile sauti yako ni mbaya.
Sauti ni mbaya lakini roho ni safi. Sasa inaenda pale stanza ya pili nasema butu eko komaka tongo pe tanaka bamama bako lamuka na tango. Yani inamaanisha nights come, butu ni usiku. Sasa butu eko komaka, yani usiku unakuja. Alafu inasema tango pe o tanaka bamama lamuka na tongo, yani the sun also rises, women wake up. Bamama unakumbuka niliwaambia ni women. Sasa kolukamapa na bolager, yani they go and buy bread from the bakery. Bangonde bako la musaka biso tongo esietani. These people also wamama wanaenda kununua mikate, and there are people who also wake up in the morning na kuendelea na shughuli zao. Wacha nikutafutie chorus ya hii kitu ndio nione kama tunaelewana. Imekuwa ngumu sana, lakini ningecheza. Unajua siku hizi copyright ilitukataza, lakini ningekutafutia chorus hapa, ama nikuambie tu jina yake uende ukasikize. Enda ukatafute hiyo ngoma. Enda kwa YouTube utafute hiyo ngoma. Inajulikana kama Frere Duan ya Madilu System. Utaelewa tu. Ndemba, wacha niachie hapo kwa sababu ni ngoma mrefu sana.
Ni ngoma safi, ni ya kurelax hivi. Unaona vile papa jisikii vizuri leo.
Na Ndemba, si unaweza muimbia. Unajua wewe sauti yako ni mzuri, unapata hiyo.
Anakula hiyo wimbo tu pole papa unasikia hiyo wimbo ukichezea tu mdogo pale. Unajua nimeona umetulia ukicheza hiyo wimbo Feredua. Buda. Tu Feredua hapo, ucheze tu hapo nyuma hapo, usikie sauti ya Madilu System.
Enda usikize tu, type Feredua utaipata ya Madilu. Ngoma unajua ni vile tu sauti yangu bwana, sauti hakuna, lakini nikwambia roho ni mzuri.
Jali roho ni safi, Dia alipenda roho. Sasa hivi umecheza Feredua bwana, iko na words mingi sana hapo, zinapiga huyu jamangu Mise kidogo, anaingiwa na kibaridi. Unaona, nakunywa maji kwanza ndio aone namna gani.
Mimi naona Mise angepigiwa ngoma za bongo, ndio unaweza pata ngoma ya kumtuliza roho. Wanabongo wanaelewa sana mistari za kutuliza mtu roho.
Temba, I had made a special request yesterday, so I don't know why Adam feels that Papa does not deserve to listen to my special request and is focusing on Mise.
Christy, we have to fix broken hearts. Papa is okay. This is a broken heart.
Papa needs a confirmation too, you know.
Mr. Unaona, I told you.
Mr. What do you have to say? Ongea ndugu yangu. I know it is very tough to go when it's Christmas and come back when it's winter.
Bob.
Mise, karibu sana.
Asante. Lakini
How are you
sasa
doing?
I'm good, Bob, lakini sasa Is it right?
Yes.
Yeah, this is on that you were typing.
Give me 1 second. Bob. Christine. Nitaambia nini watu? Unajua hata nilikuwa nimeita wazee sasa tumalize hii maneno. Makiadi ule mtu ako na roho mbaya ulisema ile inaitwaje?
Anaitwa Mutemo Mabe.
Bob.
Mimi
hata sijui.
Unajua umewekelea mikono juu kama ile emoji kwa WhatsApp. Sasa nashindwa, mbona mshangao?
Lakini Bob, ungelala hata siku moja hata wiki moja unipe break hata mimi nijienjoy. I thought I was very fair to you.
Unajua hii forum ya Mtembei iko na maadili, na maadili ni kwamba hatutaki uzembe, hatutaki corruption. Sasa when you try to corrupt the social fabric, you know, you disappear, you cannot be accounted for, we don't know where you are. So, you know, sometimes we have to take responsibility and ensure our folk are comfortable and that there is no vacuum. Absolutely.
I think Bob, if you can allow me to prescribe a soap for Mise, you need to take a shower. You can give a prescription, medicated soap. Just take a shower and go back to the market.
So you recruited everyone, but Themba, you know, we should be brothers keepers, you know. Bob, you know, there is temperance and moderation. I think at this time, there is no question that Bob is addicted, is under addiction. We should just give him a break. He needs to take a break. Mandatory.
No. You see, Mr.
Can't deal with addiction.
No. Stop diverting. You see, you can't be your brother's keepers to keep for you, Christine. No, we can't do that.
Christine.
In fact, members voted and said that Christine deserves to be treated better. She cannot go and have her hair made only for you to disappear and go away without official leave. And Bob Papa is here. So you should first of all be apologizing.
I'm ready to apologize, and I also understand that Bob is always there as a backup. But Bob, when a backup is not the original one, so when I'm back, you should take your position. But Christine, I know this is not you who was speaking. You were coerced to say certain things that is against your wish, and I'm here to make it right. And anything that you need to order, just take a picture. I'm sending you a picture of my credit cards so that you can just swipe and order. I don't want you to go through what you've been subjected to, say things when you are coerced, when there's a lot of microaggressions from all quarters that Bob has recruited. So I hear you. I understand. I see the body language here. This is not you who was speaking. I know you. Your heart will not allow you. Your conscience wouldn't either. So, Christine, I know you're very kind and loving, but sometimes it's difficult to deal with the addiction of Bob. Bob, when he's given a chance as a backup, he thinks that now he has to replace me when I'm not there. But Christine, Mungu ni nani? I'm here.
Okay.
Do you need a response from me ama tuachie hapo?
Tuachie tu, ninajua wamekusukuma, weka tu hivyo, tuonane. I'm sending you a card of my a copy of my credit card.
First of all, I didn't love you because of money. I considered other factors. So when you keep telling me you're sending me cards, cards will not calm my temperatures down, okay? So there was nothing like coercion. Papa is just a phone call away. He tells me all his moves. I'm comfortable, But just like Makiadi said, owl, I can't deal with that. Thank you.
I concede, brother.
Christine, one thing that I didn't mention, I didn't just leave with no reason. I went to the gym. As you can see, the muscles have added some weight and a little bit of muscles. So I think you should consider that I want to make it better and strong. So I can withdraw the credit card, but I'm here for you.
Listen, let me tell you something.
Hold on, Bob. Wewe hapo ingilii wewe nyamaza. Ukianza kuongea utachoma. Now, Mise, tafadhali, are you willing to concede? Kwa sababu kama ni credit card, kuna watu huko chini, yani credit card si kazi, kitu ya kuringia mtu. Credit card pia ni kitu ya kuringia mtu. Kizito amesema atatoa credit card kama ni credit card, nataka kuringia watu hapo. Sema, do you concede?
Christine, the fact that I went to the gym for us, is that something that you take into consideration? I also had a chance to meet Wajakoya anyways, so if you want, we can share more notes.
You know, let me comment on that. I think when you say you went to the gym and you met Wajakoya, then I'm connecting the two things together. Labda ulichukua ile slogan ya Wajakoya. Unajua Julia anashangaa ulienda gym gani? Ulienda kuinua mawe ya ama niachie hapo. Unajua naweza kuulienda ulienda kuchukua ile slogan ya Wajakoya.
Let me concede. I want to apologize and reservedly for disappearing without notice. I promise Christine, should you make any consideration in the future, I will be here. In the meantime, I agree that Bob ni papa.
Excuse me, Mr. Do you need tips of how to win a woman back?
Don't add an insult over an injury, Adams.
Adams, you are being unfair to Mr. He just told you he was working out in the gym. So we are questioning where he was working out.
Adams, you also don't need to give him tips of getting a woman back, because mimi tuna kiboru wangu mpaka mwisho.
Hapo hujaambiwa vizuri ati kiboru. Bob, mimi ningekuwa hapo hiyo ingeisha tu hapo. Ati kiboru.
Wacha wivu.
Yaani kutoka papa Azimio mpaka kiboru.
Wewe wacha wivu.
People advising you Mise in the comment section. Soma hizo vitu watu wanakuandikia huko.
Mise umeambiwa tingiza vitu. You feel Otieno tumekuona. Leo kwani umerudi kwa Otieno tena, na you feel AO.
Angebadilisha ikuwe you feel Adams.
Alishabadilisha jana, sijui kwa nini amerudi huko tena. Amerudi tena huko kwa nini?
Adams anachekelea nyumba ya wenyewe na kwake kuna chomeka.
By the way, Temba, did you see Mrs. message in the private chat bragging that he has Julia as a backup?
Oh, really? Sikuona.
Yeah, it was there. I think Adam can confirm.
And I tried to stop him.
No. It's okay. On a serious note, kesho mimi na Julia tutaimba wimbo wa Jumuiya ya Mashariki.
Oh, sasa yani hivi sasa Julia unaona wamechomoka hapa na Njiru. Wewe unataka kuingililia nyumba ya wenyewe?
Mimi ni mzalendo. Mimi nakuja kama mzalendo. Taimba tu.
Julia amechomoka hapa na Njiru mbio sana. Usiende kuharibu. Wewe unataka kuharibu nini ya Mount Kenya? Unajua Julia ndio celeb huko Mount Kenya. Sasa wewe unataka kunini huko?
No, I'm just going to be a backup voice, and Julia kiimba, mimi nitaimba tena kesho.
And Mr. before you came here,
on a very serious note,
Mr. before you came here, there was an example posted here that Mr. Bob Papa came out of Julia's house at 5 a.m. in the morning. Hello,
unasikia Mr. umeambiwa umekuwa warned na Julia huko chini. If I hear you mention my name again, she's coming back.
Oh, I would be happy. Julia, come baby, come.
Itabia ya Miguna inaonekana, and you're in the same country with Miguna. Itabia ya Miguna, wachana nayo. Nilikwambia moto ya makaratasi haichomi nyumba.
Darius ameshasema Julia alinyakuliwa na Njiru. So keep quiet. Wachana na mambo ya Julia.
That is not a very good combination, because Baba the Fifth alisema kwamba we have to make sure that we cross.
What qualification do you have to know who is qualified for? We could not even sustain Christine.
Mimi
for 24 hours. Do that, imagine.
No, Julia, mimi Julia kesho tutaimba na yeye wimbo wa East African.
No, tunaimba ni kesho kutwa, si kesho.
Kesho kutwa mimi tutaimba na yeye.
Alafu upotee tena. Utaachwa kwa matani.
Sasa mise jana ulikosa mzalendo mwenzako hapa, ungekuja mapema. Kulikuwa na mzalendo mwenzako hapa akakungoja hadi akaenda. Sijui kama ulimuona.
Jana siku the last 3 days nilikuwa na flu. See, I didn't make it to come.
Sasa unataka kutumia ugonjwa kuingia ku explain kwa nini ulipotelea Christine. Naona umeanza.
Christine understands, you know.
Temba, mise akwetu honest, wifi ndio ilikuwa shida because so wifi ndio probleme.
Hiyo ndio probleme.
Wifi ana shida, kwa hivyo anasikia hii maneno yote unasema hapa. So kwa hivyo those allegations are not true.
Anakusikia wewe.
You are a hot mess, Miss. You're just a hot mess. Hot mess.
Christine, anasikia zile vitu Misi anasema, lakini asikii zile vitu nasema, kwa sababu naona Misi ameweka hiyo kitu kwa masikio.
Lakini anasikia nasema na anasikia naambia Christine kwamba mimi na Christine ni sawa tu, hayo ni ya muda. Bob atawachwa tu na bado atalia na atakuwa backup.
Sasa unaomboleza.
So imagine Temba, if somebody can have such guts kuongea hivyo mbele ya wifi. So what do you expect? So I'm safe with Papa, by the way.
Lakini Christine,
Papa at least anaendanga nyuma ya curtain na anajisort, then he comes back. Ninaelewa.
Christine, I like Mise. Christine, I like Mise because Mise is transparent. But you don't know what Bob does behind the black curtain.
I already know Adams, and I'm happy. I don't mind. I already know.
Do you know where Papa is right now?
Quick fix. It's quick fix.
Do you know where Papa is right now, Christine?
Angalia Papa na smile too. He's all smiles. As you mentioned too.
Hata hiyo curtain ya Papa ni nyeusi. Unajua ako wapi?
Amejificha kwa bafu.
Na curtain iko na pleats, hata ikitingika uwezi sense.
Amejificha kwa bafu.
Na unajua hiyo.
Mnajua mnaweza kuwa mnaekelea papako kwa bafu na kumbe yako kwa servant quarter. Hiyo kati na ikai bafu.
Yaani leo mnanitandika tena hivi.
Papa usijali, hata kama curtain inatingika na atuoni, mimi ninakwama tu na wewe kama kupe.
Guys mnazaenda
Mise nilikwambia hii moto yako ya makaratasi haiwezi choma nyumba.
Ati Mise unasema nini? Hebu sikia. Mise unasema nini?
Sasa nimeona Black anasema ati curtain zangu hazikuwa.
Ngoja Papa, ngoja tusikie. Mise
nimeona Black anasema
Mise
nilikuwa nasema you guys, you can visit our website there and see what we are offering there as well.
Sasa umeanza kuuza nguo na unasema
I'm trying to tell Christine that I'm a very ambitious person, so that I don't usually stay in the bathroom when you don't see me. My area of
Papa inua mkono, hebu tingiza hapo. Naona nini hapo juu? Naona ile shower nini hapo juu?
Yaani unataka kusema hiyo ni shower curtain?
Unaona hapo juu.
Alafu unajua alafu unajua hiyo shower curtain
haikuangi namna hiyo jameni. Mnachomea papa bana.
Alafu unajua hiyo ni sound.
Wananichomea sana bwana.
Papa, just know that Makiadi is your only true friend here. Ni Makiadi tu ndio best yako.
Unaona. Lakini sasa
yani
si lazima ugonge papa ndio upate Christine.
Lakini mimi nikiangalia vizuri naona hiyo bafu iko soundproof. Baba ni nani yako kwa hizo room zingine utaki asikie chenye unaongea?
Mimi unajua Christine hata kuja kwako eti kwa sababu umetomea papa.
Yani mimi anataka kunitandika kwa
hiyo. Yani papa kumweka curtain kidogo ku prove that you are lying.
Wacha papa afungue curtain, mnamharibia jina hapa. Mise kuna jamaa kuna jamaa anauliza. Mise kuna jamaa anauliza
nienda gym wapi? Tuna stress sava iko poa, tumeconfirm.
Mise unaulizwa na Kizito, gym ulikuwa unaenda wapi bana? Hakuna kitu anaona.
Awache madabarau kwa mbele ya Christine.
Makiadi.
Hiyo kitu akiniambia ni my attend.
Upina amesema kwamba alitumwa uambiwe umekuwa free agent sasa.
Amesema wapi? Sijaona, mimi sijaona message mimi.
Unaona hapo chini.
Okay. Kwa hivyo hata mimi ni okay.
Urudi soko.
Nani huyo ako tayari? Nani amewachwa?
Wacha nitafute sabuni ya kipande basi.
I think we can now be motivational speakers baada ya kuachwa.
Hiyo sabuni ilikuwa inaitwa namna gani, jogoo ama ilikuwa inaitwa nini?
Hivi Makiadi, hivi nyinyi watu mbona mnaachwa ovyo ovyo hivi?
Unajua Adam, sisi hatukwenda kuonyeshana fireworks.
Bob ametoka ndani ya bafu.
Adam unaweza pewa character development saizi tuanze kuwa motivational speaker.
Bob, hiyo si ile bafu ulikuwa umeenda ingine?
Kristi, wewe ni sistangu bana. Wewe unafikiri kwa nini wanaume wanawachwa hivi au wanaume wanawachwa hivi?
To me, I think wanaume kama mgani about me say. I think men think that wanaweza kutubadilisha kama kutuzungusha kama marinda. They think they are more valuable than us. Unfortunately, now we also have to ask them, what are you bringing to the table? And the women that leave men, they leave men that feel that, those men feel that women can financially depend on them. So because a woman that is independent cannot, a woman that is not dependent, is not financially independent, cannot leave a man, you know? That's why Misa was trying to pull the card thing. So men nowadays see us as objects.
Oh, so Misa thought...
So when they see us as objects, some of us are not objects, you know?
Sasa unaona mise tabia za mise zimefanya, lakini sasa sijui Makiadi ameachwa kwa nini. Makiadi labda ni ile story ya makapila.
Unajua niliwaambia shida yangu ni watu wajui roho yangu. Wakisikia sauti wanafikiria pia roho ni mbaya kama sauti, lakini ni sawa tu.
By the way,
makapila jana, makapila ndiye alikuchomea. Sasa wewe Makapila aliposema napenda sauti yako, bas. Sasa hiyo ndiye amesema wewe rudi uoge, urudi soko.
Temba Temba, on that note, there is something which was going viral yesterday and today. There is a guy in Kenya with a woman called Phoebe. So this guy was crying so much. Phoebe left him. Did you see it?
Yeah, I saw it.
After taking Phoebe to campus, and he spent like $600,000. I mean, then Phoebe left before graduation.
But Adam, Vivi left and he bought Vivi a Mercedes Benz, you know, despite Vivi leaving him. So inamaanisha Vivi hakukuwa mbaya sana.
Phoebe alikuwa na nini. Papa, we need to allow you to go rest kwa sababu sasa umekubali ya kwamba Christine yuko na wewe na Mise amesha accept, amesha concede.
But Temba before listening to my dedication, surely.
Wait, Bob, kama toka tu kwa bafu ukiingia sitting room tunaweza, we can give you some time to move kwa living room. It's okay.
I am in my living room. What's wrong with you, man?
Christine is very understanding. She doesn't mind anyways.
Mise, learn to move on. Ukiachwa achika. Umeshaachwa na Christine, and she has made it clear in no uncertain terms that she is comfortable. Na pia wale mashabiki kule chini walisha vote. Tuliwauliza mnataka Christine arudi kwa papa, wakapiga kura zikamiminika mimi.
Hiyo niliibiwa, was not there. That was rigging.
Sasa wewe oga urudi soko, wachana na
that was rigging. Christine,
Adam,
what is the meaning of
ile sabuni ya Protex ile ya black tumnunulie?
Ile medicated, ile akioga nayo sawa.
Ati?
Makiadi, I wanted to ask you something. What is the meaning of Bolingo Nangai ya Christy?
Ni Christy ni moyo wangu
Bolingo ni mapenzi Bolingo ni mapenzi. Bolingo Nangai ni mimi, so Bolingo Nangai ya Christy mapenzi yangu wa Christine.
Hapana, hapo hiyo ya Christine haina maana hapo mbele. But Christine, hiyo ni kitu ya kuspice, yani kuweka flow kwa nini inaitwa rhythm, you know, ndio ikuwe na rhythm vizuri. So Bob, usifikiria ati hiyo ilitengenezwa na wewe na Christine. That's a twisted narrative.
Lakini mimi niko na swali. Ngoja Mise. You feel anatumwa na wewe Adams. Inakuaje you feel ndiye anatumwa kuniletea barua kama hiyo?
Wewe deal na nyumba yako.
Unajua nimekaa nikajiuliza kwa sababu unaona hapa Ndemba unaambiwa kwamba mimi ndio nilijitangazia mwenyewe kuwa free agent. Na huyo ni Yufina analeta ujumbe.
Ndio manake nilikwambia kwa nini nyinyi wanaume mnaachwa ovyo ovyo hivi.
Hata Makiadi Awino Rapema alisikia ya kwamba ulisema wewe ni free agent. So pia wewe hiyo ni msiba wa kujitakia, hauna kilio. So tuseme tu wewe ushakuwa free agent.
Rudi kwa gym.
Lakini sasa kama nitaenda kwa gym nikuje nakaa kama Mise, nitakuwa nasaidika namna gani?
Makiadi, sasa unajua story kama hizi ndio zinafanya unawachwa.
Inaitwa watu wakiongea ati walienda gym. Wewe usiseme kuna vitu unaenda lakini usiseme wewe ulienda huko.
Kia mahali watu wanaongea mambo ya gym usikie hapa.
Hata wewe hujanisaidia hapa. Mara kulikuwa na kura na mimi sikuwa, hiyo ni rigging. Sasa hiyo wapi fairness, openness, transparency and accountability? Hiyo iko.
No, but why are you lying?
I'm very worried about gym yako.
You cannot be used to advertise a gym. You can be used to advertise other things but not a gym.
Actually, too, Mise, in the year 2002, there was a member of parliament from Western Kenya called Mr. Fred Kapondi. He was voted in. He won election while he was in jail. So hata wewe ungewin tu.
That was an exceptional. That was that's called sui generis. That is exceptional.
But even if he's complaining,
Christine, there's something you said about objectifying women. finances. Christine, Bob vile ako hapa vile unamuona.
Wewe mambo ya Bob acha bana. Mambo ya Bob na Christine.
Bob,
Plan to move on.
Remember, yes, he's complaining about being rigged out. But I'm here, I've represented myself. Even if it was rigged out and I speak otherwise, that could have been different. I've already made up my mind.
But
I've moved on. Tingiza mitu ulale.
No, he says you're under pressure. Mrs. says, Christine, you're under pressure.
Ngoja, usidanganywe Bob. Hata Kibaki aliletwa kwa State TV, akasema uko na mke mmoja. Na akasema na ni mwingine alikuwa. Usidanganywe Bob. Hapa unadanganywa na unakubali. Papa, toka kwa babu.
Mise Kizito huko chini anasema wewe huwezi advertise gym, unaweza advertise corona.
Lakini nyinyi achaneni na Mise hao jamaa inakaa walikuwa wamekumisi sana.
Lakini ukizito huyu ni sawa tu. Najua vile anasema ile bia ya corona.
Hata sababu ile unatoa ati nilikuwa nimepitia gym surely.
Temba unajua ile bia, unajua Kenya hakuna bia inaitwa corona. Hapa kuna bia inaitwa corona. It's true, naweza advertise
iko corona iko.
Basi ndio hiyo anasema, sio hiyo ni nyingine at COVID-19, ni hiyo bia anasema.
Hao jamaa wamepata punching bag leo wamepata punching bag leo. Mimi usirudi hapa singine, wewe enda ukiendanga.
Usikuje tena mbele yetu unasema tu ulikuwa umeenda ukapitia gym gani?
So, Miss, you met Wajakoya in the gym or where? Or in the hospital because you had flu?
Staki kudigress. Christine, I'm focusing. As you go to sleep, think about the gift you sent to me. I really remember it, and I really appreciate it. And I look forward to seeing you soon. Bob,
there's nothing wrong, Mister. You don't have to remind her of where she was yesterday. It is here and now.
Unaona nani? Christine amechukua nini?
But ni kama Christine amekuwa akimtumia
ati ulienda housekeeping, ulienda gym housekeeping. Alex,
Misa amesema umekuwa ukimtumia tips.
So Adams, mwache kuchocha Papa. When we were reconciled with Papa, we had agreed let history be history. Whatever happened in the past, everybody has a history. And that was my history. Na pia yako na history ya kuendaenda nyuma ya curtain that I'm still giving him time to work on it, okay?
Na kujificha basement. Unaona sasa hiyo pia ni history yako nayo. Sasa yako kwa basement sasa hizi.
Lakini unaona hata kwa bafu hiyo ni character. Unajua kuna behavior na kuna character. So behavior,
wacha kizungu mingi kama umeachwa achika.
Ukiachwa achika. Unaona hata mimi nimetupwa nje.
Ukiachwa achika mko wawili. Sasa you need to form a support group. Wewe na Makiadi.
Wewe nitafute huko na namba.
Lakini mandugu, mbona Alex anasema ati nilienda housekeeping kwa nini kwa gym? Hii hapo hajaniambia poa. Hapo lakini unajua lazima hata msonge,
hata watu unasema walitoka gym, hata wewe unasema ulikuwa gym.
Hata mpatiane sympathy vote hapo, mseme yenyewe. Alex hujasema poa. Bob, toka kwa bafu. Bob. Na wachanga competition Bob.
Mimi siko kwa bafu ndugu yangu.
Haya, sasa tuseme hivi, tukimalizia at least one thing we have ascertained today is that Christine is very forthright, and unajua tulikuwa na tashwishi that huenda ikawa Miss akikuja mara but she has confirmed that she respects the watu walikuwa walipiga kura sana kule chini, wakasema Bob papa amchukue Christine back. In fact, alijirudisha, hata papa hakung'ang'ana. Alijirudisha akasema ninarudi. Haya, papa
Yani mbona
akasema
unafanya ati uko so cheap and easy to just
no,
come back
relax,
like that?
relax, it
Christine,
doesn't matter.
show them that that is not who you are. You are a
Wewe
woman of...
ushapoteza, my
But
friend.
going back to papa does not mean I'm cheap. Kwani unachukuaje papa?
Kwani
Asali
wewe
nyuki fuata nyuki ukule asali.
alichagua kulia kwa Range Rover kuliko kulia kwa tuktuk. Sasa kwa sababu zote ni kulia.
Kwa papa hakuna kulia. Papa, hiyo chocolate iko wapi? Kwako hakuna kulia. Iko wapi chocolate?
Iko kwa fridge. I need to go to the fridge. Unajua ni vizuri Christine amesema kitu very important. Amesema ufuate nyuki ule asali, na ukifuata hizi unaenda wapi? Mise, ukifuata hizi
hiyo sikuwa wakati mwalimu alikuwa anafunza hiyo msemo sikuwa, so I cannot speak to it.
Sasa tukimalizia tuko na watu wawili ambao wanarudi kwa soko. Makiadi oga na sabuni utapewa na Adams, ile ambayo utaenda kuoga nayo, ile iko medicated. Na pia Mise pia uende muoge vizuri sana, mrudi sokoni. Si vibaya, mnaweza kuanza support group ambayo mna exchange notes. Mnaweza kuwa motivational speaker, and it is also possible that within 1 or 2 days you can release a book on how kuachwa and to recover from kuachwa, and itasaidia wengine ambao labda huenda pia wakaface nini kama hiyo. You never know. When one door closes, several windows open. Now, this is a window of opportunity. The two of you can publish a book, and we will be able to share with our listeners on the quotes that you guys will be having. Kwa sababu what you are going through in life is a lesson. Hii kuachwa ni lesson. How not kuachwa in future. And you can inspire other people who are coming after you. And it is so good because you are two people that I've seen grow. And kuachwa, wale ambao wamewaacha wamepoteza vitu mingi sana. Na you need to show them kwa nini kuwaacha haikuwa ni wazo zuri. So nataka kwa sasa nipatie Makiadi na Mise at least each mseme comment na kubali tu wameenda. Sasa mfunge hiyo chapter, open a new one. Sasa Mise alafu Makiadi alafu tu
Temba, before they give that comment please, since Alex ninamuona ako kwa comment section, there 2 days ago Alex came na akatuambia ati you feel ni wake. We passed that message to Adams and Adams did not believe. Now Alex is here, Adam is here, you finish somewhere, I believe. If Alex can clarify even tomorrow.
Let me tell you something that you don't know, Christine. Yeah, I'm a soccer fan. Okay, so this is how it is. There is Super League. I mean, there is Premier League. Alafu kuna hizi league ndogo ndogo. I'm in Premier League, my friend. Here, whatever you're talking about, you're in my club Division 4. So that can't even compare. If you think I'm lying to you, call Eugene right now here to testify.
Lakini Adam, mimi nakubaliana.
No, don't be so sure.
Adam, no, I agree with Adam. Within 1 day nimeona jina imebadilika. I agree with you. Adam, tangu umrudishe kutoka kuona Fataki huko, jina ikabadilika.
Na hiyo jina can even be badilishwa kesho tena. So, relax.
Alex, my brother, I wish you all the best. I know you can do it. A shame the words of one follower of Wajakoya. Eugene, usikuje ukashikilia mtu mmoja. Let your heart lead you. Na utupe time pia na yeye akue kwa hii pande nyingine ya mimi na Makiadi.
Sasa you feel ashajibu hapo chini. Christine, ushaona hiyo ujibu? Soma.
So Misi umemaliza closing statement yako, hata mimi nipeane yangu.
Wacha nilikuwa naambia Christine.
Na sikia, wacha tusikize hawa ambao wameachwa tusikie, wameanzisha already a support group. Naona Mrs. learning the ropes haraka. So tafadhali Mise, na mtuambie ni lini tunatarajia you the first edition of jinsi ya kuachwa na how to cope na kuachwa. Mtuambie ni lini mtatuletea the first edition. Haya. Mise
yangu mimi kwa sababu niko na 3 heartbreaks already. Niko tayari, nimeandika, nitaleta kesho. Lakini Christine, yale umefanyia boy child, uliona vile Bob alikufanya? Huenda ikawa malipo ni hapa duniani. Sasa mimi nataka kukubali nimeshindwa kwa leo, ingawaje kura zilipigwa wakati ni sikuwa, sijui kama kila kitu ilikuwa sawa, sijui kama ni ya ukweli, lakini ni sawa, nakubali kwa leo. Kwa hivyo Christine, ushikilie Bob, chunga yeye, is a very slippery guy. He likes staying in the bathroom, he likes disappearing, he is very spontaneous, and he might be spontaneous to you. And I wish you a quick heartbreak, just like mine. Urudi kwa soko hivi karibuni, ndio tufinyane kidogo. Asante.
Makiadi, tafadhali neno la mwisho, manake pia we ni the newest entrant into hiyo soko. Sasa uko mnaoga, urudi soko.
Unajua mi imekuwa muda mrefu inaimbango aje hiyo wimbo Ndemba ndio nisikia.
Imekuwa muda sasa sija kuimbia Lingala baba.
Ndio hiyo sasa hii sekta nimejipata mimi, mtaniruhusu nitapotea kidogo. Najua mimi na Kalonzo ni sawa, tunaendaga tunaoga na maji ya chumvi alafu roho inarudi, so hata mimi nitapotea kidogo, alafu nikirudi labda nitapata nafasi nyingine. But kwa sasa mwenye kutumwa aende aulizane ni kwa nini nimetupwa. Labda Adams anaweza kuwa alinipigia msumari huko. Unajua
bado uko kwa denial.
Niko kwa unajua Adams muonangi vizuri. Namuona hapa lakini anaweza kuwa ananichomea pande ile nyingine, kwa sababu hiyo information imetoka kwa better half ya kwake. So na kucheki buda. Na kucheki. Okay. Na kabla sijasahau Ndemba, najua tunakaribia kufunga. Leo ni 7/7. Kwa hivyo tukumbuke wish wale watu ambao walitupigania uhuru wa kuongea kama hii, tuwakumbuke na tuweze kuwashukuru sana. Alafu kwa yule ambaye amekosa wimbo wetu wa leo, tumepiga Feredwa Madilu System.
Tumepiga Feredwa Madilu System. Asante sana. Alafu Adams alikuwa amesema tutoe prediction ya kesho. Haya, tutoe prediction at least tufunge, manake sasa wale wakuacho waende wakaoge. Makiadi yuko on denial. Christine is on 7th heaven. Anajienjoy. Mzee Papa yuko tu yani ametulia leo, hata ongei sana. Life ndio hiyo tu. I mean, you win some, you lose some. Haya, tupate hakuna gym hapo buda.
Christine, ona what you lost. Christine,
pia wewe ona what you lost.
Bobo asione, najua anataka kuja.
Unajua Mise, ukisimama siku nyingine namna hiyo tunaweza baniwa kwa hii station. Usiseme ulikuwa gym. Wanasema acha tuniachie hapo, ni sawa.
Bob, unaona vitu.
Bob
inaitwa mali safi.
Alikuwa amelala lakini atajibu mali safi.
Bob, Hiyo ni bell mpya asubuhi. Hiyo ni ile asubuhi Gikomba, bell mpya.
Hapa Mombasa tunasema hiyo ni bell mpya Kongoya.
Haya, Adams, prediction.
Yeah, thank you. Now, I'm just predicting two things. Number one, I foresee a scenario whereby where IEBC we may end up having more than 4 presidential contenders printed on the ballot. Not everybody is going to be included, but the IEBC might end up adding more, maybe 3, 4. So we may end up having like around 6 presidential contenders on the ballot. Another thing, I foresee a scenario between tomorrow and Friday and Saturday, within the coming 3 days, IEBC will call, they may call a major press conference to address certain issues that are popping up as we move on. So as the last one, I also see Chebukati and his crew bowing down to pressure from Raila Odinga and the entire AZIMIO. Thank you.
Mise, prediction.
Yangu hata naona kesho Christina akirudi nyumbani kwangu. Na nikiimba na Julia wimbo kesho kutu.
Julia shaenda na Njiru bana. Watu you accept and move on, my friend. Papa Bob, prediction.
My prediction is that Chebukati is a man anasiege, and he'll be trying to justify himself in today's presser, but as it is, he has lost credibility, absolutely, and he has no option but to either do the right thing or look for the easiest exit route, because I foresee a situation where he'll end up living a very miserable life after the 9th of August, and probably even in jail for me. Thank you.
Christine?
Temba, to be honest, this prediction thing is new to me because I had Mr. talking completely opposite of what Papa and Adam said. So you want me to predict something about IEBC?
No, Mr. is in his own world. He's still dealing with the occurrence. You know, you have given him new information, and it can take him time before he loads. He loads slowly.
Temba, it's okay. It's okay.
The way he is. Wait, Mr.
Guide properly.
The way he is, he loads slowly. So he didn't load what we are trying to say. So we are just predicting on what we are likely to see tomorrow, and we are likely to deliberate on tomorrow. As a political analyst, you also can now start having some predictive value of what is taking place. So maybe Yamise Wachana Nayo, he has to go back and shower. So we understand.
Okay, for me, IEBC, I'm seeing them not changing anything about the presidential candidates that they want to print on the ballot papers. And then I'm foreseeing Jeanette divulging a little more information about Wetangula and the IEBC officials meeting. Yeah.
Thank you, McKenna.
I just want to stick with what Christine said. I don't think IEBC is going to add anybody on that presidential list. These guys, I think, will appeal, and by the time probably a decision comes out, they'll say they are lost of time, and they'll just stick with the number that they have. That's on IEBC. The other thing, this other thing, ballot papers na Wetangula. I just read a tweet from Wetangula and Asema is instructing Grand Mula to sue ODM because kumwaribia jina. So I don't know where it's going, but I think that is just hula baloo. Probably we'll find the truth as days go by. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I predict a very heated week. Tomorrow, especially IBC, we expect some response from IBC. And I also predict that by this week, issues of IEBC will have been sorted. And now we'll be moving on in a more focused trajectory. But another issue will come up. The idea is to keep them busy and having the other side always having something to respond to every single day. So something else is going to come up. Other than that, thank you so much. It has been a pleasure having everybody who came here. God bless you. See you again tomorrow. Christine, I remember your song to Papa Bob. Today it was a day to settle scores. We have settled scores. Now tomorrow wimbo wenyu utakuja.
Papa, this is for you. Papa hata oni.
Mr. anaingilia hapo katikati. Mr. anaingilia hapo katikati. Wewe ni roho chafu kabisa, Mr. See you guys. God bless you.